The following program is a collection of stooges talking about happenings in the sports world. It is meant to be comedic informative. The opinions expressed on this show do not necessarily reflect the beliefs of their peers, their boss, or ESPN. There may be some cuss words because that's how humans in the real world talk. If you are young, please seek permission before watching any further.
Hey!
Let's go!
This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for. Ah! The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers, you pig! Damn it! Be a friend, tell a friend something nice could change their life. Sport! Hello, beautiful people. And welcome to the annual league meetings in Orlando, Florida. On this Tuesday, March 26, 2024, this sports program starts now. Sports are happening. A lot of conversations happening about a lot of sports, like West Virginia getting screwed by the refs last night in the women's NCAA tournament, where they saw 0 free throws down the stretch, and Iowa got 15 of them. Nonetheless, Caitlin Clark puts up 32 points, and the Iowa Hawkeyes continue their journey to a hopeful national championship, while the West Virginia Mountaineers women's team got screwed.
Yep. Well, I don't know about
That's happening in March Madness. Obviously, there's other chatter about that. Baseball has something popping off. What is it? Oh, Shohei Ohtani spoke with a new interpreter, said, I ain't bet on baseball. I didn't bet on anything. I was bamboozled, pretty much.
Yep.
What he said. I don't think anybody else's microphones are on, and if there is, there's a massive echo in it. We are in a conference room in a hotel that is the home of the annual league meeting. It is wonderful down here in Florida. The weather is amazing. We got off the plane this morning about 2:45 after a fantastic Monday Night Raw and felt a little bit of humidity. We felt the 57-degree weather, and we thought to ourselves, wow, we're in the right spot. Let me tell you how I know we're in the right spot. Just got done talking to Jim and John Harbaugh right outside here.
Oh, wow.
I was basically a Harbaugh for about 5-10 minutes.
That's sweet.
Jim Harbaugh was showcasing to me why he doesn't like the hip drop tackle.
Okay.
He was actually wrapping his massive arms around me and then saying, this is what we're trying to get out. This is what we're trying to get out. And I'm like, okay. And obviously, John Harbaugh, the head coach of the Ravens, he had heard about our response to the Derrick Henry thing. He said, yeah, nobody really knew we were going to sign. I was like, perfect fit. He's like, we thought so too. Yeah, we thought so too. But that's what the league meetings are. You walk around, there's billionaires literally strutting around with their security teams. There's bomb dogs walking through the hallways. There's about 40 gallons of coffee right down here if you want it. Yep. And today on our program, we'll have GM of the Chicago Bears, #1 pick holder, Ryan Poles, joining us in about 8 minutes. Kevin O'Connell, head coach of the Minnesota Vikings. He will be joining us in about 25 minutes. Raheem Morris, new head coach of the Atlanta Falcons, will be joining us in about 43 minutes. In about an hour from now, Brandon Beane, general manager of the Buffalo Bills, will be joining us. Then Kayla Jackson, the next owner of the Indianapolis Colts, will be joining us. Then Coach Darren Rizzy of the New Orleans Saints, the man who was spearheading the movement for the NFL hybrid kickoff rule that passed today, with a little bit of an amendment because the NFL Competition Committee and Rich McKay said, excuse me, let's put our own sauce on this.
That's right.
Moving to the kick touchback from the 35 to the 30, it has passed. The kickoff will look different. It will look like the XFL's kickoff, which Sham Schwartzstein, the rules creator for the XFL, is not happy. He said, I'm the one basically created this. I'm not getting any credit for it. Well, it's in the NFL now. It has certainly been something that the XFL displayed in the games. I think special teams coaches that kind of put this thing together for the NFL side, Coach Darren Rizzy and the boys, what they thought was this is a kickoff drill that we created, that we have done in practices for years and years. Nonetheless, the XFL iteration of the kickoff is seemingly going to be what the kickoff of the NFL is for the future. This is a big deal. This is going to save a play. There's more strategy. There's touchdowns. There's electrifying plays. There's big things coming out of these annual league meetings, including challenges and narrative changes and agendas and rules passings and great conversations and interviews. And most importantly, It does feel like a nice little spring break for everybody.
It does.
People out by the pool.
Yeah.
Hanging.
I saw some billionaire come in here with more sunscreen on their nose than I've ever seen in a movie.
Smart man.
It's a beautiful time. It's a beautiful place. I'm not here alone. Obviously, the boys are here. You guys look great in this conference room. The Talks Table is here at Boston Connor and at Ty Schmidt. Con man, look at you at the owners' meetings.
Yeah, pretty unbelievable. After yesterday, I didn't think I'd be doing anything, in front of a microphone for the rest of my life. So it's nice to be here at the owners' meeting.
Well, there's certainly some guy in Ohio who just rips everybody else's footage and has made a full career off of it that would like to see that happen.
Absolutely. That point aside, I did forget that there would just be the Harbaughs walking around. I was actually in the restroom earlier with Ty and Gump and Hawker, and I laid out a perfect squeege. I mean, a hole-in-one, the stuff you write movies about. And while I'm walking out, I'm singing a song. Boys, just did it. Perfect squeege. Boom. John Harbaugh taking a piss. I'm so sorry, Mr. Harbaugh. Coach, I did not know you were in here, Coach. I apologize for that. I hope everything's going well. But no, it's awesome. And the weather, like you said, going from Chicago, what that was to what
aggressive takeoff, not going to be able to get out of here. Short runway, we're heavy. It is windy.
Raining.
Yeah, as the pilot told us immediately upon getting onto the plane. It always feels like that's the new thing.
Oh, yeah.
Get on the plane. Hey, this thing's going to suck 2 hours. And then we'll
sorry.
get down. It's like great to hear. Bill, though, got us down here in beautiful spot.
Yeah, he's a weapon.
He's got a little handlebar mustache.
Oh,
Thankful
yeah.
that he did. One half of the Hammer, Cowboys, Tone Diggs. Now, Tone Diggs, you host a sports gambling show.
Sure.
Okay, it's called Hammer, Dahn, as it echoes through this conference room. Gambling is now fully in the conversation of professional sports, not just because the business side of it and the amount of money that's going to come to everybody that covers sports and the leagues themselves. We got a basketball player that's being accused of kind of,
Fixing games almost.
Jonte Porter, not even games, but like prop bets.
Yeah.
Toronto Raptors center Jonte Porter is out of the lineup and a subject of an NBA investigation into irregularities on prop betting involving him, sources tell David Purdom and Wendy and the Woj bomb. They break it down here where basically one game he had an over-under like half a three, 4.5 rebounds, 1.5 assists. He got sick. He was sick. Three minutes into the game, he's out. Okay, so obviously none of the overs hit. And then the DraftKings comes out and says, hey, the biggest winner last night was the people that bet on the unders for this guy we've never heard of playing for the Toronto Raptors. Then it happened again where they said he re-aggravated an injury in his eye or something like that, and he wasn't able to play. And then DraftKings re-announces to the whole world, like, hey, the biggest bet last night, the biggest winner, was under on this guy you had no idea existed. So now the NBA and gamblers who probably lost these bets were like, excuse me, something's going on. Now they're looking into it. And this comes on the heels, obviously, of the Shohei Ohtani interpreter situation that's cooking in baseball. This is going to continue to be a topic of conversation as it continues to grow. But we have to remember, and I see a lot of people on the internet saying this, and I'm a gambler, and we have benefited from sports gambling companies as a business. That is not, we are not lying. Like, I would be very transparent about that and very lucky for not only what FanDuel did, investing in our company and being our exclusive sports book, and then now with ESPN launching ESPN Bet, and obviously they got a lot of things to figure out, but they're going to continue to go and all this. It's like there has to be a very clear line that, like, when you're in the game, you cannot, because we're all doing this.
Bingo.
And that sounds hypocritical. I get it. And people will probably attack me for even saying it. But like when you're playing, you cannot jeopardize the integrity of the sport that you are playing, because then it ruins everything for everybody. And people are making excuses for these players like, well, how are they not supposed to get involved? They turn on TV, FanDuel, DraftKings, everything on there. It's like, well, if people start gambling on games, that ruins gambling. It ruins the sport and ruins gambling and ruins everything. It's like there's a clear distinction, Tone, that I think we have to maintain and keep. But as we go through this transition process of sports gambling becoming so easily accessible for people, I think it's only, I think we're right in the middle of this transition period. I think it's going to continue, which is not good for anybody.
Yeah, and this is the league's worst nightmare is players gambling on their own sport, which is what is apparently or allegedly happening in the NBA with this player. And in saying he was throwing games, I think is a stretch, because when you average like 5 minutes a game and 3 points a game, I think it's hard to throw a game. But for your own props, that's the thing. But they were doing it allegedly so stupidly. Like it was player props you can't normally bet more than like $1,000 on. Okay. But they had VIPs betting like $10,000, $20,000 on a no-name player in the NBA. Red flag immediately to the sports books that are looking at that.
We talked about this last night as the story was breaking. I watch that show Locked Up Abroad.
Yes.
And it's always about drug smugglers.
Yep. Yeah.
They get away with it like 8, 9 times. And then they're always like, It was my last time I was going to do it. It was my 10th time. It's like pigs get fed, hogs get slaughtered. You always be too greedy, you're going to get caught. This one seems to be alarmingly dumb, loud, and potentially questioning the entire integrity of basketball whenever they have already had a Donahue situation. So they're going to have to figure that out. A man who's the all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers.
Whoa.
One of the biggest voices against the hip drop tackle. Ladies and gentlemen, AJ Hawks. AJ, is it nice to be back in the sun? I know you took a vacation in the Caribbean last week. Now you're back in Orlando. What a little charmed life you're living right now.
Yeah, very, very lucky. I agree. But did Harbaugh, did he entice you at all to come to the other side when it comes to the hip drop tackle?
I think because
Made me think about it, honestly. Seeing him demonstrate on you and then
I know you loved it.
I'm like, you know what? It's not he might have a little bit of
the
a point
way
there.
the coaches, and I think the reason why they voted it, they were probably shown clips and talked about do we think this was on purpose or
Could
not?
you say intent? Is it one of the things where we could use intent?
Yeah.
Like, hey, no, this guy forcibly yanked him backwards and fell on his knee and ankle like it.
I don't know if Jim Harbaugh was the only one or the Harbaughs were the only ones, but it feels like there was a sense of a lot of conversation about the videos and the plays that they watch where this was almost becoming like the new horse collar. Like guys were using this potentially as the new way to get on people. And nobody wants to hurt anybody, but what about in the fourth quarter when you're really tired? And you've been banging with a guy.
Yeah.
And
This guy's really big and he's running sideways. And I'm like, the only way to truly get him down is to, like you riding that bull or taking that bull to the ground.
Bingo. So it's whenever they start laying out why they passed it, which we never even thought of, it's like, okay, that makes sense. But we're putting a lot of pressure onto these refs to be the ones judging the intent of it all. And I think what we're worried about is this going to become flag football?
Whoa.
Okay, we're not in this big-ass hotel because of flag football. We're in this big-ass hotel for league meetings because craniums like this one
That's right.
used to run through other people's bodies. We just can't lose that. But I think what I'm hearing from very football people that are like, hey, there's just a little bit of, we're getting to a point where some people are abusing techniques at this point. And we're just trying to cut back on it as we move forward, not trying to eliminate tackling. We're just trying to save ankles, we're trying to save knees, and we're trying to keep the best players in the game. Now, speaking of that, we got to move forward because we're here. And there's a very special person here. He's been standing in the corner. You can feel his energy. You can feel him when he walks in.
Aura.
You think to yourself, wait a minute. Does that guy have the number one pick in the NFL draft this upcoming season?
Oh!
For this draft season, is he the topic of conversation with everybody? Because what the hell is he going to do? Well, it seems like the entire world has already made his decision for him.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, the general manager of the Chicago Bears, Big Pole Pole! Appreciate you so much. Hey, it's on carpet, so it might not wheel as easy. Yeah, I was struggling. You saw me struggling with it. A lot of sleep. I was in Chicago last night. I was in your great city last night. It was a beautiful place. Let's make sure we put that up because you're tall. Are you the tallest GM?
Might be.
Are you the most athletic GM?
No, absolutely not.
Who is, you think? Have you looked around?
I haven't looked around.
Hey, congratulations.
Thank you.
What you have done up there, seemingly, and I think we got to. Is this on?
Yeah, it's on.
There we go.
First one. So you're the guinea pig of the
Yeah,
draft.
yeah,
Hey, you're the
right.
first pick of the draft. First pick of the draft. First one in here. We appreciate you joining us. League meetings every single year. What happens here? You're learning about what the NFL wants to do next season. There's deals getting done. Are you talking to people? Is there stuff what is the league meeting as a whole every single year for you as a GM now?
Yeah, there's probably deals getting done, but most of it's sitting in these meetings, health and wellness of the players, new rules being introduced to everybody, hearing those debates go back and forth.
So the hip drop tackle, we were very anti, just like every player was. And then literally Jim Harbaugh almost tackled me out in the hallway and was like, this is kind of what we want to get rid of. Is that kind of everybody's mindset going in? Like, we don't want to change football, but then you start hearing what the intent of the rule is, and then everybody's like, okay, yeah, we can get on board with that. Is that normally how things happen here?
That's how it goes down, because most of us, we just don't want the game to be interrupted, slowed down. You don't want those gray area plays to start affecting the game. But a lot of times there's someone that, pitches it the right way in terms of, all right, if the clear and obvious can be taken out, we shouldn't see, those really tough calls that you get a 15-yard penalty and it messes up the whole game. So
we'll attack the refs, not you guys.
Yep.
So whenever they potentially get the intention wrong and they throw a flag on something that ruins an entire game, we'll be the ones that will attack them instead of you. But these refs getting better than ever.
Yep. Right.
Better than ever. We appreciate Stripes. I'm sure there's meetings about that. All right, let's talk about your current situation. Yep. You guys are drafting Caleb Williams #1 overall.
we'll see.
Congratulations. You did it.
Congratulations.
Yep.
Congratulations. You did it. Okay, so that is an interesting thing.
Yeah.
Because every report that comes out about you guys and Caleb, or Caleb's pro day, or you guys dapping up at the pro day, or having dinner at the pro day, and meeting him with his teammates and everything, everybody's like, okay, Chicago Bears fans are like, our guy is our guy. As this process has gone on, with your research into Caleb, what have you learned about him that you've loved? And what do you think people maybe had a misconception of him, or maybe you had a misconception of him going into the entire process?
Yeah, what makes it interesting is he's probably the biggest NIL football player to come through the process.
Ever.
And so you have to kind of break that down, because usually that's not the case. And, you want to know, does he have humility? Can he self-assess and say, I'll take ownership of what he needs to continue to work on and improve? And he's checked all of those boxes so far. So I've been encouraged, with the time that we've spent with him, the things that we've learned, in terms of does he fit our culture, and can he be a guy that helps take the Chicago Bears to the next level.
Do you hate the fact that it's like such a matter of fact that he's going? Because like when I was with the Colts, when Andrew Luck was coming out, Andrew Luck took a visit to Washington because they had the number 2 pick or whatever. And in the building, whenever he was taking his visit to the Colts and said he had to go to Washington next, we're all like, yep, worth it. Completely worth it. Does it suck that you potentially have like next to no leverage with the number 1 pick because everybody seemingly knows exactly what you're doing? Or is it great because there's a guy that everybody assumes is going to be the number 1 overall pick?
I think it's year to year. But when you have pretty good clarity, it really doesn't make a difference.
AJ's got a question.
How do you not get swayed by sometimes, not this year, like just in general, when you're drafting players, like not being, I guess, like whatever the public may think. Sometimes there's like a lock that the public thinks, hey, you need to take this guy. You need him. How do you sometimes go and actually study and realize, is it tough to go against that sometimes where the public thinks, hey, this is what you need to do?
You don't pick
and you're
Caleb.
thinking the long game. Hey, I just wait 2 or 3 years and you guys will understand what I'm doing.
It happens every year, and I think that's the hardest part of being a general manager or a leader in any space is you're doing the homework, you're getting the correct information. You have a group of really good scouts that are giving that to you. If that goes against the narrative, you gotta stand up against
and you're getting killed
that.
like in the instant, but hey,
absolutely.
I'm playing the long game. This is going to work out eventually.
Absolutely.
How many picks as a whole do you guys have?
Right now we have 4.
Okay, when's the next one after number 1?
9.
Oh, yes, you were in a good spot.
Really
Great spot.
Okay, that's a lot of research. You got to do a lot of shit here.
Yeah. Yep.
Has this been a very busy, active? Obviously, this is your most active time. But what is it? Pro days are the best. The meetings are the best. The visits. What is the best?
Visits, time spent with the guys. You guys have been in a locker room before. When you spend time with someone, you look them in the eye. You go out to dinner. You want to make sure that fits in with the locker room. So that's going to be really, really important.
You go to dinner with Caleb and his teammates.
Yep.
Is what we learned as of the last 24 hours.
Yeah.
They cheers each other. Good toast. Or is it good food? Somebody pick up a tab.
It was great food. I picked up the tab.
Wow.
Wow.
Good GM right
Way to
there.
go.
That's a good GM.
Do you want a guy to offer to pick up the tab?
No, he doesn't have to offer. He doesn't have to offer.
Oh, highest NIL guy of all time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. That's true. Yeah.
Tone's got a question for you.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about Justin Fields because I saw you talk, and I believe you said it was one of the hardest things that you've ever had to do as a GM. I believe there was a poster in your house of Justin Fields. You said, now, were you aware when you took the GM role that it was going to be that hard? Is it just because, Justin is the guy that he is? And also, I'm a Steelers fan, so what are we getting with Justin Fields?
Yeah, well, you're getting a great kid. Works his butt off. Dynamic. We've all seen that in terms of how he moves. The person's outstanding. You won't be wrong there at all. In terms of hard decisions, absolutely. His jersey is up, in our house. Sure. It's my son was Justin Fields for Halloween. So
I was Takate.
Great costume.
Yeah.
Which is a whale.
So those conversations are tough. So I get from the fan base why that's a difficult thing. But again, it's my job to really look at the short term and the long term and set our organization up for success.
How about that Panthers trade?
Yeah.
Pretty good one.
Worked out really well.
Yeah. Do you hear because obviously, and we're lucky to talk to a few GMs around the league, but like when RG3 comes out, you heard it. Yeah. Okay. Don't you think like your particular Bears feels different than maybe the previous Bears? Like that's how we feel outside looking in. It's like, hey, this is a brand new building almost. Does it feel like that in there? And obviously you weren't there beforehand, but does it feel like you and Eberflus's culture is because at the end of the last season, it feels like, okay, the culture is kind of settling in, team settling in. You guys feel that obviously?
Yeah, it pisses me off a little bit, to be honest with you, because we were hired to break a cycle. The same thing when I was in Kansas City. Coach Reed, all of us were brought there to break a cycle, and we did. And no one talks about those days anymore. It's all about what they are right now. So I really believe we're about to break this cycle and get this city in a really good situation and win a lot of games. So the past is the past. Like I don't worry about that at all. It's about where we're going.
Okay. Well, a lot of people had a similar reaction to you. Owner at the owners' meetings of the Green Bay Packers here. Ty has a question for you, Paul.
Yeah, unfortunately, because just talking to you right now, you're a great guy, and I really like what you've done this offseason. I hope you guys lose so many games the rest of your game. But that's personal. But you talk about Caleb fitting the culture of the team. Coming in, obviously, you move some of those foundational pieces, and then this year you trade for Sweat at the trade deadline, give him a massive extension. How do you know, or like how long does it take when it's like, okay, we finally do have the guys that I'm looking for in here that fit the culture and kind of what Coach Flus is trying to do with the team?
Yeah, the team starts to run itself. The locker room runs itself. You don't have to get up there and talk about standards. You don't have to talk about how we're going to do things. The guys start doing that on their own. And I really think once you start to head in that right direction, you can kind of back off a little bit, and you're going to practice at the same tempo, deal with conflict and issues at a totally different level. So you can start to feel that already. For
the rookie quarterback thing, which is our kind of take, you invested in running back. Keenan Allen, got more weapons alongside DJ. You did a little bit of work on the offensive line. In the defense. That feels like a perfect setup for a rookie quarterback. I mean, isn't that what we're looking for?
Absolutely.
And that's on purpose, obviously.
On purpose, yep.
What do? You have a dry erase board? You're like, all right, how do we not screw this guy up? That is a real thing because there's a lot of rookie quarterbacks that come in and does not work out.
No, it's a unique situation. And when you look at history, a lot of those guys come in and they got to fight, for the first couple of years just to get to the other side.
Survive almost.
Survive. So this is a great setup. The trade worked out well where we have weapons, we have a defense. So, hey, on those bad days, we're going to need some turnovers to bring it back. And when you're a little bit off, you can hand the ball off and you can start to dictate how the defense is going to play it. And then from there, we just grow and get better.
Connor's got a question for you.
Yeah, Ty mentioned the trade deadline last year. Now, trade deadline moving back a week. Yeah. Is that something for you that it's like, thank God? Because if we have a guy go down early and another team falls off, they might be more willing to, give us an important piece that could help us go all the way. Or what is your thoughts around the trade deadline moving back and how it helps you guys and all the GMs really in the end?
Yeah, it helps you, an additional week. We never changed it once we went to 17 games. So it kind of feels the same.
And you guys are trying to get to 18 games, right? I heard you are.
Sure.
I get it. I get it. It's a lot of football.
That's a lot.
Gotta love it.
It's a lot of football. But yeah, I think that it's a good move. They also want to protect not getting too far down the road where now people are just starting to dump players, trying to get draft capital. So I think it's a good move. It should work out well.
Are you and Coach Eberflus in the gym every morning? He's strapped right now.
Oh, my God.
Isn't he?
He's getting right, yeah.
He's on a program, I think. He's got
Hair is unbelievable.
Yeah, the linebacker's starting to come back out.
He looks real. When you're trying to piece the culture together, though, and I think they asked about that, like, you're trying to look for a specific person to be a Chicago Bear now going forward. Like, we have an identity, obviously, and you think you are finding that or have that at this point?
Yep. Tough, violent, fast, explosive. Guys that are passionate about football.
Love ball, right?
Love ball. Gotta love ball.
So we heard that about Caleb. Whenever we were at the Combine, we were walking around, me and Mad Mel, and we were chit-chatting with everybody because going into it, not you, us outside who didn't know him, we heard his team talk a lot. Like, hey, Caleb's team saying this. And is that even Caleb's team, or is that just somebody that might be in the sphere but doesn't actually know what they're talking about? Right. So we thought immediately, like, okay, maybe – buddy, the NFL existed before you. The NFL will exist after you. He wants a percentage of the team. He's not going here. He's not doing this. This is all meant from the team. None from Caleb, but from the team. So your immediate thought is like, oh, this guy's prima donna diva.
Yeah.
Okay, especially at the quarterback position. But then you got the GQ, you got the NIL, you got everything that's going on. Right. That kind of all feeds into it. Then we go to the Combine, and everybody's like, everybody we talk to, equipment managers, athletic trainers, teammates, coaches, everybody loves him, and he's obsessed with ball. I don't think that gets talked about at all, or wasn't talked about at all.
No. No, but that's what you got to be careful with what you read and what you hear.
How do you find out if somebody loves ball? Do you talk to all those people, or is it questions?
I mean, we've talked to probably 30, 40 people for a lot of these prospects just to get a real feel for, is that passion there? Are they tough? Are they going to go through hard things? Are they resilient? Because really with this setup of college football, it's harder to even take criticism. It's harder to give criticism because if I get too much, then I'm out.
Guys are getting soft, you're saying. Guys are getting soft.
Maybe a little bit.
We think
Maybe
that.
Yeah, for sure.
We think that. That's why like building a team would be impossible right now.
Nightmare.
Yeah, but I want to see guys that have gone through hard. You know, they've had struggles. For Caleb specifically, like this year was not exactly the way that he wanted. He had to go through some hard times, and he probably learned a lot about himself and how to overcome those things. Because in the league, that's going to happen.
Yeah,
and you got to get through it. So.
Yeah, and there's a game coming.
Yep.
And then another one. And then 18, if you guys could have your way. Todd's got a question for
You talked about it now with hard times. How many questions do you ask around NIL? Because Saban came out and he talked about his end of season meetings with his players, and they just come in and they want to know if they're starting and how much money they're getting. Do you ask the coaches and people like that if the player has come in, if he's transferred a bunch of times, if they care obviously about the ball, but do they only care about the money? Do they care only about the playing time and the transferring and stuff like that?
Yeah, I think it's a really good touch point to see how they're going to handle it. There's some situations where I think it helps us, right? Because before that, you're going to get a bag of money, and then how are you going to respond after? But we've already made the decision. Now we can see some of these guys have had it before. How do they manage their situation? How's their structure? Who are the people around them? Are they staying dedicated to the sport that they're supposed to love? So you can get some good answers through this. So it's not all negative about it.
They say it's hard to wake up and work when you're sleeping on satin sheets. We're already finding out, I guess, with these college kids sleeping in penthouses and things around college campuses. Nice.
How was your dorm?
Shit.
I mean, it was rough.
They shut down my house. My house got tore down like the year after I moved out. It should have been tore down.
I stayed in the same dorm as my dad did at Boston College. That's how old it was.
Jeez.
Air conditioning, no way.
No way.
No way.
No.
But now look at you, that watch. You see this watch?
Huge.
This thing is
a mile away.
staring at me.
Capital R.
Did you see what The Rock did to Cody Rhodes last night?
No.
Oh, you don't want to see
Don't
it.
look
bro.
at it,
Don't.
Bulls.
You don't. Don't
Don't
want to
look
see it.
at it.
Look what he's done.
Ladies and gentlemen, a man who's been in the NFL since 2009. Long time. You're a young man, too.
Yeah, young.
How old are you?
Yep, 38.
Jeez.
GM of a team at 38.
That's awesome.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause.
Absolutely.
Thank you for stopping by. Hey, good luck. You don't draft Caleb, everybody's going to talk about it.
Don't worry.
Hey, you can draft anybody. Yeah, don't feel obligated to draft Caleb.
Go Eagles.
Thanks for doing deals with Omar, by
Hey,
the way.
hey, take care,
that in
man.
there.
Keep killing it, dude. Sweet watch.
Trade that pick.
Brandon, thank you, buddy.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
That was the Bears PR guy.
Yeah.
Brandon, good guy.
Brandon watches the program.
He does.
As soon as he found out we were going, he hit us up. Was
What
like,
a dog.
Hey, you want to get Mr. Poles on? And right outside, Mr. Poles does know that you call him Big Pole Poles.
Cool. Yeah.
Okay,
Doesn't
yeah.
everybody?
Glad.
That's a good thing. I think.
Good moxie.
I'm talking about, just the ability to, like racing, you sit on top of the,
Exactly.
In the side.
Always
position.
leading the polls.
pole position.
Right.
And he's as tall as a pole.
No, don't do what you just did.
Oh, I thought
Oh,
that's what
what?
they say for Indy.
Yeah, it's for whenever you're
Pole position, yeah.
on top pole position.
Pole position, not pole sitter.
38 years old, man.
All right, so we just did it. They're drafting Caleb.
Yep. Hey, congratulations.
That's journalism.
Yeah.
I saw
30 to 40 people.
I saw I can't remember who it was from on Twitter today, but do they know what they're doing? Did the NFL tell them, hey, you're not allowed to say who it is until draft night because it ruins the first overall pick?
Yeah, I mean, this is like the first time. I mean, every year we've had the number one over Bryce Young last year,
He was locked in.
pretty much. Even though there's some people that came out and said,
Does that happen, though? Does the league, you think the league actually reaches out?
probably at this. Hey, remember Bears? We're not saying
I would
shit to
assume so,
anybody.
Yeah, don't put it in writing. Don't send me an email, but maybe if I run into him in person.
Yeah, Caleb and other prospects.
But it also has seemed like later where they absolutely know who they're taking, and then the NFL does say, hey, listen, you're chewing up that 15 minutes.
They do every year.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that first one.
Yeah.
Every time we do Draft Spectacular this year is going to be huge.
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 We're going to be live in Detroit. So,
It's going to be the best one.
yeah. And we got a whale,
Yeah.
didn't we?
Oh, yeah.
Talkie Tay, baby.
Takete's dead.
Moby Dick.
Rest in peace.
Ahab's
Peace
gonna
Moby
be
Dick
there.
as well.
Is he dead?
Well,
Captain Ahab,
Maybe.
dude.
here down at this particular meeting, the NFL has shaped itself a little bit. But let's pivot away from this and let's talk about the Iowa Hawkeyes women's team getting cheated. No. Cheating.
Yep, no, that was it. You
No, the West Virginia Mountaineers. Last night, that was a hell of a game.
It was.
During Raw, I wasn't able to watch it, but I caught up on the flight afterwards. West Virginia women's team held it down against Caitlin Clark and that Iowa Hawkeyes team. She scores 32, has a big night flexing, talking, daggering, doing the whole thing. I think a lot of people were saying, well, Caitlin Clark is pretty active whenever she's talking about the refs and talking to the refs. And now people are saying, well, it's paying off for Caitlin Clark. She's been working the refs for her entire career there. She's just... she's a beast. Like, every series matters.
Yeah.
Every time she has the ball, I better not get touched. If I get fouled and you don't call it, you're worse at your job than I am at mine, and I'm going to let you know. Will this carry into the WNBA? And also, I know West Virginia's good. I know they're damn good.
Of course.
Mountaineers are gritty.
They fight. They
Mountaineers
slap the floor.
Yeah, we're playing defense.
Should have seen them.
This is no easy night, Caitlin Clark, even in your town, in your last game in your town. South Carolina won by 50.
Again?
No, well.
No, they beat UNC by 50.
In their last game.
Yeah.
I'm worried about the Iowa Hawkeyes after watching them against West Virginia last night.
I do think part of it, like, they got their game out of the way. They got their scare out of the way, because I was trying to watch it as we were watching The Rock just eviscerate Cody Rhodes.
Oh, man.
But I think you mentioned it, and a lot of Iowa fans were concerned about this, like the way West Virginia plays, tough, gritty, just all slow the game down big time. Iowa's a big, like, run and gun. They lead the women in most points per possession this year, and they just eliminated the possessions. Like, me and Connor were watching it late, too. For some reason, Iowa's offense kind of decided to defer, go away from Caitlin Clark.
So dumb.
And then, Lisa Bluger knows she does.
She does. Coach Bluger, you know, she Bluger, excuse me. She knows. she knows what she's doing. But I think they did get their scare out of the way last night. But you're right. I mean, we mentioned it earlier. If you're going to play and beat South Carolina, you're going to need to shoot at least 85 threes, and you're going to need to shoot probably about 85% from the field.
All right, let's pivot back to the NFL now that we're in a conference room at the annual league meetings here in Orlando. Joining us now is a man who won a game with a quarterback that he had known for 72 hours. A man who was calling plays into the ears of the quarterback, saying, the guy on the right side there, you don't know his name? Go route. Slant, left, look left, way left. He's running a comeback. All right, let's go do it. Ladies and gentlemen, head coach of the Minnesota Vikings, Kevin O'Connor.
That's exactly how it sounded.
Yeah, that's what we heard. I mean, we reenact a lot of things, but we feel like we get some things right.
Sometimes, man.
We're in a room, though,
Yes.
yesterday. Coach, good to see you.
Where you been all week, man? We've been waiting to.
I was at Monday Night Raw last night.
Got other things going on.
The Rock beat the hell out of Cody Rhodes.
Heard of him?
You know the Rock?
I have. Yes, I have.
You might be eye to eye with the Rock with how tall you are. Did you see
Really?
the
I've
photo?
never. The only time I ever saw him in person was Super Bowl when he's on the field right before kickoff.
Oh yeah,
Looking bigger than most
in
of
the
our
maroon gear.
The old kickoff, not the new kickoff.
How do we feel?
You love it?
You know what? I think it's, I'm not as worried about the, unforeseen kind of outcomes as I think we got a safe play that keeps the play in the game. So
Yeah, but you offensive guys are like, just give me a touchback. I'll
just
take
put it
ball
on the
at 30.
25. Let's ride.
Yeah, I understand that.
That's right.
Did you see the picture from the combine when you were standing next to Mad Mel? You made him look like a 4-foot tall person. It's
bad.
It was.
He's not here today, is he?
No, Mad Mel's not here.
He's
Mad
doing
Mel-
he's breaking down tape.
Yeah, talking to GMs. He's
Yep.
around there. Okay, Coach, let's
Gotcha.
dive in a little bit here. Sam Darnold
Yep.
comes to the Minnesota Vikings. $10 million deal, I think, is what was being reported. I don't know what it actually is. You don't have to correct that. But everybody's saying, okay, this is for a veteran guy who's been around to be the starter for a young quarterback that's going to come in inevitably.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've said that publicly or if that's just us assuming that's the case. But this offseason, what has the mindset been for you guys? And how do you feel? Is this like a rejuvenating feeling, a refreshing feeling? Or are you about sick of having to deal with a new quarterback every other week?
No, I think for Sam, he signed a one-year deal with us. I think, we're in the process of, really evaluating the quarterback position as a whole, both in the draft. Sam was a guy that jumped out to me personally, just having done him coming out of the draft, had him, really evaluated him at different parts of his quarterback journey. You always know when you're talking to a former very lightly used term here, NFL quarterback.
No. I heard you're a stud. I heard you were a stud.
When I say quarterback journey, because I think so many times in this league, people want to say we can or we can't so quickly. And we're all, even though wins and losses tend to, fall pretty quickly on the quarterback, and rightly so. It's the most important position in sports. But I think that journey, there's a lot of circumstances involved in it, and not diving too much into the past. But I would just say evaluating Sam off of really the end of 2022 in Carolina. I think he goes 4-2 down the stretch. And then I got a lot of respect for Kyle. I think Brian Greasy did a great job coaching him in San Francisco, because when I turn on the tape, limited snaps, but Sam's improvement and continued evolution to be what I think is going to be the best version of himself here in the not too distant future was on tape for me. I can't wait to get working with him, and I do think his best football, like many of us that get the opportunity, some of us get thrown into the coaching profession. They say you don't get the opportunity.
Yeah. Stop throwing balls. Go talk.
But that's why I'm here to hopefully Sam has a heck of an opportunity out in front of him, and I think I know this at this point. In Sam's career, I think he's pretty excited to play with Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, Hawk, bring in Aaron Jones, and ultimately.
Hey, that was a nice little.
Yeah, it was.
Gotcha, bitch. He's a special dude.
I spent.
And he can.
Yeah, he's very.
I offered to drive to Green Bay and help pack his stuff. So good man. I was ready to do that. But I'm serious. I think it's I like to feel pretty good about what we do offensively, and we're always getting better. But I'm excited for Sam. Excited to get rolling.
Last question for me before the boys have their questions.
Yeah.
This is real, because what I just did with the Pastronaut. Do you feel like you can get anybody open? And do you feel like the quarterback position, I need somebody that can just spin it and put it to a place? Like the most important thing, I need a guy that can just put the ball to where it needs to go. Because you got Justin Jefferson. Everybody knows. Best wide receiver in the league.
Yep.
Every conversation, he's in it.
Yep.
And he had 180 yards in the first half of a couple games. So it's like, is the defense not planning for Justin Jefferson? Somehow your offense has them open. Now, Kirk Cousins, obviously very cerebral, very smart. But with your offense, what the numbers that were happening were just absurd. Do you feel like, okay, I can get anybody open, even if the defense is like trying their best to stop a guy? And the biggest part is I just need somebody that can spin the rock. Like, is that what you're looking for?
I think accuracy, is the number one trait that NFL quarterbacks need to have.
So Penix.
Ooh.
Okay.
I think accuracy is the number one
Okay.
trait.
Didn't say no.
Oh! Easy, K. Don't give anything up. Hey, you got a lot of leverage right now. No, but that is a big deal, right?
But I would just say we take a lot of pride in, trying to build a system that, either, presents great opportunities or we're setting something up for, in game, maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks down the line, that we just become hard to defend. And you can't mention Justin Jefferson without saying he's the best receiver in our league. We know that, and with that becomes, yes, we're not going to allow people to take Justin completely away, but AJ knows this. Sometimes defensive coaches go in the room and they say, hey, we are not going to let this guy wreck the game.
And then he has 180 yards in the first half.
We're never going to go in and say, hey, just chalk it up, JJ, you're a decoy today. We're going to get him his touches, we're going to get him his ops, but what that means for Jordan Addison, TJ Hawkinson, Aaron Jones out of the backfield, our ability to marry the run and the pass, I just look at it as what I'm looking for is somebody that can efficiently run the offense. And in a lot of ways, this league has turned into a completion league, spitting the ball, put it in play, completion on a completion. I tell our guys all the time, every completion has a negative effect on the defense for one reason or another. And we happen to have some really good guys with the ball in the hand after the catch. So our job is just to, kind of start the process. Never want to overcoach, never want to kind of put guys into a box and say you got to do this or this or this, but we're coaching techniques, fundamentals, reads, and we'd like to think more oftentimes than not, if you trust in that, things are going to work out.
Yeah, you're pretty good, KFC. AJ's got a question for you since you stole his favorite player from him.
I mean, Aaron Jones, unbelievable talent. Unfortunately, he'll be playing for you guys. He's going to have a great year. But accuracy as a quarterback, can you teach that? Can you develop that? I've heard coaches in the past say, like, if you're not accurate in college, you're not going to be accurate in the NFL. Is that something you think you can develop?
I think it's what you study, because I think some accuracy issues, when they're tied to footwork, your base, balance, body position, all the things,
Is that what they say, like mirroring your feet to your arm?
Yeah, exactly. It's just like if you guys, you go to shoot a free throw. They don't just talk about when the ball leaves your hand. It's about, your base. It's about, a jump shooter. It's about, there's some guys you could take their feet away from, you can take their legs away from, they can make it from anywhere in the gym. Those guys exist in our league. Whether you're talking about the Mahomes or some of these guys, Josh Allen.
This shit.
The off-schedule stuff that I think is valuable. I think it is, because there's going to come a time, you never know when it's going to be. It could be a gotta have it down where they just got the perfect call and they got us. And we still end up getting a first down because your ability to make a throw that, you couldn't draw up on a chalkboard. That happens in our league, and it happens in big-time moments. But I do think, to answer your question, you can fix some things from the ground up. I do think we were all given the ability, for that ball to leave our fingertips a certain way. And I'd like to think, you can watch the tape, evaluate some of those misses, and say yay or nay whether you
Were you an accurate thrower? You were.
If I could have just
Athlete.
been a little more accurate,
I
I knew where to throw it. I was
Still be playing.
I might still be playing, but would you guys be really willing to have me on right
Yeah. Yeah, you spinning it? Yeah.
6 rings,
Yeah, we'd love to have you, dude. Tone's got a question for you.
Yeah, I do. I don't want to put you on a spot with anyone's name here, but let's say the Vikings package 11 and 23.
Yeah, because you guys just did a weird first round pick
And
thing. It was
trading
they're
up.
bundling for that. That's what we just want to let you know what we know happened. Okay.
Do you prefer a quarterback who, let's say, just won the national championship, is really good on third downs, versus a quarterback that maybe just won the Heisman and is electric with his legs and his deep ball, or a quarterback who maybe, turned down allegedly $5 million to go to a bigger school and stayed at?
Don't say the name though.
Yeah, is there traits besides accuracy that when you're looking that you prefer over others?
Yeah, first and foremost, what you just described, I think, is a pretty exciting quarterback class.
Okay. Hey, that's a good answer. That's a good answer.
If that does exist, I'm all in. I'm excited about that, and I think that's pretty true as far as when you talk about some of these guys. But I think some of the other traits, to me, it's the athletic ability, the ability to make some plays with your feet. Our game has changed. It's a space game. People are all over the field. We're trying to spread defenses out and activate one-on-ones. You got to account for the quarterback for many of these guys, and that can be a real factor when you're putting together plays.
How about how cool the jumpsuit is that he works out in? Like J.J. McCarthy had that all white.
He did. Oh, so sick.
With the smiley face.
Yeah.
I mean, pretty much every day, everybody nowadays has way more swag than I ever did.
All of us.
So I'm a fan.
Did you go to all these pro days? You didn't go to that one, did you?
Yeah, we're sending Josh McCown, Wes Phillips, ROC.
Did he coach one of the other quarterbacks?
In high school?
Oh, yeah,
Was he in Drake Mays?
He might have.
Okay.
Wow. We're on to you.
That's
You
telling.
you guys have done your work, man. You guys have
Professional
done
What the hell?
Yeah, we talk for 3 hours every single day about something. Okay, so
Find it.
we're certainly fine.
But I actually used to be one of those quarterback gurus before I got officially
coaching with Jordan Palmer.
So I know all the tricks. I know.
Who'd you work with?
I worked with a little bit with Mariota coming out.
Okay.
Hey, so those pro days are bullshit. We've heard because
I wouldn't go that far because I think you can see a guy spin it, and they've had the opportunity to prepare. That's why I do like still going to the combine. I know it's becoming less and less of a
Let's not do that. Keep Indianapolis real, please.
Yeah, come on.
We need you.
I would love that.
Motivate
I love
the
Indy.
boys. Motivate
Absolutely
everybody.
love Indy. Got to see you there. It was phenomenal.
Oh, you saw Gumpy, by the way.
That's right.
That's
Oh,
who
yeah.
I learned who it was. It was
that guy.
There he is right there.
Yes.
They tried to say you didn't exist.
That's not true.
They tried to.
That's not true. Heard you were a gentleman too, which we appreciate. You learn a lot about the prospects around Indianapolis because remember Malik Willis gave his jacket to a homeless bum downtown.
That's right.
Which the city didn't appreciate because you're like encouraging this person to stay downtown, but everybody on the internet was like, "This is a good guy. This is a good guy." We're learning about the coaches too, out and about.
Yeah.
Heard you were a gentleman.
Good guy.
Yeah, the scholar.
And to the Eastern Illinois offensive lineman that I didn't even know that we knew. You were nice to them as well. Big hugs.
Looked like he could still play, man.
You guys thinking about drafting him?
Breakdown news.
Bundled that pick. Ty's got a question for you.
Speaking of this specific draft class, it seems like you're one of those guys who you think you can get the best out of whoever you're going to be coaching. Is it difficult? And again, this is just speculation. We don't know if you're going to take a quarterback. So, this is just this
Nah,
is
you
out
definitely
there.
are, though. That's why you did.
But that's why you're going to
ones.
bundle is to go up and get a quarterback. How hard is it though when you're looking at these different guys not to like kind of fall in love with each one of them and be like, oh, well, there's stuff there that I'd be really excited to coach, and like, is it difficult kind of like taking that hat off and being like, okay, well, this guy would clearly be the best for what my vision is with the offense?
Well, I think it's important that if you end up falling in love with multiple quarterbacks in a draft, that's an even better thing, especially when you did something like we did to acquire pick 23, really for the flexibility of what we think is a really good draft. Everybody's making a big point about the quarterback position. I think that's real. 2 picks, and this is a really deep,
all right. Thank you for that.
Deep draft.
Journalism.
I should say very deep draft. I mean, there could be a scenario where the first defensive player, AJ, as you know, normally that guy's coming off the board in the top 5, top 4 picks. That might happen 8, 9, 10, maybe 11.
That's the transition of the game, though, don't you think, as well?
But it's still an impactful player that you've got an opportunity to select that maybe in other drafts without kind of a quarterback class like this, and receivers for that matter, you're looking at another team drafting that guy before you ever have a chance. So I think the ability to improve our team with those 2 picks, no matter how it ends up happening, if it's a package or a bundle, like we like to call it, to go get one guy that we say changes our organization for the future, or are we in a position where we're adding a couple players to our team that have chances to be long-term impact starters for us?
You should get a deal with State Farm.
Yeah.
Progressive
Bundle.
No,
Who does?
State Farm.
does?
MVB. Isn't that the bundle?
Yeah. Bundle it up.
That's Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, yeah.
Is that 4?
MVB.
Yeah, 4 words, but it's 1 word.
Yeah, because he bundled the
Yeah.
words. They need to get you guys a deal. That needs to happen.
Let's see how April plays out.
You guys are bundling. We heard.
bundling, yeah.
Last question here. Connor's got a question for you.
Yeah, just something to think about, guys. They call Justin Jefferson JJ, so probably locker room's not big enough for 2 JJs.
Oh, yeah.
Something
Get
to-
them out.
Just something to throw
You
that around.
You clearly haven't been to our locker room there in Egan, man. We got a lot of space for JJ.
I think it's number 1.
Oh! Good journalism.
Accuracy, purple jersey.
Walked me right into that one.
Yeah, no, it's okay. How is your relationship with Kwesi? Because I assume, like, the first conversation, hey, quarterback that you love, we're not keeping him. Like, we can't. We have to pay the greatest wide receiver that the NFL's seen, and we got a couple other guys that we have to pay. Like, how is that relationship back and forth, and what is like the combined vision of you two going forward with for hopefully the next 20 years? With you guys?
Our relationship's fantastic because it's something we have been working on from day one. There's been a lot of things I've learned from him over these last 2 years. There's a lot of times that we watch tape together, and he might view a play completely different of a prospect at a position, and we watch them together, and then all of a sudden, I might say, hey, did you see this part of it or that part of it? And he opens up his lens to a whole new, kind of way of looking at that player, and that happens time and time again, and vice versa. I think the big picture for us is just we're constantly trying to make sure we're making smart decisions as much as you can for the present, but we also have a responsibility to continue building on something we're really proud of in Minnesota, and hopefully that can be a long-term, answer at the quarterback position. We're all excited for that. But at the same time, like I said, I think this draft, for a lot of different reasons, I think it's a really deep draft, offensively, defensively, and I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities to improve our team, in addition to making sure we're taking care of our guys like Justin, who, we want to build around, and we think he's a foundational best player at his position. We want to build around him for a long time because I know there's nothing better than calling plays for that guy.
How old are you?
I am 39 this May. 39 this May.
May what?
May 25th.
Okay, I'm May 2nd. My daughter's May 4th. Couple bulls in the building.
That's right.
Hey, good watch. Good luck the rest of the way, and thank you for stopping by. You're the man.
Yeah, this was awesome.
Head
Thank
coach
you,
of the
guys.
Vikings, Kevin O'Connell. Very thankful for you. 39, 38 polls.
Yeah. Young guys.
NFL's getting young.
Young guys.
Don't ruin the game, KOC. You're changing the kickoff already.
You don't want tackling.
KOC's getting booed over
Dude,
here.
Oh, he's getting, yes.
Oh, no.
Yes. Booing his ass out of town. Couple Rams guys. Ladies and gentlemen, head coach of the Atlanta Falcons. Player favorite.
Yep.
Fan favorite.
Yep.
Coach favorite.
But
Ladies and gentlemen, Raheem Morris.
Hey, Pat, I'm not going to sit down, man. I'm going to stand up like you.
Come on, coach.
You're not going to intimidate me this whole time with the guns out. You know?
Hey, I have been alphaing, guys.
Hey, Jim, what's going on, man? What's up, Coach?
That's Tone, Ty, Connor. We're lucky to have you. Hey, when you got named head coach of the Falcons, I don't think your name was necessarily circulating as the next head coach, but then as soon as you get announced, every player that's ever played for you is like, yup, love this guy. Even the Falcons were like, thank God he's back, showing videos of you dancing from old practices at the Falcons. Are you just ultimate energy guy? Like, how would you describe yourself for maybe people that don't know the Raheem Morris coaching style?
I don't know.
People love you, dude. Yeah. Hey, people love you.
I'm just me, Pat, and like looks like you, no different, like who you are and what you do. You bring constant energy every day, and it's one of those things. It's just like I try to match the energy in the room, bring a little bit, add some things to it, and it's really a lot of fun to be able to go back to Atlanta, to the people that you've been around and know exactly who you are. I'm gonna take this corny tag off for you.
Yeah, you did look. You look amateur. They were saying it.
It was David Bassett usually handles that, but he kind of messed up. I looked at the television.
Come on,
Bassett.
Hey, figure it out, Bassett.
I call Bassett out all the time.
You got a
guys.
suit back there. Let's figure it out.
Candy.
Fast man.
But just big time energy. You know what I mean, Pat? Like it's a lot of fun going back into a room that got the juice and they know exactly who you are. I don't have to go through the stuff of learning who the owner is. I know exactly who Mr. Blank is, and he knows exactly who I am. So to be able to put dance video, things of that nature is pretty cool.
Okay, so let's talk about the big move. A lot of money, new quarterback. Kirko changes in town. Mm-hmm. How do we feel about it? Why was he the guy, you think, for not only you getting your head coaching start back there, but why is he the guy for Atlanta?
A lot of different reasons, familiar systems. We just talked to Kevin, and how much respect I have.
How much you guys know? You guys know each other?
We only won a Super Bowl together. That's all.
Hey, that's why he's got that watch.
So we a lot of familiar system. A lot of the core beliefs, common beliefs, a lot of commonalities with that. I knew Kurt from when he was a rookie, when I was in D.C. with those guys, and Sean coached him. And so going way back to
Kyle, you were a part of that?
Oh, going way back to Kyle Shanahan, and I was there with that. So, you're talking about a deep history where I've always been the nosy secondary coach that went into that room and talked to those guys and was able to sit down when RG3 was running the show. Kurt was the backup in the background studying to his op. He got his op, and then we all know what happened after that. But I've been around this guy for a very long time, had a real familiarity with his ability to do what he can do. And I just thought it was an outstanding match for us. And we uncovered a lot of stones. We checked all the boxes. We went through a couple of people because if you're as old as I am, you get a chance. I'm not 39 like you guys, but if you get as old as I am, you get a chance to coach with people. I know.
I'm 36. Yeah, but my face, you're looking at it. I see it. I need to look.
No.
I've been through a lot.
With the new kickoff rule passing, you're coming back.
We like it or we hate it?
We need guys that can tackle.
What are you doing? What are you doing with that?
It's going to be, you got to realize, it's going to be a little bit unknown for everybody,
okay.
Right? So
first few weeks, we're figuring it out.
Yeah, you don't have to figure out. It's going to be a fill-out process, but you're going to have to bring a few out to see what it looks like, right? Yeah. Nobody knows, right? The only clear model, close model you got is the XFL, and it's a little bit different. It's a little bit tweaked, man. You had 32 special team coaches all get together and come up with the best ways to do things, and we got to believe those things when that happens, and it's like, let's go find out what happened. We want to bring the play back. So
there's no 4-2s in the XFL, though. There's no 4-2s. No. That was like the big thing with the XFL returns, and we have one that actually went back for a house. It was a reverse. Guy tossed the ball. You end up reverse. Yeah, here we go.
Oh.
So this was actually a touchdown. I don't know how many of them there were in the XFL.
Looks like practice.
But it's a practice drill. This is a practice kickoff drill that is now going to be the thing, but there's chances to be creative. There's reasoning for special teams players. Special teams coaches can still do their thing. I was out on it for a long time, but then whenever I was basically told, like, hey, we got to figure something out, save the play, I'm in on it. I think it's going to be good, and I'm excited to see how you guys handle it.
Pat, it's funny when you look at the play because we haven't seen it so long in the NFL. You had this, when you look at the stats and what's happening, right? You had 13 kickoffs in the Super Bowl, and not one came out, right? And you have all of the stats that happened. They went from 80% in the 90s to 20%. And that's not what the rule was intended to do. It was for player safety to get it down, to cut it down a little bit. So I'm all in to see what it looks like. It's a little scary for probably coaches because we're going to have to figure it out in the run a little bit.
Oh, my God. Because a house call can happen.
Oh, yeah.
It's one line. Everybody is at one line.
And, the people that fought it really was about, you don't want the unknown to determine the game. And there's some truth to that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there's been so many rules that's come about, and the game has gone such a major push to doing the right thing and getting things the right way. I'm fired up about it. To be honest.
AJ's got a question for you, Coach.
Obviously, you've been a head coach in the league before, Tampa
Yes.
Bay.
Are you tired? Do you want to sit down?
No. First of all, I'm an outwork pack all day, standing up over here.
Okay.
You may go swim in Indy. I've heard about that. So
Allegedly.
Whoa.
Hey,
it is what it is.
Hey,
It's
cops had their story.
Hey, I don't know anything about cops. I'm just saying that the bystanders, the friends, I am not snitching.
There's a police report. That's their story. They got theirs, whatever.
Yeah, I guess going back to you as a head coach with Tampa Bay, now becoming head coach again, I guess what have you learned? How are you different as a coach? And second part of that, though, completely unrelated almost, what do you think of the hip drop tackle situation?
Okay, let's go to the first question first. The differences are really clear and obvious. Having the ability to do that for the first time, you have no idea what you're doing, right? You got this youthful arrogance, right? I'm 32 years old. Hey, you're in charge of these guys, right? Go out there and get it, right?
32
So
years
young.
32 years old. And what you do is you go out there and you try to do whatever you can to win, right? And one of those years, we were good enough to win 10 games. And, man, I made it, right? This is it.
Yeah.
I'm him, right?
Raheem Morris.
Not so fast, right?
Okay.
And you get a little bit of reality check. And then I think I've spent the last year since that's happened in 2000. I'm grateful for what the Glazers did for me, give me the opportunity so early. But I think I spent the last years really just learning and detailing my work and being around great coaches that I want to be around. I talked about Mike Shanahan, having an opportunity to go there with him and see a two-time Super Bowl champion, Hall of Fame potential coach that showed you the way and gave me the ops to be on offense and defense and all over the place, special teams. And then I was with Jay Gruden. I got a chance to be around another offensive mind and to be around him from a head coaching standpoint and show his leadership and do some of the things that he was able to do. And then bounce forward, go with Dan Quinn, who I had worked with when I was in college, and he was able to do some of those things and brought some of the toughness and some of the things out of me. Got the opportunity to take over for Dan Quinn and become an interim head coach, get a rep at that, and then boom, you end up in LA and you're with Sean McVay. And now you're on that coaching tree. If you touch him, you get a head coaching job. So you do that, you win a championship, you go through a little bit of struggle, you fight back, you get a young football team where nobody's got any expectations for you, because I heard you guys down to me.
No.
No.
All of a sudden,
No, we've been saying Raheem. Raheem.
That was after.
That's what we've been saying. That's what we've been saying this whole time.
I'm just kidding, man. But you get a chance to get a young team and you get back in the playoffs with those guys, and it's like, man, let's go to work, man. And then your opportunity pops up and happens to be in the places you're familiar with, like Atlanta. And it's like, man, let's go to work. Let's go win for this city. Let's go do what we got to do in the right way.
Tons got a question.
I'm sorry, I'm taking over your show.
No. This is good. I just want to make sure you get everything in. Because, hey, you are awesome. I did not expect this at all. Nope. The fact that you know our show exists, really cool.
Yep.
Very cool.
Really
What are you talking about, man? I was watching this thing when you guys were in the basement of your house.
Look at that.
This
Day one.
Raheem!
This is about that life. And where's the corner that played with you guys that's not here?
D-Butt.
Where is he?
Well, he's spring break with his kids.
By the
He's
way,
been off 3 weeks straight.
I
This
don't know
guy.
if you know Kelton, but he needs to be out here on a full-time basis on this show. He's the mouth of the South. We just had it out in the back. It is unbelievable.
Have you seen? So
Let me tell you something. I had more fun in the back than almost as much
Whoa,
fun.
whoa, whoa,
whoa. I'm just telling you.
We had a good break here. Man, this is a good show.
Yeah.
We hated this. Jeez Louise.
Just throwing it out there.
Yeah, it's all right. I mean, we'll try to lift our game a little bit. Did you see what The Rock did to Cody Rhodes last night?
I did not.
Oh,
You don't want to know.
last question here. We got about a minute for a hard out.
Yeah,
Coach.
do you feel bad? The internet, and I've seen some rumors, maybe from the rumor mill, that you forced Aaron Donald to retire because you left LA and he didn't want to play under anyone else.
No, that is not
Thanks
the
a lot.
case.
You robbed him of us.
And, Aaron,
Oh.
let's just have that moment of
Pittsburgh
silence
guy.
for him. But
Hey, hell of a career.
he is a stud of all studs. He's a man of his word. He talked to LA. I thought the most impressive thing about it was, like, a lot of people had the sense that this was going to happen, and not one person uttered it.
Yeah.
That was the part about Bill.
Yeah.
And that is a sign of respect, as you know, from everywhere, because people can't wait this now to be the breaking news, to be that guy. And it was a completely respect-driven thing for Aaron to let him do it the way he needed to and wanted to, because he deserved that.
We appreciate the hell out of you. Head coach of the Atlanta Falcons, Raheem Morris. All right, we're getting to a break. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Packed on the other side, Brandon Beane, Kayla Jackson. We'll be live from this conference room where I believe it's echoing, but it's echoing with great times. This guy's an electric factory. Congrats to Atlanta.
Too. Look how jacked he is.
No,
Jack.
I'm not Jack.
Yeah, you're on a plan. Yeah. All right, be a friend, tell a friend something nice that might change your life. Take 3.
In an abandoned warehouse, Arthur Isaac Fischel, the world's AI authority, has summoned the Earth's most influential doofuses for an emergency meeting about the terrifying powers of artificial intelligence. Antonio Margherita, influencer from Italy. Vladimir Borobashnyakovsky. Chad Speed. Jim. We catch up with them mid-dinner as Artie Fish tries his damnedest to get the influencer's attention.
Yes, that'll work. Thank you. Scram. Let's get down to brass tacks, boys. The real reason we're here. AI is it's a problem. It's going to kill us all.
It's hard to take you serious with the way your face looks right now.
I mean, you look like a fucking asshole. What are you talking about?
Oh, the only thing artificial is those fucking balls you call balls.
You look absolutely absurd.
You guys don't understand. You're not listening to me, okay? I'm wearing this because AI can hear your thoughts. It can get into your brain, guys.
You ain't got no fucking brain.
Once again, struggling to take anything you say serious. My team told me I should come to this. You look like a joke. He looks like a joke.
Like an absolute jerk off.
Does this look like a joke? Huh? That's a nuclear bomb.
Nah, that's fake. Just
Fucking bad man puts marbles in plastic case.
You need a guma, my friend.
You guys aren't listening. This right here, AI gave to me a nuclear freaking bomb.
It says it.
Told me the only way to save this screwed up world is to blow it up. This guy awake? Idiot.
Wake up, asswipe.
You wouldn't hit somebody with a nuclear
No, yeah, fuck
No,
that.
don't you worry. This one is foolproof.
I doubt it.
I brought it here, boys. Not just for show,
What?
but because I'm gonna blow up the world right now!
Holy shit! That's Jack Carr!
Turns out, that was an actual nuclear bomb. Arthur Isaac Fischel was going to blow the entire world up, and Jack Carr saved us all. It was his actual first shot. And Artie Fish is actually dead. Forever. Thank the Lord.
The following program is a collection of stooges talking about happenings in the sports world. It is meant to be comedic informative. The opinions expressed on this show do not necessarily reflect the beliefs of their peers, their boss, or ESPN. There may be some cuss words because that's how humans in the real world talk. If you are young, please seek permission before watching any further.
Hey,
What?
let's go!
This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for.
The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers, you pig! Damn it! Be a friend, tell a friend something nice could change their life. Sport! Hello, beautiful people, and welcome back to the annual league meetings. We're in a conference room on this Tuesday, March 26, 2024. Hour 2 of this program starts, and now sports are happening in a beautiful fashion. Big thanks to Ryan Poles, Kevin O'Connell, and Raheem Morris for joining us in the first hour. General Manager of the Buffalo Bills, Brandon Beane, will be joining us momentarily, as will Kayla Jackson, daughter of Jim Irsay, who will be taking over the Colts ownership in very far future.
Correct. Yes. Correct.
Very, very far future. We will also have Coach Darren Rizzy of the Saints special teams front, who pitched the kickoff to the teams, or to the NFL, that has been passed this morning, 29-3 vote with the NFL hybrid kickoff, which is going to echo the XFL kickoff with a couple changes next year. Certainly going to be a difference maker. And then we'll have Adam Schefter wrap this entire thing up for the last hour, and potentially some surprises popping by. This has been amazing, getting to see everybody, shake some hands. I'm not alone, obviously. The Talks the Table is here at Boston Connor and at Ty Schmidt. Boys, you look fantastic.
Hey, thank you. So do you. he mentioned it the first hour. Like, did we say a lot of times, like, oh, yeah, we definitely shouldn't be there. This one in particular, though, it really feels like the type of thing I should not be allowed to be at, but this is pretty cool that we're here.
Yeah, pretty cool to be here. And you had 9 whiskeys last night?
Well, it was one of those things where you get inside the jet. It's a late night already, and the monitors don't work. So you're told
We're in a time capsule.
Yeah. And we're thinking going in, hey, this is going to be a 3-hour, 15-minute flight right away. It's 2 hours. Okay, so cool it, relax. We're on that plane for at least 3.5 hours, and it was kind of one of those things where I was just like, well, I mean, I'm not just gonna let these booze bottles go untouched.
Yeah.
I mean, we gotta, we gotta do it. So we did it.
For those that are wondering, got in about 3 a.m., fell asleep around 4. I think Ty and Zito made a McDonald's run at 3:45.
Had to.
That was smart. Ty definitely remembers eating that.
I do.
Had to have it.
Fell asleep, actually.
I did. Fell
Maybe
asleep
the greatest
with about
McDonald's of all time, by the way.
They're up at 3:45. I'm assuming not a lot of people are there with where we're staying. We're sleeping. We got a house here. Orlando has Disney World, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So the businesses that have kind of spawned from Disney World are very fruitful. They make these mega mansions that are basically houses for families to bring other families. So they come to Disney, stay at the house. And we found out about this a few years back when I was doing NXT. Orlando is the right place to get an Airbnb.
Yeah.
We had a Harry Potter house last night that we walked into.
Yeah, bingo. I stayed in the Gryffindor common room where Harry Potter slept for his entire tenure there. So, yeah, I was pretty pumped about that.
Foxy, you were sleeping in the softest Charmin baby bear room, right?
Hufflepuff.
On
Yeah,
a
and I
little
didn't even
twin
notice
bed.
it until you told me this morning because I just went straight to bed last night. I was so tired.
Hey, you're a professional, Foxy. Thank you for
I
that.
had to do it.
One half of the hammer, Dahn. Cowboys, Tone Diggs is here. Tone, you look fantastic.
Thank
Sports gambling in the conversation, but we don't need to hammer that home. We need to keep the integrity of the games.
Yeah, keep the.
Let's not be jeopardizing the future of everybody here.
No, and especially if you're on a two-way contract and only play a certain amount of minutes, let's not jeopardize it for the rest of us. But I picked up on something. I believe you said it on the show yesterday. You've been with you for a long time. You've been with us for a long time. We're going to change our mind on somebody or cement our mind on somebody. I feel like it just happened at the end of the last hour. Falcons are going on a deep run in the playoffs.
Yeah, Raheem Morris really certainly came in here and won the boys over.
Dog.
He mentioned my arrest. Okay.
That
wasn't for that.
Right.
That was alleged stories. Definitely publicly intoxicated.
Sure.
Allegedly why and how and where I was before that. But he talked about us being in the basement. Raheem Morris has been riding with us for a long time.
Long time.
We're happy he got the gig over Bill Belichick. Even told him that afterwards, the entire thing. The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers, A.J. Hawk is here. AJ, first time in league meetings for me. I don't know if they invited you because you're a 5 overall pick to come talk to these people, but I didn't know what it was. This is a really nice gig for these guys.
I mean, this is it's a fun setup. Yeah, like jumping, going to the bathroom at a 3-minute break, seeing one of the hardballs out there talking about the show.
Yeah, the hardball's got to be doing something over here in this
they're
next
an active
VOM
bunch.
over
Some
here.
forum or something about who's got it better than
It's cool seeing them. Sorry, it's cool seeing them in this laid-back atmosphere, don't you think, Conman?
Oh, yeah, it's sick.
Well, Tone was going to the bathroom next to John Harbaugh just a matter of moments ago, and he said, John, I'm a Steelers fan, but I got respect for the Ravens. I always say Browns and Bengals are a bunch of bum organizations, but the Ravens, I got respect for. I go, Jesus, you just put this guy in a tough spot. He goes, well, thanks for that. And then he kind of walked out. I'm sure that'll be something he remembers. A man in a cowboy hat walked into the pisser next to me and told me he has respect for me, but not for Cleveland and Cincinnati. That's a good thing. He'll go home with a smile on his face because who's got it better than us? Nobody. And we can't echo that sentiment anymore. Joining us now, front of the program. Okay? One of the guys doing the decision-making around the NFL.
Best friend of the program.
Stick.
Oh, yeah. Big time.
Stick on the golf course.
Scratch.
Ladies and gentlemen, general manager of the Buffalo Bills, Brandon Beane.
Where you go? You sit?
Yeah, I'll sit down if you want to sit down. I kind of forced Raheem into standing. I feel bad. Not a good host. And my legs are getting tired.
Well, you see those ham hocks he's carrying around on his calf?
Yeah. Good Lord. Implants, perhaps?
And
How'd you know?
You got the A6 walkers. Are those, are we a runner? Walker?
Well, I like to run, but my knee doesn't always cooperate. But so it's turning into walk, and this age is catching up with me.
How old are you?
47.
Dude, young though.
Yeah.
Poles was in here. He's 38 years old.
Yep.
Kevin O'Connell came in here. He's 39 years old. Raheem Morris got a head coaching job at 32. Yeah. You're in your 40s. Feels like there's a very new, younger generation of the NFL. Do you guys feel that whenever you're here and taking the photos, and some people not showing up for the general manager photos? Do you feel like there's a younger generation, a new crew kind of in here?
There is a much younger crowd. It's I think owners are, I think McVay probably really got that going. I mean, you go back to the days when Al Davis hired John Madden and some, Art Shell and those guys young, but you didn't see it a lot. But the success McVay had and Kyle Shanahan and all these guys, I think really opened owners' eyes up that you can be 30 and still be a, smart, genius, whatever you want to call them.
So what do you do? You guys said we're not doing the photos anymore?
No, I had another commitment.
Your name was right there on the top of the list. Who's not here? Buffalo Bills, Brandon Beane, B. This guy's not showing up for
Well,
it.
we did a GM toast last night, and we decided this should be the new
photo.
The GMs. This should be the new photo. Everybody doing that. So,
love
that. Yeah,
should get like an aerial photo of that. Everybody looking up.
Everybody was holding it. It was
What was it? Whiskey?
good.
Were you drinking whiskey?
Little Tito's.
Oh, vodka.
Who led the toast?
Mickey Loomis.
Okay.
Chewing on gum.
Did you tell him not to chew his gum?
Yeah. We made Mickey do it because nobody wanted to do it, so we made him do it. He's the oldest one. He said something like, "I know I hate half you guys, but here's to whatever he said." But it was good. We had some laughs.
Obviously, you guys got to work together, right? Because trades are happening, calls are happening. You were one of the first people that told us, like, "Oh yeah, I'll poke around if I'm hearing that there's potentially an opportunity to get a player who's disgruntled with their situation or team's disgruntled with the situation." Right now, everything's like lying season. Like we just had Kevin O'Connell on here, and we just peppered him about them acquiring another first-round pick. Like you guys are bundling, you're moving up for a quarterback. How are you trying to sort through everything? And with where you guys are in the draft, what is kind of your mindset going in here?
Yeah, I mean, we've got 11 picks, which is good. We've tried to.
Are we bundling? We're moving up.
Well, we're always listening. You nailed it, because to me, you build your board, and if you see a guy you like, I mean, I get antsy. The local Buffalo media knows I've traded up way more than I've traded back. So I tell people to hold me down sometimes. Don't let me do it. But like last year, Dalton Kincaid got close, and we went after him. We obviously traded up way back when for Josh Allen, Tremaine Edmonds. So I think my phone rings a lot because people know who they're dealing with.
Beane will deal if you had to. AJ's got a question for you.
How many people truly know what you might do this upcoming draft? I know obviously you have people that your circle that you trust, but also like we know it's lion season. Things are all out there. Like, do you make it known to like a big group of people of what you're doing, or like do you have a couple of trusted people you know?
Yeah, very small. I mean, you talk, in the draft room, I'll talk about scenarios. If we were to move up, let's talk about these two guys, these three guys. Who would you say, man, I would put my stamp on trading up for this guy? And then also we do scenarios. If we trade back, who do we think is going to be there? And is it going to be worth trading back? And so we'll have that conversation as a group. I usually will ask the room, not give my opinion too much, unless I think someone's thought process just doesn't add up. But it's a
that person's getting out of the room.
Idiot.
It's a tight circle as far as what we would really be thinking if player X is on the board. We're doing it.
Okay, because there's always this insider's game. We're going to be talking to Schefter. I'm assuming everybody's seen Schefter's moseying around.
Oh, yeah.
He literally just put Tepper on our show yesterday. Tepper hates us.
Yeah, big
If
time.
we know anything about Tepper, we know that he has heard what we have said, and he is actively trying to get us off the air.
Yeah, not a fan. He's looking up our house. He's looking up our house.
Like yesterday, he did like, oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, but Schefter's here. These inside information, these sources are a big part of the NFL media business. And I feel like you're the first person who'll tell us the truth about this. There's potentially people who could be in the know in your world that actually don't know, right?
Oh, yeah.
So like somebody could be, this is not your building, let's say somebody else's building.
Yep.
There's potentially a pretty high-end scout that would have a title that would potentially know what the hell is going to be happening at the draft, and they say to a source what's happening, but they could also not even know that they're not in the know at all, right? Because everything has to be kept close to the vest. Yeah. So that's why it's really hard right now to pick through, because people who could potentially know might not know shit at this exact point, right?
Yep. And people feed agents things too. Agents will call, where do you have my guy? Do you see him here? They'll ask all sorts of questions. They're trying to figure out for themselves, but also educate the player where they're going to go. And sometimes I found out from agents, like they told you he was going that high. I'm like, no, he's not going that high. And they didn't want to hurt their feelings. And they feel like, so they're on the clock, man, I thought Team X was going to take my guy. He told me he was going to. Well, he told 5 other people he was going to take him there too. So that happens a lot.
Cowboys told me they were going to draft me. They did not. Darren Diggs got a question for you.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you know this or not, but you guys are taking wide receiver in the first round, is what I'm being told, and everyone.
Hey, congratulations for doing that.
Good class for it.
Way to go.
Just the first round?
Whoa.
Got 11 picks.
We got
Screwed on your compensatory
got
pick.
news for you. Luckily for you, this is a deep wide receiver draft. Okay, so I want to ask you kind of about the way you go about drafting. When it's a deep, say, wide receiver or tackle draft that everyone's saying it is or whatever, are you more likely to go a different position if you don't love someone where you're picking at, since there is so much depth, and maybe you could take a flyer on someone in the later rounds? Is that, or do you just always have a guy, or just go by your board? How's it work generally for you in that situation?
Yeah, great question. First off, we're taking a receiver every round.
Hey, good question, Tony.
But in all seriousness, using receiver, it is a deep class this year. So if you were on the clock, let's just say first round, and
What number pick are you?
28. So if you
Jeez,
you got
that
your board
sucks.
stacked, and you got 2 guys here, this is a receiver column, and this is a column of a player that, or a position that you don't have a lot of depth, you're probably going to go ahead and say, I'll take that. I've got the same value. I'm not giving up value. This is how we stack the board. But now if it's here, then you go ahead and take the better player. And that's kind of how we
Is this a deep wide receiver tackle class?
it is, both of them, yeah.
You love those positions. Everybody does, kind
Yeah,
of.
no, they're deep. It's this is as many tackles as I can remember.
How about defenses?
Defense, there are some more D tackles this year than there have. There's not the guys you don't see the Chris Jones level and Dexter Lawrence, some of those guys that went really high. You don't see as many of those, but I would say through the day 2 picks, day 3 picks, I think there's pretty good depth.
At 28, I assume you're trying to figure out what's happening in front of you, or are you going to let it happen?
Yeah, you do your best. You go through all the mocks. You're asking around the insiders. You're trying to check and see who's hearing who's going after.
Is Mel Kiper the best one? Is that who you're asking the most?
No, more not the draft gurus.
Who do you like?
Wait. What the
Who do you listen to?
Oh, a lot of them.
Moving sticks?
I see the ones.
Daniel Jeremiah.
So if you ask 3 or 4 of them, which are the ones that are saying some of the same things? They jump.
So you're playing the game as well.
Yeah.
How much time are you balancing in playing the game, scouting, putting together a board? Like, how do you balance the time? What's the most important for you right now?
Well, it's really just stacking your board. You don't worry too much about that. That's really the day, 2-3 days leading up to the draft.
Okay, so we haven't even dove into that
Yeah,
yet. Because nobody knows right now.
Nobody knows.
Except for the Bears.
Yeah, because you don't know what people are going to trade up. People are still going through some of their these teams that want quarterbacks. Some of them are still going to have privates with them, bring them in for 30 visits, try to figure out where their smarts are, how they process, all the things that you would want to know, be around them more. So, you're talking about Minnesota. People think they're trading up. Maybe they are not. They're probably still trying to figure out which guys they like and do they think they can get to where they,
He told us, just for your sake, because you're behind them, obviously, he said there's enough room in the locker room for 2 JJs.
He did.
So he kind of said maybe JJ McCarthy.
Yeah.
Yep.
But then he also said accuracy is what I'm looking for. And we're like, oh, Penix, and he kind of deer in the headlights.
He didn't say no.
Yeah, so we've been trying to get these people to give their answers before draft night, but
What
I don't know.
let me know.
Yeah, hey, run it back. It's live on YouTube.
Bears.
And
Bears.
ESPN.
You got the Bears.
Bears, we think they're taking Caleb.
We do.
Sounds like
one.
it.
You feel good about
So there's
that?
one.
Yeah,
27 more.
yeah, we'll figure them out as we go. Go ahead, Tom.
Will the NFL tell the Bears not that you've ever been in that pick, the number 1 overall, but have you heard around the rumor mill that the Bears or the NFL will tell the Bears not to say that they're taking Caleb?
Oh yeah. They want the suspense, but I think this one's. It's like when the Colts took Andrew Luck. I mean,
he even took a trip to Washington, though.
Everybody knew that.
Literally, everybody knew that. I said this earlier, 2 polls. He was in our building for a visit or whatever, walking around. I was getting treatment for some knee surgery at the time. He comes in, there's numerous of us like, hey, Andrew, good to see you. Like, can't wait to be on your team. He's like, talking, where are you going to? He had to go to Washington for a visit. And I'm like, Andrew, you don't have to. You do not have to. He's like a good human, though. He's like, got to go meet him and do the whole song and dance. It feels like that with Caleb right now.
Were you with Carolina with Cam Newton? Was
Yes.
it like that then?
Yeah.
Was it the same?
Well, there wasn't a lot of options. When we took Cam, the other guy that we were looking at was Blaine Gabbert that year that people were trying to figure out. And, Cam had that controversy at Florida, so we were doing a lot of digging on that. But I would say it was well known, at least 2 to 3 weeks out that we were taking Cam with within the circle.
Blaine Gabbert's got 3 Super Bowls.
And he's still in the league, so
he's 3-time Super Bowl champion.
So we took the wrong guy.
Yeah. Ty's got a question for you.
Obviously, we all know the NFL is a business, and you're not going to be able to keep a lot of the same guys this offseason, though. Obviously, you get rid of a decent amount of kind of like pillar players from your time in Buffalo, but it seems like fans didn't kill you for it. They kind of understood, hey, this is just kind of the way this goes. But how difficult is that process, even when leading up to it, there's a strong reality that you're going to have to get rid of a lot of these guys who have brought a lot of success to Buffalo?
Yeah, you cut all our friends.
Yeah,
this is our first time talking to you.
This guy FaceTimed me and said, "Well, who's going to be on my show now? Because you just cut all my friends."
Literally, all of our friends gone. Vaughn, though, Vaughn took a pay cut, literally, to stay on the team, which is a good move. But that's a tough day, I assume.
Brutal. I mean, you talk about a guy like Jordan Poyer. He and Micah have been here. Micah's still a free agent, but
whoa.
No, I'm saying Micah's still.
Yeah, but you said been here though.
Yeah,
so we know.
You don't know anything. So anyway, guys like that, Mitch Morse, who's one of your guys too. What he's meant to. He's been here for all these guys have been here for the last 4 years that we've won divisions, some beyond that, and that's hard because you don't want to do it. And it's not that they can't play; it's the business part of it, and you can't fit all these salaries in. And we're having to make a little bit of a youth movement, on the back end of our defense this year as part of that. And we did need to get younger in some areas, and the business part of it makes you do it.
How do you feel about the new rules? Obviously, nobody's talking about any of them but the new kickoff and the hip drop tackle. Yeah. How do you feel about the new
So the kickoff, I think it's not perfect, okay?
Hold on. So Roger Goodell literally right now saying, I think we're still going to have to tinker with it, but I think it'll be a big improvement and bring the play back to being a relevant play. I think we can do it so the injury rate will drop while keeping the play. He literally said that like a matter of moments ago. Is that the messaging, kind of what it is?
That was verbatim what I was going to say.
Oh, so they told you to say that?
Okay. I read the quotes right here. No, in all seriousness, I do think the Super Bowl, there were 13 kickoffs, 0 return. So if you're a fan, you're like, why are we doing this? Let's just spot the ball at the 25 and go. So I do think, in 2010, they gave a stat that it was 80-20 returned, and now it's gone 20-80. And I don't think you want that. I think you want it well above 50 returns. So I do like that rule. I do think it's going to need to be tweaked because you got all those guys on the front line. Maybe you're able to, it's like a 7-2-2.
On the return side?
On the return side setup, we had the special teams coaches in there. Maybe in the future you get 3 guys back or 4. I think there's going to be some tinkering and potentially even tinkering after a couple of games, seeing what happens in the preseason.
Yeah, because everybody just blasted in the end zone. It's just a 30-yard drive start now. It's the same thing as last year. It just looks weird.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's step to 25, so you're getting 5 more yards.
It's supposed to be 35, then they ruined it.
Yeah, they were
they reworked it. Yeah, they revised it.
Well, they were trying to get 8-0 on the competition committee. I think it was like 6-2, and that flipped. And most of those rules pass when they get 8-0 on the competition committee, and that's what they were trying to get.
So when you go into these meetings, because the 80-20 thing, I believe Poles said earlier, and Kevin O'Connell. So these league meetings, what is the schedule for you? You go in there, you're meeting with NFL ownership, what is the, hey, this is what we're focusing on this year? What is the kind of standard day-to-day here?
So you, like on Sunday afternoon, it's a head coach GM meeting where we're in there and we're going through some of the things that happened this year start out or things that are coming up. We talk about the cap a little bit. Rules.
Hey, we like the cap, right? Yeah. Cap had a big jump.
Love the cap.
Huge jump.
Massive jump.
Yeah. Huge jump.
Bigger than anyone could have expected.
Don't ever expect that again. They're like your parents telling you, you're not getting this much allotment again, so don't use
That's big for you, obviously.
It is. It is from a planning standpoint. You'd like to know. I feel like they always undersell it and over-deliver it, which makes everybody happy.
Yeah, our pilots tell us we're going to have a terrible flight every time, and they're like, you see what I did? Yeah. You didn't vomit. It's pretty good. That's been our new life. That's what we've been living, Brandon Beane. Life is good.
But we do go through with the coaches, and then yesterday's when we start the voting, where it's executive session. You have 3 seats at a table: owner, GM, head coach, and that's where you start. And so, like yesterday, the kickoff rule didn't pass. They did a straw poll, realized it would fail, so they didn't actually officially vote on it until today to get it through.
Okay, so you guys are raising your hand, yay, nay?
Yep.
Whole thing?
Yep.
Old school. Roger Goodell's in the middle of the room?
They're up front. There's a kind of, it's like the pull-up bureau up there. They're
A dais almost.
Okay.
yeah.
Is he sitting on a throne, Roger?
No, he's not.
Bring his chair down?
No, they have the competition committee.
M&Ms?
They have him and the competition committee up there, and some of the league execs.
They're sitting on standard chairs. Everybody else is sitting on.
I didn't walk back there, so I couldn't. I can't
Roger
confirm
Goodell's
or
got
deny.
that leather.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's got peanut M&Ms down.
Always.
So the straw poll yesterday wouldn't have passed. So overnight, Raj comes and knocks on your doors
Yeah.
and gives you one of those.
Remember that other rule you wanted to get passed?
There you
It
go.
won't pass unless we get working on this.
Little politics, politics as usual. How do you feel about the team? You got Josh Allen, so you're always going to feel good, right?
Yeah, I mean, listen, we're still obviously working through it, tweaking it. We have, we've spent most of our money that we created with the moves we talked about earlier.
Oh, yeah, cutting all our friends.
Yeah.
Thanks for rehashing that.
It's not fun, but you did it. You did it. Yeah,
Appreciate that.
yeah, every time you point one finger, what is there? There's 3 pointing back.
You guys sound like my kids. Y'all
Okay,
at me
all
too.
right.
They do it as well. But we're still tweaking it. But now the focus is pretty much squarely on the draft. And I love the draft process. You're not dealing with what this costs, what that costs. He's going to that team. You get to line your board up and use we got 11 picks. If we want to trade some of them, get down to 9, we can. If we want to trade back and get it to 13, 14, we can do that. I love that.
Do you know exactly how much these 11 picks, if you were to stay where you're at, cost?
Roughly, but everyone's got different charts. You got the Jimmy Johnson chart. You got your own, like, we use analytics of what trades actually happen, and we.
That's the points thing.
That's the point system. Yeah, and then you have your rookie pool as far as what
salary cap
stuff. Yeah.
Okay, let's go to the points thing.
Yeah.
So Jimmy Johnson created this. Is that kind of what?
Yeah, he did. So he has the standard chart. I still think people base it off of how he did it. Now, contracts have changed. The values of picks may have changed some. So there's, we use some analytic forms. I know some teams do that as well, of how much you value, the first pick in the draft versus the 28th pick in the draft to round 4, the 28th pick in that round.
Got it. Yeah. Connor's got a question for you.
So with the draft, obviously pro days right now are huge, and the quarterbacks are the the mainstay, the main event of those pro days. But you guys don't need them. So when you go to these pro days and you're looking at linemen, you mentioned the secondary. You guys are need to get younger at. What are you looking for in those positions at pro days? And then how often do you love a guy so much that you won't even go to the pro day because you don't want to reveal like, hey, I love insert name Terrian Arnold, if you will. Like how often does that happen?
Yeah, it's a great point. I more do it on the position. Like if it's, I try to make sure I'm not just going to these schools that have high rated positions. Like if we were looking for a corner, if a team sees me, like Alabama, I was at Alabama's pro day, but if they see me at all
Iowa.
these top corner.
Michigan,
West Virginia.
What's so funny?
You know what I'm saying? But that would probably leave a clue of what you're doing more than anything. I don't really worry if it's one player here or there. I don't think they would pick that up. But if you found a GM and he's going to all the offensive tackle, the top guys' workouts or corner, you probably know where they're leaning.
Are you tracking that of the other GMs? Like, hey, it looks like Jerry. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, how about when somebody's obviously omitted from one? Like, they're doing that on purpose.
Yeah, you don't know. Everybody's got reasons. And sometimes, like this year, last week, the day Alabama went, Texas went, Ohio State went.
Michigan?
Michigan was 2 days later. But there was another one. USC.
There it is.
So there was 4 that day. And I'm like, can we plan a little bit better? Because I'd like to be at a couple of these.
Schools?
Yeah, the schools. Because
Which one did you go to?
Alabama.
So then if you ask
You got to
for
figure out who we want to draft
Why?
now.
Yeah, why'd you go there?
Yeah, why'd you go there?
Kool-Aid McKinstry, but Detroit.
Oh, yeah. Ike Taylor was working them out, too, the Pittsburgh Steelers. That was a good workout. That was a good workout.
It was a good workout.
Oh, so what wide receivers down there?
Jermaine Burton.
Yeah, Burton's there.
That doesn't make any sense. Did you go to the Texas Pro Day?
No, it was the same day.
Oh, so you were obviously showing.
There we go, shell game.
Yeah. Now he has to.
Now you figured
he has
it
to
out.
schedule.
Yeah.
By the way,
You
West
have to
Virginia
schedule the second one.
does have a center. Don't take him.
What are you talking about?
You don't like Frazier?
do like Frazier.
Oh, he wants to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. You don't, yeah.
I got it. I got you.
Oh, I like that you knew exactly who he's talking.
Come on, man.
Bills suck, dude.
Born and raised in Pittsburgh.
To be fair.
Okay. Are you guys done now? Are you done here at the league owner meeting?
Yeah, we're good. I'm gonna get a little pool time this afternoon, and then get on the bird tomorrow.
We saw people. Everybody that's walking through here with the NFL. Because I thought I saw just some random old whites walking through. Those are all family members of NFL people.
It could be. I think a lot of the NFL is checking out, so there's probably others checking out.
We'd say job well done at the annual meetings. You guys would say that.
I'd say that.
You changed the game completely.
Yeah.
Hip drop tackle out.
Well, I don't know what was said on the other ones, but the way we're told is they just need something to find guys. If you go tackle someone and it snaps his leg or something like that,
Got it.
versus because I think it's going to be very, very hard to truly call that live in game. The difference, because some of the ones they showed, I got to be honest, I couldn't tell if it was a hip drop or not. And so to ask a guy to do that, I don't think it's going to be really called at this point. I think it's going to be more so on Monday or Tuesday.
Okay.
Player X gets this fine.
And Jim Hart, I don't want to just out him because I don't think he knew that this was going to happen, but he was like, got to get it out of the game, the hip drop tackle. And he started demonstrating it on me, like out there in the hallway. He started he's a big dude.
Yeah, big dude.
He's a big dude, physical.
You're still standing, so he must not have got you.
Well, I got my cowboy boots on too, so we're eye. But he did it, and then the way, it's almost like you guys feel, as if they got rid of the horse collar, right? Because that was the brutal snap your leg. Now, there's people, not everybody in the league, who have used this technique almost as like a replacement for the horse tackle. So what they're trying to do is get rid of the purpose intent of like bending guys backwards, seemingly, is like kind of how it was broken down.
And there's belief, again, I don't know this, but it was said in one of the meetings that they believe there are a couple of teams that maybe they're not coaching it, but they're not.
Yeah, that was said by Pelissero yesterday. We're like, what? Who's doing that?
But I have no idea. They didn't say who it is. It was mentioned by one of the league members that they thought.
That was alarming though. Whenever that was said, right? By all parties, like what?
Never heard that. I know players aren't intentionally trying to hurt players, so I don't know where
so
that
that's a
comes
whole
from.
other conversation. There could be, maybe there's some guys.
Well, I mean, if a guy got you, maybe you're going after him. But I don't think, when you play, you were waking up every day going, I'm going to try to hurt someone.
Well, he was trying to knock people out.
Yeah, true.
No, you're not saying, I'm going to
stun him.
Let me hip drop tackle this guy and hurt him. No one's, if you're going to hurt him, you're going after the head.
Well, I can't do that anymore, though.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
But I think what Jim mentioned to me that I hadn't thought of is like guys are athletic enough with his impression, like they're using this instead of we're just trying to get like people almost
the swivel thing
spooked out of not doing it anymore. Like, hey, when you tackle somebody, tackle them, but don't be doing the full trying to blow out knees almost.
Yeah, basically jumping on them and just dropping all your weight to where they're
unweighting yourself.
Yeah, can't do that.
Yeah,
that was when that was presented to you when they unweight themselves. Yeah. Where you're like, what what rocket scientist came up with this entire thing? We're still gonna have football though.
Yes, it'll be fine. I honestly, I think it's going to work just fine. I think it's more of a, hey, be mindful of this. Make sure your players know they can't unweight themselves this way, because they did show even some rugby plays. There were some of them you're like, man, that is rough. You don't want a guy to fracture an ankle or anything like that.
Nasty.
Yeah. But again, I wouldn't want to. I'm not a fan of seeing a bunch of flags on this either. Like it's hard enough to play defense with all the helmet rules and as such. So we do have to make sure our league allows defenders to play defense.
Last question for me.
Okay.
16 feet we heard. Mm-hmm. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Is that how much snow we got in Buffalo since I was gone?
Well, we need to get more shovels. That's a whole other conversation. We're not getting into that.
Oh, buffaloes?
Well, bison.
Bison.
Bisons.
They're not buffaloes.
16 feet. 16 feet, we heard, is the size of the bison out front of the new stadium. Are we happy? We're happy about that?
Do we need how big do we want?
Well, we're just worried that people are going to be jumping up on top of this thing. We're just worried that definitely they're going to be doing ricochet shooting stars off the front of those bison through tables. We're just trying to protect the fans is what we're trying to do. But are you excited about all the changes that are taking place up there?
Oh, it's when that stadium's, it's going to be, you guys have to come up there and like do a show or something it's going to be epic. It's already epic on game days out in the lots at our current stadium, but this new stadium's going to be.
You ever go out there?
I did one time our first year.
Hoodie on?
No. Sean and I went out there. They put us on a golf cart and we met some people. It was cool because This is like 4 hours before kickoff, and you're talking to people they had RVs there all weekend, like a NASCAR deal, and they're like they saved their money up to do this 10 times a year, not to go on a Disney World vacation or whatever like this. Just much respect that's how they're spending their time. And people would park their RVs and next to each other. We've been parking our RV next to him and her since 1995, whatever it is. And it's really impressive, the commitment and the passion. And obviously they've gone through 17 years of not going to the playoffs, and these people are still there ready to go back in their team.
Go win one for them.
Please, your words to God's ears, please.
Well, let's make sure we do it all right, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, general manager of the Buffalo Bills, friend of the program, who cut all of our other friends of the program, Brandon Beane.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks, guys. Good to see you guys.
He does got massive calves.
You think he cut them because they were sitting with plant medicine?
Yeah.
Was that why?
The ayahuasca?
Yeah.
Is that why you cut Jordan Ford?
You can go now. You're not his GM anymore. You can go with him.
You can talk about it. You can get in the
Baum
TV.
was there too.
Hey, thank you, man.
Appreciate you.
Jeez, calves are gigantic.
God, your calves. Do
That's
you
why-
walk when you golf?
You
You
wear
walk the
shorts all the
course?
time.
You walk when you golf?
I mean, not every place, but I do when I can.
You
How
ever-
about when you sandbagged us? What was that? What?
Oh yeah.
How about-
by a stroke?
I did not sandbag.
Okay, all right. You said it.
Appreciate you.
Hey, you're the man. Thank you for making time.
All right, see ya.
Golfer.
Oh yeah, big time.
Swings it. I mean, that was the hardest course, and he shot like a
Which was
78.
76.
Yeah, 76.
Thought he played bad too.
Yeah, I left a couple out there.
His calves are literally the
Yeah.
size of
Oh yeah, he's good off the tee.
You can eat those things for Easter this week.
annual league meetings, also referred to as owners' meetings.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a member of ownership here.
Here we go.
All of a sudden, the intensity of the room has been heightened because there is royalty here. Ladies and gentlemen, owner of the Indianapolis Colts, Jim Irsay's youngest daughter. Ladies and gentlemen, Kayla Jackson. Good to see you as well.
Hi, guys.
Kaylin, hell yeah. Thank you for allowing us at your meetings. The carpeting, yeah.
No,
It's
AJ, you
I
want to
don't
help
want to
here,
break
please?
anything. I'm so short.
No, it's okay. We got a weird setup too.
Okay, there.
Hey, congrats on another successful annual league meeting from what we've been told. Everything went good this week?
Everything went great.
Okay, how many years is this now for you going to these?
So it was right after college. I graduated in 2010. So that's when I started to go. I was coming to these meetings, though, since I was a baby.
Okay, so let's talk about that. That's obviously a lot of pressure, too, for you. Like, obviously, there's everybody on earth that's like, I wish my parents owned an NFL team. But for you, it's like, you're going to be handed the keys at some point of an NFL franchise that's going to be worth billions and billions of dollars in a sport that is famous. And it's like, you're trying, and I think Carly is as well, trying to learn everything you can about the business currently. Is that an accurate assessment of everything?
Yes. I mean, I think a common question is always, did your dad say, like, this is what you have to do? And that was never the case. He wanted us to do whatever made us happy. And I mean, I think he hoped it. He hoped that this would continue being 100% family run, which is rare these days. And I think I didn't really know for sure. I mean, I knew that was what I was interested in, but I think I watched him and listened to him, and he said you should go and make sure it is what you want to do. And so I did go to Indiana University. Go Hoosiers.
Go Hoosiers. Women's team.
I know, Sweet 16. I'm so excited.
West Virginia got cheated last night. But
No, they didn't.
you saw it. You saw
No
it.
comment. But so I went there for sport marketing and management, and I almost went to grad school, and it was really truly because I wanted to make sure that I think people knew that I took this seriously. Once I discovered it is what I wanted to do for sure, and that's where my passion lied. I think being a woman in a male-dominated field is one thing, but also we didn't scratch our way to get here. I mean, that's something that we have known since we were young, and we take that very seriously. We were handed this opportunity, and I think with that comes a lot of responsibility, and I think we've always taken that very, very seriously, and that's why I wanted to go to more school to kind of prove myself in a way. But I also think then I really thought hard about it and talked to my dad, of course, about it, and realizing that getting actual experience in the field was what I needed to do most.
How's Dad?
Good. He's doing better. He's not here obviously because he's still recovering. But everyone's been just so kind and gracious and checking on him, asking about him. And
I heard it was not good, right? Is that accurate? Your dad's a tough dude, though.
he is a tough dude. And I think, of course, I'm not going to specifics about his medical condition. He can answer those questions for himself. But, it's going to be a long road for him, but he's getting better every day. So.
That a baby Jim. That a baby Jim. Kayla's doing great down here. We heard she voted for all the right stuff. Got into it. And you talked about not having to scratch and being, feeling guilt about that. I was at an event the other night. You and your sisters came up and were like, yeah, we'll give $500,000 to the Children's Hospital with Peyton Manning. And then the Ursay YMCA downtown, we'll give $10 million for this. Yeah, kicking the stigma to try to help people with mental, we'll give millions of dollars of that. So I think you're doing all the right things that people, because you're always going to have people that hate you. Like, that's just the way things are going to go. And I think I've even talked to you about this because of the world that we got dropped into. You've been in it your whole life. But the way you guys have handled it and the things that you do for the community is you couldn't do anything more. You need to know that. As a Colts fan, we're very appreciative of you.
Oh, that's really nice.
Hey, no problem. AJ's got a question for you, Kayla.
You said you've been coming to these meetings since you were a little kid. How was not only these meetings changed, but also like the NFL from your eyes from then until now?
So much. I mean, you're talking, so actually this Thursday marks our 40th year anniversary of leaving in the middle of the night on the Mayflower.
Whoa! Heard about it.
You might have heard about it. But when you look back even to the beginning of when our family became owners in 72, even that, I'll paint the story for you. So my grandpa, it was an understanding between him and Carol Rosenblum who owned the Colts at the time, Baltimore Colts. And it was understanding that my grandpa would buy the Los Angeles Rams and they would just trade. And so that all happened within one day. And it was a one-page document that we still have.
We like
that looks like a memo that's like on a typewriter that they both signed as saying, we have agreed to trade. And that was it. Can you imagine that happening today? It's so far out of anyone's even imagination today, and for good reason. But I think it just shows you how far, and that wasn't even that long ago. So I think when you realize how much has changed and how much the league has grown since then, it's super exciting. I think I look even in the key takeaways from these meetings here. The amount of international conversation that's going on. Obviously, we're super excited because our global marketing in Germany and Austria got announced this week. I know Bjorn's excited. And so I think just the way the landscape has changed is, you could talk about it for weeks on end. But I think one of the things that still rings true, and I always say what makes the league so great, is they take things very seriously and they don't jump to quick responses. They do
very slow.
But there's a reason. There's a reason behind that, and I think it's really, really smart. They take, of course, health and safety probably moves quicker because it is a more serious element that needs to be addressed right away. But I think when it comes to where to invest, who to be partners with, they do move slowly. But I think it's for good reason. I think it's really paid off over the years.
Did Adam Silver send a video about you guys just stealing Christmas?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we didn't see it.
No.
I went straight from meetings to here.
Oh, you guys got double header on Christmas, Wednesday.
Nailed it.
Hey, Adam Silver, sorry NBA, it's ours now.
I know.
The NFL took it. You shouldn't have let Christmas fall on a Sunday.
No.
Adam Silver, you should have stopped that.
Bad move.
I didn't see it got announced yet, so yeah, it's exciting.
It is very exciting.
Somebody leaked it.
Yeah, I guess the week before is going to be on Saturday, so it's the same amount of time for a Thursday night game, and then the team will obviously have it afterwards, which goes back to the safety thing, which is a never-ending, dog chasing its tail pretty much, about the grass turf. And then
I was hoping you bring that up. Let's talk about it.
So Dr. Sills. Great guy.
First
friend of the program. Dr. Sills.
Only one ever in the NFL to be the CMO.
Chief Medical Officer, not Chief Marketing Officer.
Yeah.
He came on our show whenever everybody was pissed about the grass. And then he said, we're actually finding that there is a potential turf that is actually safer than any natural grass. And we're trying to collect data in that whole thing.
Well, I think the biggest
Everybody's saying you guys just don't want to do it because it costs money. But
No. Well, and I would say that what I think, and they talked about services and health and safety at these meetings. And I think what's super interesting is it's not just about, is it turf or grass that's
Which turf?
better.
Which grass?
And it's not just that, it's even the consistency across the entire field. So like on one end of the field, it might be the consistency element is really key. And I think the other thing that I think is important to note is that the league is investing, but it's also in conjunction at the same time with the Players Association. We're working on it together. They are part of selecting those experts that are doing this analysis. And some of the work and analysis they're doing is innovative, and it isn't being done in any other league that is using.
Do you guys see
turf.
Bakhtiari's tweets, though? He's not happy.
Yeah, he's not.
Bakhtiari's tweets are not happy. Ty's got a question for you, Kaylin.
Yeah, Kaylin, this isn't exactly a football question, but seeing as you're eventually going to be the owner of the team, I think this is just a fun little decision-making exercise. And there's only one right answer here. I've maybe been prepped a little bit that I'm hoping you have the right answer. Are you a bobcat or a deer girl?
Have you heard about this? We asked Carson Wentz.
Can you give me my purse?
Yeah, absolutely.
Anything for you, Kaylen?
Yep.
Anything got props?
You got it.
Because this
deer in there?
This goes a long way. Boom.
Okay. That's good news.
Nothing sounds like a deer, guys.
Bingo.
I wish I should have sent a picture, but we have a John Deere Gator that we take our girls around on. We live on 30 acres, and so we actually utilize it. We love it.
Kaylin, and I'll say this as somebody that is similar age to you and have watched you through this entire thing. You have tried to remain a human as much as possible, and I want to let you know. Very impressive. If I was in your situation, I would be a vastly different thing. You have handled it all with incredible grace, and I think what you have committed to doing is making the community better. And obviously, it's a good display of what the future is going to look like for us in Indy. We're very thankful for you, Kaylin.
Well, that's really nice of you to say. And I'll keep trying to prove it, truly, because I think honestly, that's
it's
what
a cash cow. You guys, it's up and to the right. Is there a lot of those meetings where it's just hey, here's where it's going. Is there a lot of those? Because literally, you guys are the only.
It's unbelievable.
We're doing very well.
Yeah.
But I think that's one of the most important things, though, that within the league and within just the horseshoe in general. When you're doing well, is not a time to just sit back and say, "Well, this is great." It's really
you put the John Deere cap on.
Exactly. John Deere cap on, and you start to think of ways you can be better. And I think that's why I'm proud of so many people in that room. I mean, when I walk in that room, a lot of times it is can be overwhelming with the amount of intelligent and different personalities in there. And I think it's just a testament to how many people want to be a part of this and how lucky we are. I mean, we always say there's only 32 of each, position. And every day, genuinely, I do not take it for granted ever. I mean, every day could be the last. And I always tell you, try to live as authentically as possible and do that in all decision making as well.
Carly on the field during games.
I was hoping you guys would bring this up.
We need more of that.
Yeah,
please.
We need her fits on game day. The best.
Well, and I think
she's a fashion god on the sideline.
Yeah, she's fun.
And she has the wristband, headset, notes,
Notepad.
flame outfit. I mean, shoot, the whole thing. It's very apparent she's out there. But I think that goes back to the point of what I asked you about earlier. She's just trying to learn as much as possible, right?
Well, and I think so. We used to laugh when we were starting, because we did, we answered phones at the complex, and we did all the things, internships and anything that needed to be done, shopping boxes, whatever, before we did anything that we're doing now. And I think for us, it's so much has changed in terms of women in this league. But when we were younger,
hell yeah.
And it's a testament because it's been made a priority, and we take that very seriously too in the work that we're doing in terms of creating opportunity. But there were no female doctors, there were no female trainers, it wasn't as normal for us to be in the locker room, and now our girls are in the locker room. My nieces are in the locker room, and it's kind of become more of a normal thing. But we used to wish we could have been my dad and been like my dad and picked up jock straps and stuff, because as weird as that sounds to people, because we wanted to be in it, and we couldn't. And so for her, I give her a lot of credit. She spends a lot of time, and as you'll notice, her mic is up. It's not down.
It comes down.
not calling
She might have some
plays.
ideas.
As much as I know you'd love for me to tell that story, but she's not. I mean, she's really listening. She's listening to the different communications between position coaches, and she picks a position room each year to sit in and learn more about. And then she's writing down what plays are successful, like how many times it's run, blah, blah, blah. So.
What if she's just like the analytics?
Yeah.
Bernie Adams.
I don't know if you've seen, like, first half, for instance. This one, we went backwards. Guess what's back? Backwards. We run it again. Backwards.
Oh, look at that.
I'm just taking notes here. I don't know football. That's hilarious to think about.
But it enables her to ask a lot of questions. And I think that's one of the things we've always asked. It's like, what's the most important thing? There she is.
Boom.
She did not like that play call. Whatever that was. Get it out. We're not doing this bullshit again. She's the best, as are you. We're very lucky to have you in the city. Very thankful for what the future holds. And shout out to you for stopping by. Safe travels back to Indy.
I do have one really fun news story that I have to tell you really quick before I go.
Love it.
If that's okay.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing but time.
So-
it's your meeting.
We're here.
Well, because I can't believe you've never heard this story. But so when Pat retired, he had a long meeting with my dad. And I think my dad thought maybe he could convince you to stay. And we're still sad you left. We're so proud of you.
Come on.
Yeah. And so after the meeting, we were like, so how'd it go? You know, he's telling me, he's like, oh, well, I think he's made up his mind. He's gonna move on. He's like, and he's going to work for a company that makes bar stools. And we were like, wait, what? And then we started talking. We're like, oh, no. And it's funny because now, of course, he knows what bar stools is, but at the time he didn't. But the most endearing thing about it, Pat, and like I think you know this very well, and that's why you love him, is that he was so excited for you. Even if he didn't get it, he was really, truly, and he is. I mean, goes to being asked to introduce Hall of Fame inductees. That stuff genuinely means more than anything in the world to him.
He'll text me like articles of like old entertainers that'll pop up and he'll be like, hey, future of entertainment can take a trip back in time sometimes. I'm like, who's texting? Jim Irsay. Okay, I appreciate you, Jim. Thank you, Jim. He's always been incredibly kind, as is your whole family. Very lucky for you. Ladies and gentlemen, Kayla Jackson.
Thanks for having me. I need to fall on your
we
show.
need you not. Yeah.
Thanks, guys. I didn't even get to say hi to everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you. See you, boss.
Bye.
Great work.
Keep up the good work.
Hey, you too.
Great hat.
Yeah, great hat.
Really good. Solid hat. Pete Ward, great work, baby. I did see your text. Thank you. Thank you. You're the man for that.
See you, Conti.
Sweets free this year.
Wow.
What a
Thank you,
development.
Pete.
Wow. Peter.
Thank you, Pete.
Peter.
Pete. That was very nice of them. No, I'm not getting into it. That was very, very nice of them.
That's it.
As we wrap up this time on ESPN, it'd only be right if we bring in the man who seemingly, for the NFL special teams coaches, spearheaded a movement to save the kickoff, which inevitably ended with a 29-3 vote for an NFL hybrid kickoff, which is potentially going to save the play. Special teams coordinator for the New Orleans Saints, Jersey guy. Ladies and gentlemen, Coach Darren Rizzy. Good to see you. Hey, here's the deal. There's an owner sitting there, so let's not, you know what I mean?
Let's stand.
Careful.
Yeah, no. I'm gonna sit.
What's up, fellas?
How you doing?
How you doing? Everybody good?
Yes.
Awesome.
So, Coach, congratulations on the hybrid kickoff getting passed. Now, obviously, a lot of work went into this, and the XFL guy, Sam Schwartzstein's not happy that he's not getting credit for it all. Where
on,
I know a lot of special teams coaches probably say, buddy, you took a kickoff practice drill and put it on the play. But nonetheless, we got to a point where the kickoff is seemingly being saved. The only change from the last time we talked, seemingly, is that a touchback just kicked in the end zone. Instead of being at the 35, which is pretty punitive, is now moved to the 30. I immediately responded with, guys are still just going to choose to kick it in the end zone, give the ball at 30, but maybe not everybody. What are your thoughts on what got passed, and how do you feel about where the rule sits now versus where it might be a year from now?
First thing I got to say is your graphic, this show's graphic about the kickoff is the best graphic I've ever seen.
That baby dirty!
That graph, I mean, I can't tell you how many compliments people have gotten, or I've gotten on your graphic. They're like,
No,
"Wow,
you put it together. You and Dirty.
No, I didn't. That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, listen, first of all, I appreciate you guys having me on. I appreciate your support for special teams.
Come on.
We talked about that last time, but let's address that touchback thing real quick. You know, there was a few head coaches that thought the 35-yard line was too punitive. And if there was a situation in the game, maybe you're up by a couple scores, or there's a game where you're lacking injuries and you don't have your core guys, there was the ability to kick the ball in the end zone for a touchback. That was the thought process.
Got it. Don't kill us because we can't.
Don't kill. And this is a 1 year. So if we go through the first year and maybe the start drive isn't what we thought, the return percentage isn't what we thought, this is a starting point. We can always adjust that. And so that was a little bit of a concession. All good. I think it probably knocks off about 20%, 25% of the returns.
Okay, so we're going to get more returns, though. We're still going to get more returns, you think?
Still much better than what we currently have.
Hey, okay.
Hey,
we did good.
Right? Win. So, I mean, if we had a 21% return rate last year, if this knocks off 20, 25%, I still think we'll be 50, 60%. And, you know, we talked about this. There was 2,000 non-plays last year between the
13
touchbacks.
in the Super Bowl, yeah.
Yeah, between the touchbacks and the fair catches, there was 2,062 non-plays. If we can get 50%, we're going to bring another 1,000 plays back in. So it's still, to me, it's still a big win.
Good for the game. Good for the game.
Oh, yeah.
Good for special teamers. Good for special teams coordinators. Have you guys already started scheming? You already started scheming how you're going to abuse these rules?
Well, there's always those guys that want to say, okay, how can I get my way around these rules? You guys, special teams coaches.
Yeah, literally. That's all special teams coordinators are trying to do.
How can I screw the other guy? All right,
yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, listen, I think that's going to be one of the really cool things about it is to see how everyone plays it. Having two returners back, the ability to have reverses and throwbacks. I heard you say that one time. I saw the clip you guys showed earlier, the reverse for the touchdown. Here it comes. I went, this is going to be my first. The 31 other coordinators, this is my first return right
Nobody
here.
else is allowed to use this. As we wrap up here on ESPN and continue on YouTube and ESPN Plus, we can't thank you enough. We'll see you tomorrow. We're off on ESPN. We're live on YouTube and ESPN Plus. Okay? So watch your mouth.
Yep.
Okay? Don't let any of those Jersey F words fly.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're not allowed
Never a Jersey guy.
Never. No, never.
That
But there is a lot of creativity, I think. There's a lot of options in this thing.
I agree, and that was one of our main focuses. And again, I'm going to give a big shout out to Big Sam because Sam got a lot of things right here with the XFL. I just think there was a lot of things, and he might have been handcuffed. But like the 10 guys flat across on one line in the return team, not a good idea. There's got to be different levels so you can have some creativity for scheme.
We heard potentially tinkering to get 3 people back, maybe.
And there was still some conversation about it in the room this week, yesterday. And so just the thought process was, again, year one, let's have 7-2-2. If there's not a lot of injury data that those 2 guys that are off are getting injured more than the others, then there's the ability to move guys back.
Okay, you might be like this all the time. I'm not around you today, although I have watched your come up in this entire thing. I didn't see you at Rhode Island, but
the playing days.
I didn't see you at Rhode Island, but Rutgers, Dolphins, down with the Saints. Feels like you've been very passionate about this.
Yeah.
And congrats on getting past.
Yeah.
But also,
appreciate that.
And I don't think this can get echoed enough. We were potentially going to lose the kickoff, right, if we didn't find something. And that is why I think all the special teams coordinators kind of came together and why you were so passionate about this.
No question. I mean, you look at the play, and I said this earlier today, this was a dying play. And we feel like we've pumped life into it, revived this play. We're going to bring this thing back. I think there's a lot of things and factors about this play that maybe the fans aren't thinking about. You might see some of your favorite players back there as returners that maybe in the old model people were afraid to put out there. I had the Dolphins reporter ask me today, do you think they'll use Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle and Raheem Mostert?
Fourth quarter, why not?
Yeah. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And
AB old school.
Well, because
AB used to just be a night. I mean,
you're kicking it through. You see those 2
30-yard line. You're taking
see you.
Can they bring it out of the end zone?
Yes. So every ball's got to be downed. So if the ball's in the end zone, you can bring it out. Okay. So you actually might see, even though with the touchbacks at the 30, you might see a few more balls getting brought out of the end zone that maybe at the 35 that you didn't. So if a team is confident in their return and they think their opponent maybe not as great in coverage, you may see a few more balls brought out of the end.
How do you feel about your teamers? You guys got guys down there?
Listen, the Saints have always done a great job. I'm not just saying that. I mean the Saints have always done a great job with roster construction. We've always done a good. I thought there's always been core team. Right?
Yeah, there's been some teams, that just paid at the very top and then said, "Hey, punter and kicker, figure it out." I've seen a couple of those teams operate in the past.
Oh, yeah.
It is much different whenever a GM will invest some money in a backup linebacker, backup tight end, backup running back that can maybe run a little bit. That's a huge deal.
Well, think about this. So, like the last few years, there's been games where if you're going to Denver, for example, and they're going to kick touchbacks and you're going to kick touchbacks, why do you need player 47, 48 to be special teamers? You didn't.
You can get a third quarterback if you need to, or a running back, another weapon.
Well, and the offensive coach said, we need this guy. Well, now all of a sudden, those guys are going to play 12, 13, 14 core players.
We're saving jobs.
Yeah, go.
You're saving jobs.
If you're a core player, and that's why the PA likes it. The PA loves this because it's more plays for them. It's more plays, it's more stats. Returner's more valuable. Kicker, core players.
AJ has a question for you.
How much thought have you put into, like, say, your kickoff cover team?
Mm-hmm.
Do you just put burners on there? They're going to run by those guys because you are so close? Do you put, how do you mix and match the body type?
And kickers can't go past the 50?
The kicker can't go past the 50 until the ball is touched.
Got it.
So
I saw Reed already say, "Put me in."
You need the kicker to be a tackler.
Yeah,
though, right?
Listen, if you watch all the XFL plays and the kicker's hitting the ball, and if he hits a high time ball, like your old days, he's freaking flying down. He's a free hitter.
Yes.
We didn't want that. Well,
why not?
Why not?
Ridiculous.
Hold on a second. Because you guys got a small kicker.
You got
groupie. Not that he's not a dog.
Blake,
Groupie.
this has nothing to do with you, Blake. It's got nothing to do with you.
Oh, okay. The entire NFL has got to get changed because Blake is not a tackler. Even though he would.
No. There was actually a player. It was a player health thing. It was a player safety thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So, and how about this? A couple of the owners actually asked in the meetings, hey, the kicker's not a guy that's used to making tackles. How often is this guy? He's going to be much more involved. That question came up.
And what did you say?
Yeah.
Yes, he is going to be more involved.
So were you worried the kicker was going to hurt people or people were going to hurt the kicker?
Bingo. It's like if you see me fighting a bear.
Both. Well, and go back. And I want to go back to.
What's so funny? Are we having a good time here?
I'm having a great time. What am I, a clown? Do I amuse you?
Do I make you laugh?
Funny how? So, I mean, come on, Jersey. I got to get the good fellas.
Yeah, of course. Kicker's tackling is good, though, for this particular thing because they're the second line.
Second level defense.
Literally, because normally you got guys like, all right, we'll go, ones will stick back, so at least you have like different layers. Feels like, and I assume you'll still have guys drift in and be safeties or whatever.
Yeah.
But it feels like it's easier to get through the main line.
Running an alley.
Feels like it, right?
Safety. And to go back to AJ's point, I actually think it's going to be a little bit like hockey in terms of matching up to your opponent. So if I'm playing the Dallas Cowboys and playing Bones and he has all big guys and I'm game planning, my kick return guys might be a little bit different body types that week. If I'm playing a different team, I'm playing the Baltimore Ravens and they have all fast guys, because we don't have that running start and I'm not worried about guys getting blown up, I'm going to kind of try to match up body types. So I think you're going to see some pretty cool things with the matchup.
Can you cross? Is there any rules on can you change on the run?
Twist.
Once you run, can you twist and run all the loops?
You can do whatever you want.
Okay.
So once the ball hits and touches, you can run wherever you want. So I think there will be a little bit of twist. And that's how the XFL teams got guys through the line and maybe got some free hitters. There were some, and that's why it was important for us from the setup zone to have a second level to it. So you can have a kind of a lead and trail player, if you will.
Hey, Sam Schwartzy, good job.
Hey,
Sammy.
Hi, baby Sam. He did, once again, now, if he never did it, do we ever know? So shout out to Sam.
I've agreed.
But that has been a kickoff drill for a long time right there, saving legs.
That's the way kickoff was practiced
all the time,
yeah.
Since the beginning of time. So it is like we understand that it was put into the game with this particular time, which is smart. It ends up being the right answer.
I don't know if we can pause that right there.
Pause.
Go back to the top of the play where you had all 10 guys across on the 30-yard line. And that's why we're going to have a couple guys off the line back there what would be the 26-yard line here, but we're going to move it up 5. And that's why that creates the second levels. And there's another returner back, so it allows you for more scheme. It's going to look more like a quote-unquote football play than maybe a schoolyard, go kick it off and everybody go get the guy with the ball.
Roger Goodell hated this, loved this. He had to be sold on it?
Full support.
From the beginning?
From the beginning.
Okay.
They had come to us last year. They came to Bones, myself, and a few other coaches and wanted us to maybe look at some alternatives last year. And quite frankly, we weren't ready. And that's why the fair catch kind of came to be last year. But no one wanted that.
No. Get it out.
You should have seen the Colts.
No fair catch on this.
The Colts did one, and I was there in the suite that is now free. That's awesome news.
Shout
out. Well, it's not free, but
you get it.
You get it. There's a lot of other stuff that happens, but
free.
What's business?
What is free?
What is given up? What is not? That's a whole convo. Not for today. Celebration. Today.
Let's go.
Celebration today. But there was a fair catch, 15 yards in front of me, and I almost I almost said I'm no longer a Colts fan. We are not doing this. We cannot script.
Did you almost run out there?
I was disgusted. I literally was disgusted because it's like we're fair catching at the 7-yard line. You're telling me we can't put together a return that can get us to the 25 from the 7 if it's a bad kick? Like, we're just kind of quitting on a play. So, I mean, I attacked Shane Steichen for 45 minutes at the Combine about that. I'm like, hey, listen, you're awesome on offense. What you did this year was cool. I cannot be seeing fair catches on that. And he goes, why would we risk somebody getting hurt, a penalty? It was an option that kind of gave a safety blanket almost for every team. And you started seeing everybody start fair catching the kickoffs. And I don't think the NFL wanted that to be the case at all.
The cool thing about this rule is it's actually the exact opposite. So think about it. Last year, if you were the return team and you wanted to shut the play down, you fair catch it. Now, if you're the kickoff team and you want to make them return it, you put one in the landing zone. They can't fair catch it. They have to return it. The kickoff team does have the out. The kickoff team has the out of kicking the ball in the end zone. And
if your guy can.
If you can. If you can. But
are these guys kicking balls further than they've ever kicked them before?
100%.
Why? What's happening? I questioned myself last night on the plane. I'm like, I don't know what I was doing wrong. I thought I had a pretty strong leg. I thought I did. I could never touch how far these guys are murdering footballs right now.
Honestly, my opinion is as the game has evolved, I think a lot of these younger guys have started place kicking earlier in their lives where
focusing on it.
Correct. Where we were growing up, it was a soccer kid that became right?
Bingo.
That's what it was. Where now I think you have guys that are transitioning into American football a lot sooner. And so that's why I think they're just getting better. It's just repetition.
Bucker put one like 6 rows deep.
Easily.
Well, the
Basted one too.
As somebody mentioned today, there was 13 touchbacks in the Super Bowl. Not only that, 12 of the 13 landed out of the end zone. They weren't even in play.
Yeah.
And so it's become.
Shout out Moody.
Yeah.
Hey, shout out Moody.
Rookie.
I like that little rookie. Rookie
rough start and then finish on a positive.
Not easy to be a rookie kicker.
No.
Long. Lot of reps. Excited to see Blake next year. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, Coach. I just had a scenario in my head, Bills, Patriots a couple years ago where it was 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Say there's a situation where it's like that, and neither team, neither kicker has any chance to get to the landing zone, which in this scenario, I believe, comes out to the 40. It's treated as if it's kicked out of bounds. Was that talked about if there is a game like that? We're just starting at the 40 every drive?
Can we move the kickoff up?
That game was actually referenced when the coaches had the conversation, should we kick the ball from the 35 or the 30? And Cam, who was at the Patriots, now with the Giants, he said, he got on the Zoom call. I said, Riz, we had that game in Buffalo a couple years ago, and I'm not so sure if we were kicking from the 30. Now, 35, we got a much better chance to get it in there. 30, I'm not. So that was maybe one of the main reasons we started. We did not want one of those games late in the season where every drive
decided by
every drive started on the 40. Now, if there's a wind going one way and then the other way, you can get it.
Competitive advantage.
Different. And you mentioned this to me, which I thought was a great point.
Thank you.
People were talking about, well, you know better than most. The wind in your face is one thing. The wind at your back,
tough.
It's going to be hard to land that. If you're trying to land it in the landing zone.
I only threw gas. I only had the fastball.
Mariano Rivera, one pitch.
Boom. Yeah. When I got to the NFL, I only had the gas.
I still have his hit chart from when we played Rutgers, West Virginia, his kickoff hit chart.
Yeah.
He's actually lying. He had three kicks. He had the fastball line drive to the right. He had the little looper, and then he had the squib kick.
Thank you. I hated all of them, except for the deep ball. But boy.
But I did tell you hit one of the best punts ever. I said that last time. I can't say it again.
Yeah, well, I don't even know if that was my best one, to be honest. No, I'm sorry. I appreciate it.
Well, for the moment, it was huge.
For me, I celebrated probably pretty hard that night. Probably too hard, if I had to guess. And that's why I look the way I look. You look phenomenal. Are we in great shape? We're working out right now?
I'm trying. I'm definitely the most best dressed. Not on purpose. I had to wear the suit.
Yeah, we get it.
Yeah,
of course.
Well, I
look politics.
I look for
we get what you're doing. Yeah.
I look for the celebratory tank top in the gift shop. They didn't have it.
Yeah, well, you'd be jocked up. How old are you?
53.
53.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah. You do look phenomenal.
Fantastic.
I appreciate that.
We had a GM in here, 38 years old.
Right.
We had a head coach who's 39 years old. Mm-hmm. We had another head coach, 40.
Raheem, 47.
Young. A lot of young people.
Youth movement.
Mm-hmm. Feels like it.
Yeah. And again, I think.
53.
53.
Old man.
Yeah. Social Security, brother.
Watch the back. Keep that thing thin and tight up there.
Trying.
Congratulations on a good campaign. Saving a play, potentially.
Yeah.
Making the NFL more electrifying. And we appreciate it because you're saving a lot of special teams jobs, personally. Now, with that being said, Jameis Winston, most electrifying person you've ever been around on a day-to-day basis?
Oh, he's
We're seeing videos of him coming out of Cleveland. He's taking snaps full suit. He's giving full speeches to the Cleveland Browns dog pound.
I mean, listen, Jameis and I spoke, and obviously I had nothing to do with the offense, but I made sure I had a conversation with Jameis every day, just for myself. It was like self-motivation. Every single game that I had with Jameis was at the Saints. He made sure every single person coming off the field for pregame, he shook every single person. I'm saying there was a video one time, but that was every game. And he always had a message of the week. A message of and he would have and every single guy, equipment, training staff, everybody, strength coaches, players, coach, every single guy. And he would be looking, and usually I was one of the last guys off, and he was always one of every single guy. So Jameis is awesome.
He's
Not
phenomenal.
everyone thinks that. Artie Smith probably has something.
Whoa. Hey, listen, why'd you guys do that? Why'd you guys do that to Artie? You guys are supposed to just take a knee.
Talk to Jameis.
No. Why'd you? I heard you're the one that called it, actually. I heard you called it.
No. I was trying to tell Art after the game. He was pissed, obviously. I was trying to tell him Art after the game. Art, we didn't plan that. He didn't want to hear it. Which I wouldn't want to hear it either.
Art had a lot on his mind.
He did.
Art had a lot on his mind. We appreciate you. Congrats. Go enjoy, hopefully, the benefits of everything and all the hard work you just put together. A lot of, when you're doing this, I assume it's a lot of bullshit. You talk about the Zoom calls, trying to get everybody on the same page with different schedules, especially in the NFL. The amount of logistical work that you had to do to put this entire thing together, we're very appreciative of. Thank you for doing it. And thank you for ending the surprise onside kick, too, because I'll probably go down as one of the greatest of all time.
That's right.
Me.
Legend.
Janikowski, Mason Crosby.
You don't even want to mention your guy Morstead, huh?
The biggest of all time. This is the only one he hit. I think the only one he hit was the biggest one of all time.
I still love this because Griff Whalen is the guy recovering it.
You know Griff?
I coach Griff in Miami.
I love Griff.
Yeah, Griff's the guy. He had a 75-yard running head start. It's the only reason he got there. Come on. Griff was Griff was a 4'8" guy on his best day. Not like Colin Jones, who walked Pac-Man last week.
All right, we appreciate.
I'm still pissed at Pac-Man for kicking those balls in the stands. I had to give him again.
Hey, we've heard stories about Pac-Man to other teams. I think it was Mitch
Morris.
Mitch Morris.
Buffalo.
Buffalo told a story about whenever he was a rookie for the Denver Broncos. The entire offensive line was warming up, like before workout, like doing a stretch, and Pac-Man came out all by himself, and there's 8 offensive linemen.
Was
not playing. He goes, bunch of bitches. Just in the hoodie, probably big old lip
massive jaw,
shoes untied. Just that's the game. There's a lot of incredible personalities in the sport. There's a lot of incredible stories in the sport. And the fact that we're keeping one of the main things of football in football is a big deal. We're very grateful for it. So as we get to a break, I think this man deserves a round of applause from all of us.
Yeah, Coach.
And be a friend, tell a friend something nice might change their life. We're going to be on the other side with Adam Schefter. Okay. Hey, he's been working these halls. What did he hear? We shall see. Take 5! What's isolation?
It's 4 nights of complete darkness.
What?
Is there a bathroom or you wearing a diaper?
For
real?
Holy shit!
Explosive, the thing that really takes it over the top. Jesus fucking Christ. The thing that really takes it over the top.
Son of a bitch, Mad Mel. Get it together.
Oh, yeah, fucking right we did. Oh, I just said right there. There's the first one.
Yeah, that's right.
If you go like that, okay.
Oh, my God.
Boom, right there. His foot's on the fucking line.
Boom.
That's his foot on the line.
He's living out in L.A. He tried a sports car just to prove.
I pooped my pants on Monday, actually, a week ago today.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. Say so. Say so.
Also, fuck Boston.
You gotta have a working toilet seat.
Can't tell which side is which. It's
crazy. It's a dead ringer.
I think I smoke meat very well.
Ask Schefter what I texted him when he somehow got my number and texted me. I didn't respond to Diana Rossini, I think her name is. I would say the same thing that I told Schefter. Lose my number. Nice try.
My dad always said this. He said, boys, that's for show. Yeah. That's for dough. Yeah. He said that one makes the girls cream, but that one puts food on the table. Yeah. That's the work muscle. Okay.
Every single Thursday, we will be getting the incredible opportunity of chatting with head coach of Alabama, Nick Saban. People are saying you look like the Wayans brothers with the white chicks.
Oh, no. I'd say it was like a specific person. It's just like, hey, this is a sweet mask that someone spent a lot of time on, I guess. And they had a lot of old man.
And I love deeper and AJ Hawk.
Whoa. Okay, here we go.
Oh, boy.
This is what I'm talking about. I'm trying to figure this whole situation out. Okay, we got to zoom here. Yeah, congrats. We're on ESPN. Awesome. My camera almost worked.
Spoke sweeter and gave forgiveness. I've been denying. That's Live Like You Were Dying. That's that song.
Good song.
That's how he wrote it, probably.
If you're the NCAA and you're sitting in that stupid office in Indianapolis where we happen to live, it's a great city. It's a great town. And there's a dumb institution that is ruling over college football. Because if you don't want these people dancing... Get it in. Celebration, bitches!
What's up? Is that the president's name?
Oh, that's the Kurt Signatic. Do we like the NCAA? Do we like Pat? Do we love the Dukes? I wish when I was asked, like, why did you punt? I could say my subcommittee recommended I punt. Fuck your shit, fuck your shit, fuck your shit. talking your shit.
Today, we take a stand against the NCAA.
Let them bowl.
Let them bowl.
Amen. Rest in peace, Dale. Moment of silence for Dale Earnhardt. Moment has passed. Thank you, Dale. This one's for 3. AJ Hawk, $5,000.
This has been one of the coolest moments of my entire professional life.
JMU.
Thank you so much for the hospitality.
JMU. You understand quickly that there's idiots making decisions in every single place that you would never guess idiots would be making decisions. You don't think bowl season deserves to have this situation cooking behind it? College football's better because JMU's football is crushing. College is better because what their football team is doing. The community is better. And the NCAA, yet again, adds to their long list of decisions. Look at that steamboat in the hills of Virginia. You know what? To hell with all of them. James Madison, right here. Right here. That chef looks damn good. I'd eat that guy's meat any day of the week. If you're able to bury this 33-yard field goal, kicking is easy is what you have said to kickers before. Others have on the internet. Now, 90 racks on the line. We believe. Oh! Killed a kid! Killed a kid! Our worst kid yet! 100 racks of charity. This dog stinks! And that's not the JMU. Are going to crush App State? They would crush anybody this weekend, especially in this city with how dumb the NCAA is. Let them bowl and let the boys dominate today.
In my Constitution, I have the First Amendment right to free speech. Pat has the Second Amendment right to take its sleeves off and show the bare arms all the time. But I'm saying, if we are so lucky to go undefeated this year, and we end up winning in a bowl game, if we get in, I'm going to use my First Amendment to declare the JMU Dukes national champions. Like UCF. I'm just going to say it, and come and stop me. Time to coach.
I'm jacked. It's working. All of it's working.
They'll have one loss because App State is beating JMU Mountaineers, baby. They're gonna dog shit all over this dumb place. App State forever. Yeah, fuck you too. How about that?
Hey, what? Let's go. This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for. Ah! The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers, you pig! Stop! Damn it! Be a friend, tell a friend something nice could change their life. Sport! Hello, beautiful people, and welcome back to the annual league meetings as every human's putting their ears on this Tuesday, March 26, 2024. Hour 3 of the program starts. And now,
Sports
are amazing. They're fantastic. Here we're getting a chance to learn about how the NFL operates by the people that are operating the NFL. I'm not alone. No. The talk table's here at Boston Connor and at Ty Schmidt. Orlando's not bad.
I like Orlando. It's a nice little place down here they got.
We saw it at 3 a.m. this morning when we got off the plane.
Yep.
We saw it on our way over to here.
Oh, yeah.
We've been in a conference room for about the last 4 or 5 that we're going to learn. One half of the hammer, Dahn. Cowboys' Tone Diggs is here. The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers, A.J. Hawk. And the man next to A.J. is senior insider for ESPN. Now, we don't know what's real or what's not real because I think he was the one leaking the information. But the contract that ESPN paid him was because this guy knows everything going on everywhere.
Yeah.
This guy's been working these halls with a bunch of friends, catching up, seeing what's going to happen, what's not going to happen, who's going where, what rules are going to get passed. Ladies and gentlemen, Adam Schefter. Shefty, let's talk about these league meetings. You love it down here? This is awesome. Just walking through the hall, you just see somebody that we have definitely come.
Line of town cars lined up and Escalades and whatever it is to take everybody to the airport to fly out. You always can tell when the meeting's over. But until then, the Sunday, the Monday, the Tuesday before, you got every owner, every head coach, every general manager, highest team executives, and everybody's just in the same hotel. So you're literally away. Me and Dan Morgan, the general manager, argued like, no, David, come on. Like, let's do this.
Oh, Dan was even saying you should come on?
100%. Dan.
Oh, thank you, Dan.
Let's go.
We're fair. I feel like we are fair.
Oh, yeah.
Because we would, and I've been with us since the beginning, I feel like we would present the things that we have said for the reasons that we have said, and then Tepper would have had a reason to explain his side of the story.
I said to David, as I would say to you, I think he should do it. You guys would really like him. He would like you. You get along famously.
Match made in heaven.
Boom.
And you know what? There'd be F-bombs dropping everywhere.
Okay. Third hour.
Okay.
All right, let's move to some news that you heard maybe. Okay, and you just broke this news via your Twitter, but then you attacked us and said, not really, though. Dallas Cowboys have been an interesting follow during the free agency period. Now going into the draft season with the Dak news, not signing anybody. Then Jerry Jones allegedly alludes to they're going to have to win with less going forward, even though they're all in. Where are the Dallas Cowboys at right now? What does Dak Prescott's future look like? What's Mike McCarthy's future look like? And the state of the Cowboys from what you're hearing here, boots on the ground.
We spoke to Mike yesterday, right, in the next room, and said to him the Eagles have been very active in free agency. Giants have been very active in free agency. Commanders have been very active in free agency. Congratulations on re-signing your long snapper, because that's basically what they've done in addition to drafting.
Just the way you said it.
Got it.
Yeah.
We were having fun. And he believes that they've got guys coming off injured reserve that are going to make a difference. He believes that there are guys going into their second and third years that are poised to take big jumps. That's what they think. But the problem is that they've got to make more moves. They got to pay CeeDee Lamb. They got to pay Micah Parsons. They haven't done anything with Dak at all. And the time to do a deal with Dak was before free agency, and they didn't do that. So there was no cap savings. So if they wanted to go get some of these marquee free agents that were out there, they're gone. They're off the street. So now they're in a situation with Dak going into the last year of his deal. He's got a $55 million cap number. If he leaves after this year, the dead cap money charge is $95 million that they're going to have to spread out.
Jeez.
Yeah, which would be a new NFL record, even though
$95 million dead cap, and he leaves, and no trade clause, no tag clause. So when you're going into the last year of contract, he now becomes the 2024-25 version of Kirk Cousins. And Dak, to me, is a really good quarterback. So if and when he becomes a free agent next year, Dallas may want him back, but there might be a quarterback-needy team. Giants, Commanders, who knows? Like, we could go through the list right now. There'll be no shortage of suitors for Dak Prescott as a true unrestricted free agent on the open market. Like,
that's an ESPN dream, isn't it?
Oh,
That's for you.
You know what? I remember when his contract was coming up a few years ago.
Oh, yeah.
That may have led Get Up and SportsCenter and NFL Live every day for like months on end.
Oh, yeah. And then a deal didn't get done. And then obviously he gets hurt.
Yeah.
And then now it's all of us, we're back in it.
Yep.
And then the deal happens.
Look, it's a quarterback league. It's Dallas Cowboys. If you combine the quarterback with the Cowboys.
With free agency.
With a guy like,
hundreds of millions of dollars.
We might as well just call it like DSPN, like Dallas.
Well, that's what some people do call it. They do call it DSPN for a lot of things.
Different reasons.
You talked about the $95 million cap or dead cap.
Yeah.
The $85 million dead cap we'd never seen before, unprecedented. Sean Payton was asked at one of his breakfast things, drinking a coffee. Hey, did you worry about the $85 million dead cap? No. And they just moved on. And the internet's like, wow, Sean Payton hated Russell Wilson. That was the immediate response from that answer. That was unprecedented. But do you think because the salary cap's going up, we'll see how the Denver Broncos do? Is this a potential, like, going forward, we're going to see these types of things happen more often with the way deals are being structured?
I don't.
That's a lot of money.
So much.
Well, I think Sean Payton legitimately believes that he's going to find a quarterback or develop a quarterback, whether Jarrett Stidham is the guy or they draft a quarterback high. He likes Jarrett Stidham.
He's a dog. He's the king of Friday Night Lights in Texas high school football.
He likes him. He likes him, and he'll be an option. But when you do a contract like that doesn't work out, you're going to have to take your medicine at some point in time. So they're saying, you know what, we're going to take it now, and we're going to do our best to get through.
Has to have a lot of trust from the ownership then, right?
Absolutely. And by the way, he had the 5-year contract at roughly $20 million. So you're talking about $100 million. So if it doesn't work out, Sean Payton, fire me. Fine. Like, he's going to do
whatever.
Yeah. Whatever. Like,
sorry about it.
Well, hold on.
Do it.
They hired him because they know what he's capable of doing.
Bingo.
And if it doesn't work and they want to fire him, that's their choice. Like, then fire him. But they're going to give him the ample time to figure out the solution. He didn't trade for Russell Wilson. He didn't give Russell Wilson that contract. But he is responsible for digging the team out of that situation and making sure that it's good going forward.
AJ's got a question for you.
So I guess from our end, it feels like Caleb Williams is a lock to go number one.
Isn't a lock?
Is.
Yeah,
is
I
a lock.
agree.
Like he's going. Do you think there's any chance that doesn't happen? Anything drastic? Someone jumps up?
I don't see that. Now, look,
1, 2, 3 all locked, do you think?
Yeah.
Doesn't sound.
I don't know that yet.
Ooh. Who could jump up there? Who could pack
Do you think 2 or 3 are locked? Caleb Williams, I agree with it. 1.
Okay.
Now, I think my guess would be Jaden Daniels at 2. That's my guess.
Okay, 2 Washington.
Educated guess?
Yeah. Well, no. Not an educated guess.
Sounds
Not-
like
Just a
Kaboly
dumbass
McCarthy.
guess.
well, educated, of course, to a certain extent, but not as much as I would like it to be to where I can say.
Got it.
Because no
I
one's
feel
telling the
good.
truth right now.
I haven't delved into that the way I normally would to give you an answer to say I feel comfortable and confident saying Jaden Daniels is 2. That would be my guess.
Okay.
Right? And 3, I mean, there has been a lot of Drake May conversation. Here's the thing. These things, they just change.
Shefty. Sounds like you know more than what you're leading on right now.
No, I think that New England is going to listen. And if the right offer comes the way of the Patriots, I think that they could be enticed into trading out. Do I think they'll ultimately stay and make the pick at 3? My guess would be yes.
Fucking thank God, Jesus Christ.
That's Patriots. Yeah. Tone's
You
good.
understand? Well, you know what?
He wants to be a quarterback.
Hold
They're
on.
not going to be up there ever again.
Never again. Hopefully.
If it's going to cause you that much agita, I'm going to definitely see if I can find out some more stuff that will give you more heart palpitations.
Oh, Shefty!
You don't need to be a prick. I just want a quarterback so I can root for football again.
Tone's got a question for you, Shefty.
Yeah, around that, I saw there was either. There
I
was
like that AJ laughed at that.
Shefty, big pops around the room.
There's some wild stuff that happens in the ballrooms of Orlando, Florida.
Man, yeah.
Ask a question.
Yeah, around that convo, Shefty, there was either a poll or a report of executives or whatever, comes out this time of year that they actually think J.J. McCarthy is going to be the number 2. Is that all BS? Is he just this year's, soup of the day that is they decided, hey, we're going to talk about this guy. He's going to be.
What is that?
The soup
du
du jour?
jour?
Yeah, there it is.
The soup du jour. Yeah, if we were in France, I would have said soup du jour. Is there any of this J.J. McCarthy hype actually real?
Soup
Soup du jour, I don't think plays in France.
I don't think that's what they call it.
I believe it's French.
Okay, all right. All right, sorry about it. But J.J. McCarthy.
It's not Spanish, I can tell you that.
Now we.
It could be Japanese. I don't know. You tell me.
I can't tell you anything about translations, Tony. I can only tell you about trials and what they do in specific ceremonies.
Okay. JJ McCarthy.
J.J. McCarthy. You guys look like you had a lot of fun last night from the time you landed to now.
Buddy, you have no idea.
Yeah, no, I have an idea.
No, we didn't.
No, we didn't.
That's the issue. This is a slap happy situation.
Really?
Yeah, we.
Okay.
Couple laughs.
You'd be able to smell it if you.
Well, that one right there, definitely.
Yeah, I had a couple.
That guy, 8 airplane bottles of whiskey. Have you ever seen one of those? Those little things?
The nips, the shooters.
Those are one shot. Is how they're like technically.
8 of them.
That's 2 drinks for this guy.
Give or
though.
take.
That's the problem.
You know?
Yeah, and he had a great 4 hours of sleep. McDonald's at 3:45.
Look at him. Looks great.
I mean, he's fantastic.
Raring to go.
You know why? Because we're getting a chance to talk to you.
That's it.
And
That's
you're
it.
a man from Michigan who obviously knows.
Which brings us back to J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah, that's the gig. Name's on the back.
I think I would say this. J.J. McCarthy, in the words of one head coach last night, said that he is the fastest rising guy in this draft right now.
Okay.
A head coach said that last night to me. And Jim Harbaugh this morning, it was funny because I was with Jim and John, and John was saying, J.J. McCarthy, he was giving him the grief about all the things that Jim said about J.J.
Yeah.
And Jim said he is the best quarterback thrower in this draft. Like, doesn't mean he's going to be the best player, but Jim is sky high on him. Number one, he really believes it. He really believes it. He loves J.J. McCarthy. But number two, you know what? Jim Harbaugh's got the 5th pick.
Yeah, we've
So,
heard those.
As long as he continues to espouse his views on J.J. McCarthy being this unbelievable prospect, if J.J. McCarthy goes into the top 4, that means that the Chargers are sitting with the number 1 non-quarterback player in the draft.
Yeah.
So why would he not advertise his guy?
Yeah, Jim plays a little.
No, he believes it about J.J.
No, I agree. I agree he does. And also, he made a lot of decisions at Michigan that he believes in J.J. Remember, Kate McNamara took the team to playoffs, and he was like, no, this guy's coming and playing. I agree that he believes in J.J., but Jim Harbaugh does a lot of like, just happy to be here. Who's got it better than us? Nobody. Okay, here's the workout room. It's an all-you-can-eat buffet. He's a genius. Huh? Hey, Jim Harbaugh, he's playing chess. We don't know it.
You know what?
That's legit, I think.
He's on it, and he has done a great job wherever he's been. I mean, go back to San Diego, go back to Stanford, go back to the Niners, go back to Michigan, go back to wherever he's been. The place is always better and has had more success when he's there than when he's not. And so the Chargers get him right now, and they've struggled to find their footing. They've just been kind of this team that never really wins.
Lose close games. Lose games you're not supposed to lose.
Yep.
Quarterback plays great.
Don't come through.
We all believe in a quarterback, but for some reason they haven't won yet.
And I believe in Jim Harbaugh. Like I believe, you know, he actually gave me his business card today. Is it here? It's gonna be in this pocket. You're gonna love this.
Is it a brick?
He gave me his business card. Hold on, this is unbelievable.
Yeah.
I hope I have it. Yeah, here it is. Okay. What does it say?
It's got his number.
Hey, let me see. Can I see that? Can I see that?
To live by.
Oh,
Jim Harbaugh's rules. This is his business card that he gave me today.
okay. Yes. Zoom in on this, can we? Jim Harbaugh's rules to live by.
Wow.
Okay, let's go through them.
Yeah, might as well.
Have to.
I don't know how much time you have, and we apologize for eating it up, but seek first the kingdom of God, and all else will be added unto you.
Obviously.
Okay. God bless. Love that. Attack each. I think any God.
Yeah.
I think that is
all-encompassing.
I think it's all-encompassing. Although we do know which God he believes in.
Yep.
Attack each day with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind. That's a Papa Harbaugh.
Yep, Jack.
I think that's a Papa Harbaugh. Who could possibly have it better than you?
You.
Nobody. Learn the damn rules. Better today than yesterday. Better tomorrow than today. Heroes have no days off. Your fate is in your hands. Think, innovate, find solutions. By your talent and effort, you will be known. Choose a great role model. Watch them, emulate them, then make them proud. Mort?
I love Mort.
Yeah, I think that would go for. So you're following some of these rules, even though you got one of them wrong already. The nobody thing. A smile being pleasant is a small price to pay for the goodwill and affection of others. Bring good energy.
Yeah, like that.
Don't be a energy vampire.
Say something nice to somebody.
Energy
perhaps.
vampire.
Discipline yourself daily to be physically fit for life. I got to get better at that.
Sure.
I got to be better at that. I'll get fat, lazy, the whole thing.
Very easy.
That's
to
right
do.
here on one of the rules of life.
Until today.
Great effort equals great results.
True.
I feel like that's a life.
Jack.
I think that's Jack as well. Stop trying to win all your fights in the first round. Oh.
Never been in the Oculus.
That's a good way to phrase patience. That's a good way to phrase patience there. What we do in life echoes in eternity.
Maximus, obviously.
That goes back to number one. They're watching. You happy with it?
Yeah. We can keep going.
Well, it's going to echo in eternity. Fucking think about it.
Yes.
Everything you do.
Long time.
Seek long and trusting friendships by being happy and helpful for the other guy's success.
Yeah.
That's right.
Love that.
Be
Don't
happy
be
for.
jealous.
Who's that? Who's that?
Is that Jim?
Who's that?
Roger Goodell?
Who was that?
Keep reading the rules.
Well, can we tell them that person that I just saw that they could come down to Armada, Armada 2? The best customer is a satisfied one. The only job you start at the top is digging a hole.
Ooh, that's a
Okay.
good one.
Wow.
Treat others as you would want to be treated. Here's advice: ABCs for picking a school: academics, ball, college environment. 3 keys to happiness in descending order. 3, pick a job you love. 2, outwork your competition. Ooh, outwork you competition.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Printer error.
Or is it saying
Or does it
like
mean
you
yourself?
like you?
number 1, marry wisely. Marry wisely.
Number 1.
Oh yes, 3 keys to happiness.
Number 1. Oh,
That is. Hey, Coach Harbaugh's got it.
Yeah.
Coach Harbaugh's got it. Contemplating a career move, do what is best for your family, you personally and professionally, a place where you'll be happy and productive and where you are wanted and they like what you do and how you do it. Follow the direction. Keep doing you. It's working. Jim Harbaugh. God bless you. And yours, Jim Harbaugh.
But by the way, so he carried these cards around, and he just took it out of his pocket. He's like, "Hey, I'd like to give you my business card."
This guy's 101.
Yeah.
We're
by the way,
so lucky he's back in the
and
NFL.
He's got his Michigan Ann Arbor phone number.
Yes, is he going to update it to a Chargers?
Has
or-
to, right?
I would assume.
Yeah, color scheme.
Get a new
as well.
card.
That
Yeah,
card
yeah,
stock's
he will.
expensive.
Yeah,
so maybe
so-
he's-
Yeah, but the baby blue. Powder
I
blue.
wanted to bring this home and
Frame that.
show my kids.
That's smart. That person just called you. I know who it was. I saw the name.
You did?
Yeah, unless you got fake names.
Good.
You got fake names?
Hugh Jackman? Who was?
President Biden.
I think Tone Digsby intrigued by
Obama?
it. It's not Mark Kaboly.
Ooh, wow.
He'll be joining us in about 5 minutes or so.
Omar Khan.
So what's going on right now? What's the moves going on right now in your world? Draft stuff?
Well, I think
Because Beane told us that he's reaching out to insiders to see what other people are thinking about doing. That's a big part of your job right now?
Well, I think to me, owners' meetings.
Don't give too much away, Schefter. You might lose some of your sources.
I'm telling you like this. Basically, not a big secret. Owners' meetings is always like a line of demarcation. I think once you get past here, free agency's been over for about a week, but this is like all on to the draft. The draft is 1 month away, and everything goes to the draft after the owners' meetings, and everybody kind of sets all their sights to that, and that's kind of where we're at. Not a big secret.
So everybody's just calling, trying to see what you got on the draft, what you're thinking about on the draft.
Not
or
yet,
I
not
got
yet. No,
ideas on the
those calls will start happening, I think, in the weeks leading up to the
Do
draft.
you feel like you're a pretty important part to the NFL?
I don't think of myself like that.
But you do understand that you have a vital role?
I don't think like that either.
We do.
Yeah.
From what, every conversation we have, and we're learning more and more, you and Rap Sheet and Ian's very vital role to the success of the entire NFL. Legit. Now, there's some people that
The
don't.
league would succeed without.
I don't think so. All the, like you guys are like a massive piece of how all the shit goes.
Offseason would suck.
For us, that's for us personally.
For us
Well, even the
personally.
current NFL, though, and the way it's covered and how much allotment it has on TV and everything, like they need you guys. Otherwise, they're
Yeah, we need you. Whenever you guys decide
Well,
to fucking do
the
nothing.
news is going to happen whether we're there or not.
No, but some news is
the way it gets circulated.
Like
though.
tampering period, you would have to wait for the teams to put out the official whatever transactions on
Yeah.
Wednesday or Thursday
Thing,
when
like-
it happens versus Monday.
Here's the thing: ESPN, when it's on, it's always going to want to talk NFL.
Yeah.
So if I'm not there, they're going to keep talking.
yeah, but I'm just saying
Yeah.
NFL people.
But you have the
Beane
information.
told us.
You have the info.
Beane told us, like, hey, I'm reaching out to insiders to hear what they're hearing. I'm looking at drafts, these mock drafts, because if like 4 people are saying the same thing, that means they're talking to people. Like, it's all very important, I think, to how it all goes. You should take yourself more seriously.
Yeah, and they'd still talk NFL, but what you say
carries weight.
Yeah, it's a big deal. We appreciate the help.
My wife doesn't think so.
Well, I mean, that's because you're journaling every single night.
What was number 1 on that happiness thing?
Yeah, happiness. Marry wisely.
Yep.
Yeah.
Amen, brother. Amen. All right, Schefter, we appreciate it. Anything else that we haven't asked about that we should?
No, next year come to the owners' meetings on Monday, like I said. Monday is when you want to be
Okay.
here.
All right, we'll do it.
Monday.
All right. Was there a party last night that we missed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was it's a reception, and
For who?
Is everybody here?
yeah, all owners, all
Okay.
GMs, all coaches, all wives, girlfriends,
And media?
and media. Everybody's like, it's
Wow.
It was.
Yeah, we need to be
Is there live performances by anybody?
There's music.
Who?
Food.
Bono?
It was
Brett Michaels.
it was- no, it was not like that.
They put your phone in a yonder bag? Or you allowed to have
No,
your phone?
everybody's just kind of mingling.
We need to be there for that.
I
Would we get invited to that
there
if
was
we were?
some funny conversations.
Would we be invited to that?
Yeah,
Okay, good.
absolutely.
What are we drinking? What do people drink? I
Whatever you
heard
want.
Tito's earlier.
Open bar.
What did you do you drink?
Open?
Open bar.
Easy. Alcoholic booze bag. Jeez Louise. What were you drinking last night?
Water, sparkling water.
Do you drink?
My wife has never seen me drunk once.
Okay. So, do you drink?
Not often.
Really? You smoke weed?
Nope.
Really?
Worked in Denver.
So what do you
Yeah, I
do?
know.
You just.
But I
Have
was
you
in
ever been
Denver
drunk?
before it was
That's
legalized.
awesome. By the way,
Good for you.
that's awesome.
I was in Denver before legal. I am. I mean, my family makes fun of me. I am the straightest of straight guys that there is.
That's awesome.
It's the life I
What's
live.
wrong with that?
Do you take sleeping pills at all, like Advil PM?
Nope.
sleep.
I get into bed and I'm out in 60 seconds. Like
What?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
You lucky son of a bitch.
You're Dumpy back there? Dumpy
I don't-
sleeps 2 hours a night.
I don't stay asleep.
Yeah.
But I'll pass out for a couple hours and then wake up at 2 in the morning, and then 4 in the morning, then 5.
Coffee or caffeine?
A little bit. I drink a cup of coffee a day, maybe 2.
Okay, so caffeine.
morning.
You do. a
Is
little.
there anything you let yourself like that you get loose and like, okay, I'm just gonna
I'm gonna do ayahuasca.
I'm gonna go. Like I'm gonna that you take a veer off the path.
Yeah, like whenever you have I need to
a break.
a break,
Yeah.
just a getaway real quick.
Vacation.
Eat 50 donuts.
Yeah,
Yeah.
something like that.
Burgers.
Yeah, like
What do you non-robot do?
Great question.
That's because like you feel like your life is so.
yeah. It's I feel like in a unhealthy way that my brain has been rewired to not be able to enjoy things that I used to enjoy, like reading
Got it.
books, like going
Yeah,
to
yeah.
the movies, like sitting. Like your attention span is completely compromised.
Well, we appreciate your sacrifice of being.
We do.
Hey,
We
do.
do.
That's the way.
For
Listen,
the insider stuff.
Every job has little things that come along with it. It's not physical labor to where your bones are achy when you get home at the end of the day. Just that this is what the job is.
I'm happy though that you haven't just turned to just boozing all night every night.
That's smart.
In misery. When you get to that, let us know. 'cause-
Probably should.
No,
No,
not yet.
Definitely don't.
We need you at least till next year because we're going to be here Monday.
Yeah,
Exactly.
If you're going to start boozing, we'd like it to be that Monday night when we're here.
Yeah, next year.
If that is possible. We appreciate you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you,
Schefter.
guys.
Thank you, buddy. We appreciate the hell out of you, man. Schefter, yeah, you were way too kind to us this year.
Yeah.
Legit. You spent a lot of time with us.
My pleasure.
On a moment's notice, too.
Yeah, quick.
For a person that is just like so routine oriented and schedule based.
I get back right away.
Yeah, you do.
When Mike texts, bang.
Come on. We appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Schefter. Hey, you're the best, dude.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Still on.
You got Kaboly hanging?
That boy Schefty. Dog.
You're the man.
Sweet shoes too.
I saw Kaboly doing a cannonball in the pool earlier.
Yeah, I don't know.
Great Air Forces.
Nice big splash.
Yeah.
You see him do a can opener. Whew.
I was rude when I said I was going to go.
Wow.
'Cause he's not that.
No.
No.
I mean, you
Not
kind
like-
of forced him into wearing lifts today.
Not like rap.
Listen, I wear Air Forces too and make it 2 or 3 inches
Fantastic, yeah.
tall. I'm in these cowboy boots too.
I mean, I wear Hokas every day. You're telling me.
I got some good news for everybody.
What's that?
Ladies and gentlemen, a man who covers the Pittsburgh Steelers, a man who writes for The Athletic, a man who's had a hoagie in his cargo shorts pocket for no less than 12 hours and eating that thing down whole.
Yep.
2 bites
Yep.
Easy.
on a regular basis. He's torn both of his Achilles.
Yeah, recently.
He's ragdolled Matt Schneidman.
Yeah.
Yes.
Multiple times.
Both verbally and physically, we're learning in the pool here
Yeah, he's dunking him
at
earlier.
the annual league meetings.
Can you imagine?
Chicken fights.
Chicken fights.
They were.
Kaboly was on top.
It was Kaboly and Schefter actually versus Rap Sheet and Schneidman.
Gave him a swirly, did the whole thing. We didn't like it.
No.
We didn't think that.
Can you? He's
He's
still
drying off. He was just in the
Yeah.
pool. He was dunking Sal Capaccio.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Kaboly. Yeah, come on.
Watch that chair. Don't make fun of my legs. Seeing you, man.
Oh, no.
Stop laughing, Gump.
Well, it's a tough chair.
That chair is not stable. Here, I'll hold this in.
Yeah, we'll help you.
Here, we'll push you in.
Come on, Kaboly. It's a good chair.
Ready, 1, 2, 3, jump.
Got an ACL.
There you go. Go work.
Good work, boys. Hey, that's teamwork. That's football teamwork right there.
Now that's not going to make good TV.
We're not on.
Don't worry.
Oh, thank God.
We're only on the internet.
We're on YouTube.
We're on the internet right now.
Wow.
In that
you
chair-
guys actually lifted me up would have been great TV.
Well, it'll be good.
Good internet, yeah.
Good internet.
That's right. Mark Kaboly right there on your chest. That baby Mark. Certified.
Hold that up.
This guy's certified. In that seat, there's been ownership, GMs, head coaches, insiders, but there's never been anything like the power of Kaboly.
Yeah.
So we appreciate you taking time here as we wrap up. Mike Tomlin, Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, large topic of conversation here at these league meetings. What have you learned both from the breakfast media sessions and maybe the boozing at night about how everybody feels about where the Pittsburgh Steelers are, Mark?
Whew. I know Mike Tomlin loves Russell Wilson.
Loves him.
Loves him. Loves him like you're looking at your little baby kid at home, you know.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he absolutely loves him. I mean, you hear things about potentially Justin Fields going to beat him out, and that's just not going to happen. Russell Wilson is brought in here for a reason, and the reason is to start the season off. He's going to have to fail catastrophically in season for them to make any move, and that's what I got.
You've been covering the Steelers for how long?
Oh, 2 maybe. So I might have covered you in high school. I'm not quite sure.
Oh, yeah?
Probably not. But
yeah, 02. What was
you
Steelers?
ever played McKeesport?
Yeah. Oh, I know McKeesport. Had family in McKeesport.
Yeah,
actually.
that 05.
Little bit went to McKeesport.
Tough squad.
Okay.
Yeah, gritty school.
Yeah, Robo's down there.
Oh,
course.
Robo, I loved him.
Yeah, West Virginia legend,
Great
Robo,
guy.
obviously. I think he's coaching now. So you've been covering Steelers a long time.
Yes.
This is different. You've been talking about on your X, I've seen you go, this is vastly different than what it's been. I think that's Tone Diggs' reaction too. Does it feel as if the city is rejuvenated from it all?
They're skeptical.
Skeptical?
Whoa. Well, it's
Is that you or
It's
Pittsburgh?
It's Pittsburgh. They're skeptical.
Yeah, I mean,
they
there was-
like the direction it's going in because they have not seen anything like this, as you mentioned, ever. I mean, to bring in free agents of this caliber, to total overhaul a quarterback room.
Fired an offense coordinator last year.
Offensive in season.
Yeah.
You got to give a lot of credit to Omar Khan to be able to do this, but you also got to give a lot of credit to Art Rooney too.
Yeah.
He allows this to happen. I mean, if Art Rooney did not want this to happen, it would not be happening. So he has to sign off on it on the top here. I mean, the Patrick Queens, you would never see anything like that. I mean, 18 million, whatever money it was, to become a star for now and the future, you just wouldn't see that. They wouldn't spend the money. They didn't have the money to spend, and now they do. Now they're spending a total of $6 million on their quarterbacks, and they're putting it into place other places. And they still got a lot of money they can spend, and I don't think they're quite done yet.
Omar told Colbert, your time is up, my time is now.
Yeah, he did.
Do, do, do. Do, do, do. That's what he said.
Yep.
It's a new day. Yes, it is. Tone Diggs has a question for you, Mark.
Yeah, about does it feel like, are they talking about in the city that Omar just kind of did disagree with all of Colbert's moves in the last few years? Because I don't think any of his draft picks are left besides obviously TJ and Cam and maybe one other. Like, is there talk around that, around the facility or around the building, around the city or anything like that?
Around sandwich shops.
Yeah.
Permanis.
Yeah.
Oh, Rudy's.
Well, you see what Permanis did, right? They gave
what?
$25 gift certificate to people that turned into Kenny Pickett jerseys.
Yeah, and they also
that was ruthless, man, ruthless.
And it was nicer to the city. I also saw they gave the NIL deal to First Dahn.
Yeah, they did.
That's on a personal file. First Dahn. They're scratching me where I itch, as they always have.
Yeah, it's just a different look with Colbert and Kahn. I mean, I don't think Kevin is a Hall of Fame potential general manager here. And it's not like he did this on his own either, these draft picks. I mean, there's people in place, the scouting department. I mean, Mike Tomlin has a huge to deal with that as well as drafting people. But Omar is just something we haven't seen approach it this way in forever and ever in the history of the Steelers organization. That's why people within the city, within the organization, even the players, you hear them talk about how excited they are about the season because, they're putting pieces in place. They're just not waiting for things to happen.
What happened?
What? You're looking for the...
No. I see you got 3 cargo pockets there.
Yeah, I was going to bring the
That's good. We got a
sandwich.
lighter,
Still have it?
wallet,
Sandwich.
and a sandwich. What the hell happened here?
Oh, you know what? Sometimes this old right Achilles acts up on me.
Okay.
So you throw a little bit of compression sock in, you put a little bit of an ankle brace on, and you deal with the pain.
I see you got the Hocus.
Oh, God, I love the
The
Hocus.
best, man. The best in the biz.
Hocus. Yeah, I got to go on the payment plan with them, but that's beside the point.
That's fine.
That's because you got all that mayonnaise. Go ahead, AJ.
Boy, I don't know. Have you gotten to speak to Russell Wilson yet or ask him a question?
Yes. He talked last Friday.
Okay, let's say
Dumb question.
after the first game, what do you want to know from Russell Wilson? Like, what does he still have it, and what will you be asking him throughout the year? I'm looking forward to seeing every post game or at his locker after practice. I want to hear and see Kaboly asking Russell questions.
Yeah.
What are you going to say to him?
Maybe that should be a local show. Kaboly and Russ.
Yeah.
Russell Kaboly.
Yeah.
See, I think I'm using this correctly, but his fit the other day worth more than
Nailed that, Kaboly.
worth more than my life, maybe potentially. Maybe definitely more than my house and my car.
No, you got a new house.
We sold the house.
You got a great kitchen.
Your kitchen's
Yeah,
unbelievable.
like I said, it'll be paid off in when I'm 80. I mean, not in 1980. When I am 80, so.
Do the math, Kaboly.
Yeah, it's not going to work out here. But I might have to get some,
So you know Russ? Russ knows you, though? You feel
Probably
like
not.
Russ knows you a little bit?
Russ, put it this way: if he doesn't know me, he'll pretend like he knows you. The guy is the most.
What does that mean?
No,
What does
I'm
that
saying
mean?
he's the most
Polish.
positive person you will ever see in your life. Now it's
Like
hard.
Pittsburgh.
It's honestly, he's gonna get introduced in that first interception. That now that everything's.
He's not going to throw any picks.
But he's extremely polished, and I don't know. I mean, I don't know him well enough to say how legit it is or not. But if those guys buy in to what he's selling, this team's going to be good. I mean, because he really, really knows how to lead. You can see it by his words, his actions, and how he goes about his business just within the first couple of weeks here.
And Tomlin said that he thinks Russ and Justin are perfect for Artie's system. Obviously, Artie, phenomenal offense coordinator, so much so they got a head coaching gig. Now, didn't work out in Atlanta. I think he's pumped to be in Pittsburgh.
Oh, yeah.
Now he's got Russell Wilson and Justin Fields as quarterbacks for $6 million.
Yeah. We throw in Kyle Allen they got yesterday as a number 3. I'm sure he doesn't breaking the bank, so it's not a ton of money. I mean, but you think about it, Russell is still a $40 million quarterback, and Justin Fields is on the brink of potentially, a fifth-year option, getting him 2025. So it's not like they're bums. They are still really going to be well paid if they were somewhere
you're in the
else,
NFL,
right?
nobody's bums.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the
good
problem
deal.
with you
They're not
journalists and
bums. They're
reporters.
not bums.
It's a good deal.
Okay, I know.
I didn't say he was bums. Not bums. Well, they're getting paid in the open market. They'd be getting paid, what, 60, 80, 90 million dollars combined, and Steelers are going bargain basing me.
Omar Khan, the con artist. Hey, I heard Kenny Pickett said, I'm out of here.
Yeah, he said he didn't want it no more.
Whoa.
He didn't want it no more.
So he said,
Let me tell you something about Pittsburgh here, and I was a huge Kenny fan. I mean, I thought they should have kept Kenny around, but I understand he wanted out. But to have a city turn on you so quickly,
Oh, buddy.
oh my goodness, he was a god in this city.
Prince,
Shotgun and beers with Luke Combs just last offseason in Pittsburgh.
And now it's like, You bum,
Down the
get
strip,
out.
they got Kenny Pickett jerseys hanging all over the place.
$25 for a Permanis
I will say,
gift card.
So, looking from outside in with the people that we follow along with, who are a hilarious Yinzer bunch.
Yeah.
Okay, hilarious group. Can't always take them as actual replica. You know what I mean? For what's going on in the rest of the city.
Sure.
It did feel like the entire city of Pittsburgh was like, "God, I don't want to compete." Oh, get this glove wearing bum out.
Yeah, get him the fuck out of
They
town.
did that, right? That happened everywhere, or was it just
Everywhere except the people that had H2P in their bio hand or Twitter handle.
Okay, got it.
I mean, I'm probably
True.
getting hammered right now about saying this, but
He'll still be a Pittsburgh legend.
But
Yes, won an ACC championship.
But he will. I think he will always be remembered as that guy that quit.
Oh, come on.
I think-
Especially if you
I
keep
think-
saying
That's
short-sighted.
I'm just telling you, as a lifelong Pittsburgh fan, or Pittsburgh resident, that when you hear Kenny Pickett 10, 15 years ago, they're being like, yeah, that's that guy that quit.
Oh, God.
I just think
Especially
that-
if you try
Yeah.
to
Well, I'm
push
just
the
telling you
narrative.
how it
That's
is.
got to won the ACC championship at the
telling you
University
how
of
it is.
Pittsburgh.
Help me out.
It's 100% going to happen.
Right.
Because nobody cares about Pitt.
Oh, he said that. Not me. H2P
Well, no, I
right
shouldn't
there.
say that. Like 10,000 fans that show up at Heinz Field care.
A lot of people dress like
Well,
seats
you're
at those
getting
games.
destroyed. Don't check your mentions later.
Well, that's every day of our life, Kaboly. And I couldn't even imagine yours right now with how good you look on this shit.
My phone is buzzing a lot, so I'm a little worried.
Well, put it down near the Achilles. Maybe that'll help the recovery.
There we go.
Ty's got a question for you, Mark.
Yeah, Mark, I'm curious. Last time we talked to you from the league meetings, you had that big stinking pimento loaf in the toilet already, wouldn't flush, had some issues with the Best Western. Just curious, they had to relocate you to the ambassador suite, if I do not recall. Just curious, though,
There was
how
nothing.
is...
There was nothing in the commode.
Okay.
I went and sat. The toilet seat. The toilet seat. I sat on it, and it just went whoom. It slid out, and I'm like, "What's going on here?"
So we're talking cheeks in the water?
No, just a big slide. Big slide.
okay.
So that it was never fixed.
So where'd you stay? You ended up half cheek in?
Yeah,
Just dumped on the side of the toilet.
The screws just came flying off that thing.
It just slid. It was I did not do it. It was
No, I
already
know.
happened.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like your ass kind of did it.
Because you know how it is,
Yeah,
right?
we
as soon as
know.
you
We
have
get
a
it.
long trip, first thing you do is check out the facilities.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah, sit
unload a
down,
little bit.
you
you know.
about to drop a nuke in
And it went,
this
whoom.
thing.
So we talked about it on the show, and wouldn't you know, like 2 hours later, I get an email from the CEO of that company.
You're welcome.
Saying, hey, would you like to move your hotel up the road here? And I was like, I felt so bad at the time.
Did you do it?
Nah, because I was leaving in the morning.
I want to shit one last time on the porcelain.
Kaboly doesn't quit that easy.
Yeah,
like
but
some
but
others.
going
Oh, jeez.
but going off that, I was curious. Like, what does your week look like? I mean, we kind of were just joking around. Like, were you out in the pool, like Duncan Schneidman and Sal Capaccio and the likes of those guys, or like, what is your day to day when you're not covering what's going on here at the league meetings?
Ooh, I was messing with Schneidman a little bit, and he was getting a lot of grief thinking we really had beef together.
Who cares?
Yeah, I don't care either.
Yeah, give him a swirl.
He always has that one sleeve up. You know how that works. Just
Yeah, I had
make
him
look
muted.
cool.
Why did I have him muted? Did I hate him at one point?
Needs? I don't think so.
I liked him, I feel like, the entire time.
Actually, funny enough, I had him
I
muted.
had
It was
him
because
muted.
there was one primetime Packers game, and he was live tweeting it. So I was on
Yes.
Twitter reading what was going to happen before the
Because
play.
he was good on our show.
Great. Yeah.
And I thought we always spoke
So he
highly
was
of him.
spoiling it on Twitter.
He was spoiling on Twitter. I remember that
Not
specifically
even
for why I
spoil it.
muted him.
The live tweeting really makes me mad because bro, I'm watching it too. I know it's first and
Yeah, but that's a
8,
big part of
you know.
Twitter.
I know it's second and 10. I know you need 10 yards for a first down. You don't have to tell me every single play. I can watch it. I go.
Who's
about
your
it to
favorite
Twitter.
commentators when you're watching these games?
I see. Once again, you're making Pittsburgh people hate me, but I like Chris Collinsworth.
Okay.
But everybody in Pittsburgh hates him.
No.
You got to.
Not just Pittsburgh.
Wow.
He's been doing a lot of
think he's
games.
very good.
He's been doing a lot of games. So like anytime you call a lot of games, you've probably called people's worst moments.
Because he wants to see the Pittsburgh lose. He played for the Bengals and all that stuff, and they always spell his name wrong on Twitter. It's CHRIS, and they always put Collingsworth too. I always think it's
That's what people in Pittsburgh do.
yeah, Pittsburgh.
Isn't it CRIS?
No,
That's what he's
That's what
talking
he's
about.
saying. That's what he's saying. The
Both
Pittsburghers.
players.
Hey, why don't you clean your ears out?
I can barely hear anything these days.
Me too.
I'm just looking for Ty to do my impression again.
What did he say to Schneidman?
Never last a day in Pittsburgh.
Kaboly, you do start talking slow sometimes.
Well, I'm trying to enunciate because everybody says I don't enunciate very well.
I think you do.
It's
Yeah, we understand what you're saying.
Yeah. Who says
Always.
Everybody.
Who's the most? Who's besides you? Who's the most trusted source for Steelers information in the city?
Oh,
Mark Madden.
I love Madden though.
Who doesn't?
Who
doesn't?
I mean, he's such a
Weapon?
troll. You gotta love it.
I don't know if he's gonna love that.
He gets people riled up. He does it on purpose.
He's been doing it for 30 years.
Yeah, he's great. I mean, people.
Former WCW.
I mean, it's one of
comment.
the few things. It's one of the things I get asked a lot. How is that Mark Madden? Is that really true? Yes, it is.
What's that? Just
being a, you know what?
Whoa!
No, I tell them this, but that's what they want to hear. They don't want to hear me.
He's super genius. What's his tested IQ?
Like, what's 166 surprise.
166.
One of Mario Lemieux, right? You think it's Mario?
This is such an inside Pittsburgh conversation.
Yeah, everybody's tuned out.
No, we've got
Everybody's
like
tuned out.
60,000 people watching, I guess, on YouTube, and they just heard an inside Pittsburgh.
Yes.
What just happened right there?
Yeah, people want to hear me say Madden's a jerk, so I just give them what they want.
Okay.
Well, I mean,
I'm sure Madden will love hearing that.
Madden.
Of course, this lazy slob.
If they want me to say, boy, no, he's just really a nice guy, they're not going to believe me, so I give them what they want.
I'll tell you what, we've got a chance to go see. I've known Mark Madden since high school. He coached Nicky Skates' world ball hockey champion team.
Yeah, that's
Gold
right.
medalist.
And I've known him for a long. He knows basically every human in our orbit. He's been doing what he's been doing since I'm like 12, 10 years old, seemingly, and he's still doing it. He's one of the only local radio people that'll survive forever.
Yes.
Like, there's not a lot of them that'll survive. Mark Madden will be doing local radio in Pittsburgh forever, and he's a weapon.
Yeah.
I think his mom, rest in peace, was like a debate coach.
Yeah.
Like, she was like a debate professor or a debate teacher or something like that. So literally, since he's a kid, he's been taught like, I can beat you, and he knows it. And he just is every day doing one of these, just waiting. And as soon as you get, yup, I'm smarter than you.
Got him.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
He watched WrestleMania 30 at my house, and my dog was licking him in the ear the whole time, so I thought that was funny.
What you yeet for the other night? You yeeted? I saw you tweet.
You know what? That's just an inside joke that me and Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on
That's
local
more
station.
Pittsburgh,
Yeah,
yeah.
more thing.
Does Madden like Crowley?
Yeah, I think so. He used to be his producer, I believe.
Oh, okay, good.
At one point, so
I try to keep up with who he hates back there and who he doesn't hate.
No.
Yeah.
yeah, well, anybody Steelers related, he.
I was going to
tends
say
to
anyone
hate.
who likes the Steelers normally.
Anybody pirate, any like blogger, pirate blog. Oh,
Duloc?
oh, I think he likes Dolak. I mean, how can't you like Jerry?
You talking about Jerry?
Yeah, you're talking about like the Filipponi Express.
Well, okay, maybe.
Yeah,
there's
because he
a
goes
chance.
those the guys to B team. I don't know.
We don't need that.
I don't
We
get
don't need
involved in
that.
that.
That's their
Keep
gimmick.
going deeper and deeper.
Hey, that's
Yeah,
their
yeah.
program they're running over there. Are you're a big wrestling fan?
Oh yeah.
How do you feel about
I went to WrestleMania 15 in Philly back in the '99. Not the best show ever, but I just do remember. I just remember.
Philly's the best.
I just remember Austin and Rock fought in the champion. That was the old Butterbean brawl for all with.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Oh yeah, I remember
classic.
Butterbean. Butterbean looked great back then. Did his
Yeah.
thing. You see what The Rock did to Cody Rhodes last night?
No, I did not.
Oh, my
what
God.
the hell? I was at the media party.
You should have seen what Dwayne Johnson
Yeah.
did to Cody Rhodes last night.
Crazy.
Check it out.
He threw him off his own bus.
He did.
Should've
Cut
heard
him
what he
open.
said.
Cut him with blood
Yeah.
all over the place.
Look at your hero, Chicago. Said
Look
that
at him.
many
Look
times.
at
Mama
you.
Rhodes.
Yeah.
Look at you.
I'm a roll.
Look what you've done.
They
brother.
got a Cordillo weight belt. Put his blood on it.
Real blood.
You know, I thought they weren't allowed to show blood anymore.
What do you? Who said who?
I thought you're not allowed to blade anymore.
What do you think? There's no
What are
blade.
you
There's
talking
no
about?
blade.
No, he threw him into the tour bus.
real.
Bashed his head
Real?
off the door.
Yeah.
Okay. We're going back to old school here. I like it.
You should have heard what he
I
said.
like it.
Wait till you hear the audio. Come
He
on.
I'm
said-
gonna have to.
He said the word.
Yeah.
Did they beep it out?
I heard it.
Nope.
In the arena,
Yeah.
it was
I heard
hot.
it. Look, here he is. Here he is. Look at you. Smack him in the mouth.
Yeah. Look at your boy,
What's it-
Mama
you know
Rhodes.
what?
Look at him.
Look at him now.
Oh no.
Look at your hero.
Do you remember when The Rock banged Mick Foley over the head with the chair like 197 times.
Did you remember when The Rock hit Ken Shamrock in the head with the chair one time, and it is still echoing through that arena that it was? Yeah, yeah. Watching The Rock be all the way back is awesome.
Oh yeah.
I had Amasachi shirt on last night.
Fantastic.
You know, just to pay tribute to the bloodline. I did not know The Rock was going to be in the house.
Who could have known?
ZD Baby had that shirt. He was like, because, you know, Roman Reigns, you know, your tribal chief?
Oh, yeah.
You acknowledge your tribal chief?
Oh, yeah. I don't know him that well, but I'm more of a Paul Heyman guy. Okay,
Mark.
how you doing?
There we go.
More of a Paul Heyman guy. But go ahead.
Respect to the wise man.
Our tribal chief and Hall of Fame Heyman flew through a blizzard to get to our show in Iowa on Friday. So I was at the point where I'm not biased anymore.
No.
Okay. This guy almost died getting to our show to talk to us. I am going to kind of pledge my allegiance to the bloodline. But I didn't make that decision. Bingo.
Boom. Hey, amen, brother.
Bingo. But I love Cody Rhodes. I love Seth freaking Rollins. I like CM Punk.
Jay.
I like Drew McIntyre. I love Yeet, Jey Uso. But just what they did for our program, I was there. And Zito goes, I got you. Look what I just got. And it was a Versace shirt. I'm like, there it is. Yeah. I'm wearing that. So Zito looks better in it than I do. But wrestling, WWE is cooking right now. I mean, it is
hot bat
cooking right now. Friday night should be absurd. Maybe get in the ring in Philadelphia.
You know what? I used to be part of a promotion back in Monessen, Pennsylvania, back in the early 90s with my main man, Powerhouse Hughes, and I was the commissioner. And I got drilled over the head with a chair by Devil Budokan and Shirley Doe.
Wow, Shirley Doe. She went. Unbelievable.
The Hellfire Club.
You were Dahn in Monessen. What was the name of the promotion? Do you remember?
CWF.
Championship Wrestling Federation.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
I
Dahn
got
in Monessen.
drilled, man. I got a new appreciation for a chair shot.
Yeah. Hey, you can get another one of those in Philadelphia. Biggest WrestleMania of all time.
Budokan. Sounds like an evil Budokan.
Shirley Doe.
Shirley Doe is just the maniac.
Was it WrestleMania 40?
Yeah.
XL.
Yep.
Who won Super Bowl XL?
Detroit, Michigan, eh?
Bussy's way out.
Who fumbled in the AFC Championship game?
Oh, I have a story about. That wasn't the AFC Championship game. It was the divisional game.
And then we played the Broncos.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was at that game, and I was in the bowels of RCA Dome, so I didn't get to see it live. I was very upset.
You shouldn't. It was
Very
terrible.
upset.
You didn't want
Too
to watch
fucked
You
up.
know, because we were there a couple months earlier for the Monday night game, and it was impossible to get to the press box to the downstairs. So I left early after Troy made the interception. Little did I know that Troy didn't make the interception. So I watched it all on TV at the bowels of the RCA. It was the worst moment of my life.
What the
Worst moment of your life? How
You
about when you
just
tore
hear
both
what?
your Achilles?
They
That
won.
was probably up there.
When you got the runaround.
Yeah, remember the Steelers are giving you a runaround?
They always give me the runaround.
What's that all about?
Although, I got to give Mike Tomlin credit because when the Achilles were torn, he would hold up the press conference until I waddled off the hill and to the press
Very
conference.
kind of him.
Legend. Man.
Although he passed me up on the golf cart and said, "Hurry up." I'm like,
Give me a ride.
That's what I'm saying.
Coach T's always coaching.
Jump on the back. Mark.
Hurry up. Like 8 seats empty. What are you doing?
Kaboly,
Yep.
you're something special. Do you think Tomlin holds it against us the way we covered the Matt Canada situation last year?
Well,
What the fuck was that response, Kaboly?
he doesn't hold anything against anybody. I mean, at least he won't tell us. But he's not going to hold anything against
Do you remember they were
He lets it
chanting
go.
fire in Utah?
Yeah.
Everywhere. Penguins fans. Penguin games.
Yeah, in the Capitol. Remember, just like January 6th.
Yeah,
That's that
exactly.
guy's birthday.
Yeah, that's right.
His birthday's January 6th.
Really?
Yep. You know what
Were
that
you
day?
there, Mark?
That's a couple of weeks before.
What were you doing there?
January 6th, what year?
I don't know.
You know what year?
2021? What year was it? 2021?
You know what year,
were you up to?
Kaboly. That's where he tore both his Achilles.
Yeah, sprinting up those stairs.
Scale in the wall.
The first Achilles.
Trying to get to Lincoln's head.
The first Achilles was SoFi Stadium, and they put me on a gurney. And
Was it raining?
they literally put me through SoFi. I was so embarrassed. I was so embarrassed.
Hold on, did you drive you past the team? Was like,
It was right across from the Steelers locker room. And this is how.
damn,
This is where my mind was at this time. I'm thinking, if I cover my face, nobody will see me. as they're pushing me through the Steelers.
How many people are like, Mark, you all right? Mark, Kaboly, Tomlin sees you. Hurry up.
Yeah, we're waiting.
Yeah,
awesome.
so I had to go to the ambulance to the emergency room and
Did you
missed
sue
the entire game.
SoFi?
I saw it last year.
Sue.
Oh, Sue! I thought you said saw.
You could have sued him.
Hey,
Could've.
tore your Achilles.
Still can.
Yeah, all I did was take a step through the one part of the stadium and
Oh,
whack.
that was a liability, though, what they had that part of the
Yeah,
stadium.
exactly.
There's a whole little divot there.
Yep.
Maybe the owner of SoFi Stadium should be get me some.
Rudy subs.
I'll take some Rudy subs.
There you go.
What type of sandwich? Let's say right after this, maybe we're going to have a little meal.
Ooh, all right.
Dream meal. No, it doesn't have to be a sandwich. Just dream meal right now. We're sitting down. Holy shit, it's a Tuesday. Just got done with the league meetings. Anything is available.
Great week.
Anything is available, Mark. What are we going with? Meal.
Well,
Haven't eaten in a couple days.
well, come on now.
All right, since the morning.
Be realistic.
Eaten since breakfast.
Be realistic.
Haven't eaten in
dinner the night
hours.
before.
Hours. Yeah, maybe the night before.
Dinner the night
Maybe
before.
Dinner the night
Okay.
before.
You're late. You don't get breakfast or lunch.
You know, you're on death row in your last meal. Take
Boom.
Yeah,
There you go.
There you
Death
go.
row
There you
meal.
go.
You see, I'm not going steak, although I love the steak, but I'm just going to have to get myself a good pizza.
Okay, from where in Pittsburgh? Dallas Salas?
Nah, I don't
Pizza
think
Hut?
I've ever went there.
Fury's?
Fury's is up there.
Fury's is way up
You know where? You know what? My flight was delayed so many times coming here that I stopped at Beto's Pizza on. You're not a Beto's guy.
No, because they don't cook the cheese.
I come to the conclusion that's like a twice a year type of delicacy.
sure.
So I'm a good Beto's guy. Big Vinny's down in Forest Hills.
Forest Hills.
Oh, I love Forest Hills. I don't think I've ever been to Vinny's. That's on me.
What?
Yeah, that's on me.
Never been to Vinny's?
Yeah, I've never been. I ate Dallas South pizza. That's what I ate. It was literally
I think it's
every
the
single.
Give me a good pizza.
I think it's
Give
the
me a
same
good-
Vinny's that was above 286.
Oh, super greasy.
Yeah.
Up around the bend there.
Yeah.
Oh, I have had Vinny's
Yes,
pizza.
that's a good pie. I mean,
That'll make
give me
you
a good,
dumb.
Good sausage pie.
Sausage, extra cheese.
Oh,
standard.
you can't have enough cheese. That's why I don't believe in like pizza from Italy.
Italy. Hey, Kaboly, you said it. Pizza
know.
from Italy sucks. They don't even have chicken parm over there. Fucking assholes.
Kaboly, you're Polish?
No, I'm half Italian actually.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Of course, he's from Pittsburgh, obviously.
Popolini. Half Italian.
Okay, so we
I
got
need some extra
sausage.
cheese and some sausage.
All right, so we got a
A
sausage.
spicy sausage, maybe.
Okay,
Ooh,
spicy
whatever.
sausage, extra cheese. We get any apps? No apps, just pizza.
I'm not much of an apps guy. I'm too cheap to buy $10 apps.
No, this is death row. Everything's available.
Okay.
Fresh mozzarella.
It's on the government.
Fresh mozzarella.
There's a
Chili's
mozzarella.
is starting this new thing, actually. What is it? Mozzarella
All right,
rectangles?
this is it. So you're eating a sausage pizza and death row.
I mean, what would you
What are you
eat?
drinking? You drinking Pepsi? What do you want?
Coke?
You know, I got my own drink, like an Arnold Palmer type of thing.
Oh,
but
yeah, what is it?
But it's not alcohol. It's just like half Werner's ginger ale and half unsweetened iced tea.
Ooh.
Sounds pretty good.
Everybody looks at me like Werner's ginger ale. They're like, "What are you, 80?"
Yeah, that's
I'm
where
like,
you lost me.
Close.
Berners is
All ginger ale
Berners
tastes
is a
good, though.
Michigan
But it's
ginger ale.
diet
It
ginger
tastes
ale,
like
too.
syrup. It sucks.
So you're putting Turner's?
Werner's
I only had good ginger ale.
and unsweetened iced tea together, and the diet Werner's ginger ale sweetens up the unsweetened iced tea, and it's quite refreshing.
Okay, so we got that right here. We got the sausage pizza with extra cheese
Yes.
right here. And that's it.
What about dessert?
Dessert, yeah.
Yeah, after you finish the pizza.
Yeah, before you die.
Yeah,
Last thing that you're going to eat.
Are you dipping the pizza in ranch?
I mean, it depends. If the crust is big and thick like the Vinny,
Okay, so we
Yep.
got ranch.
you have
Yeah,
to
we got
do
ranch.
that.
Okay, so we
if
got ranch.
not, people will look at you crazy.
Need-
But I'm a big ranch guy, but I wouldn't do that. I'm trying to think here. Dessert.
Chocolate, what, lava cake?
Nah.
Oh,
The chocolate on
Domino's.
chocolate,
Have you
no.
ever had Domino's lava cakes?
Nah.
What about you?
Oh, Mark.
Nah.
Burger King Hershey's Sundae pie?
I'd probably just take an old-fashioned piece of birthday cake.
There you
maybe on this way it would be
Which-
like the death cake or
Which
something.
cake,
I don't
though?
know.
Which cake, though? What style of cake?
Vanilla? What?
Confetti?
Dealer's choice.
Confetti's not very,
about
very
a blizzard?
underrated.
What
Very
about
underrated.
Oreo blizzard.
Ice
You
cream
know
cake?
what? Anything Reese's peanut butter cup, Reese's Pieces
yeah.
Blizzard is tremendous.
I agree. I agree.
So I would just go white cake, white icing. Fine.
pretty racist.
I'm
Really
pretty.
racist.
I'm from Pittsburgh.
Classic Pittsburgh.
remember?
Yeah. Everybody relax.
Pizza
Said
and
it.
cake.
He said it.
All right, we have a pizza. We have some ranch.
Oh,
there
there you
is
go.
a
Is that the Vinny's?
Yeah, it's a Vinny's pizza.
Somebody
That was
is
good.
definitely on their game in the back.
That's Z.
That's a Vinny's.
Zito
See the
finds your
crust?
pizza.
That's what you use for the ranch.
Oh wow, that looks like a DiGiorno.
What?
I think we're
That
having,
looks like bad pizza.
Mark, we
Don't
appreciate
help
you,
me
buddy.
out here.
Keep keeping us smart on the
don't even
Steelers.
get
We
it.
appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen from the Athletic, Mark Kaboly.
Hey, baby, more.
Mark, we'll help you out. We'll help you out.
Oh, yeah.
I'm good. I'm good.
No, Mark, don't. Whew. Looks like he's on house arrest, kind of, because it's on that one side.
Yep.
All right, fellas.
See you, Kabols.
All right, Mark.
Safe travels
Love
back
you,
to the
Mark.
Berg.
Back up a foot. Look at that. This guy's fighting through pain.
Jeez.
Bionic leg.
Careful.
Those can't be comfortable.
What?
Not as comfy as those Hokas.
Yeah, they are. I'm wearing Hokas with snakeskin around.
Yeah.
Whoa.
That's what I got.
That's genius.
Pretty good.
Pretty
How as
good.
good as that?
Pretty good.
All right. Thank you, Mark.
Done? We'll see you.
Love you, Mark.
See you, Mark.
Safe
Best
travels,
chicken
Mark.
days. They doing chicken fights, you think?
All right, Mark.
Wait, he already,
Yeah.
he already
Appreciate you, Mark.
It's sword.
ragdolled Schneider.
We appreciate you, Mark.
Love you, Mark.
God, that's a nice piece of home right there.
Yeah, it is. It's nice.
What's so funny, AJ? Why are you pointing and laughing at a guy?
The whole time.
I respect his confidence.
As you should.
I really do.
How could you not?
What are you talking about?
He's awesome.
King of
I
the
love
castle, baby.
The
Speaking
meal
of confidence, ladies and gentlemen, a man has walked in, taken his jacket off, kicked his little tiny shoes up,
Size 5s.
gotten comfortable. Ladies and gentlemen, are you allowed on? Oh.
Hey.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ian Rappaport. Rap sheet. Whoa!
Fancy shoes, the AQ. Those AQ
Oh, those
fancy
are the
shoes.
AQs?
Those wrestling shoes?
Hi, Ian.
What's up, Rap Sheet?
Hey guys,
Wow, this guy.
Why are you in a bad mood?
Not too happy.
I'm in a great mood.
Not too happy to be here.
Long
tired.
30
Long
minutes of
week.
Kaboly, that's why.
No, that was actually interesting.
Yeah.
He
I don't know. Yeah, I think that's potential.
There you go. Yeah.
gotta lower this a little. This is
Yeah,
much better.
yeah. We understand. Yeah.
He's 6'2". We get it.
I mean, he was sitting down, but yeah. I just his food takes are ridiculous. Dude. Yeah, I don't like this.
That was bad. That was bad.
Hold on.
That's very rude, dude.
Can I raise my seat up?
You
a
can do
little
whatever the hell you need. Here. Want this one?
It might raise, it might not. I don't know.
These chairs, yeah, they're.
So when I covered Alabama, they would have a reporter come on and be like the guest host for his call-in show, his like radio show. And it was always like kind of a cool thing, but very stressful because you'd sit there, you'd have to make small talk. He'd go like sign autographs, talk to fans, whatever. But you'd always be all the way down here, and he'd always be all the way up there.
So we've had a couple of people on the program before with the old set, which used to have a stage where my desk was, and then people were sitting down, and we didn't design it.
Yeah, here
There you go.
No,
That's not going to stay there. Probably you're going to get on it, and
This is my regular size. It's fine. Go ahead.
you're doing great.
Much better. Thanks. Go ahead.
Sweet Apple Watch.
Yeah.
It's not on purpose.
Is that an insider must?
Raheem Morris actually said, I'm not going to let you just stand and tower over top of me this
Yeah.
whole time. And I was like, I don't really think about that. I'm just trying to stay awake here. Okay, I'm trying to stay awake here. He was awesome.
Yes.
We talked to Ryan Poles. He was awesome. Kevin O'Connell. He was, I mean, everybody we've talked to has been fantastic. Does everybody get along? Is that like these meetings, everybody just gets along and it's cool? And do you learn anything here that you're allowed to report on, or is it just kind of like seeds for the future?
A lot of seeds for the future. Although, like, this is actually the best time because everyone's in a good mood. Like, if you go to-
Legit. That's what it has felt
right?
like.
Like, everyone's free agency. I am shrinking, by the way.
Yeah,
I mean, in
that's-
real life, but also in the chair.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure that's what it is.
Like, usually, like, if I go to, thanks. If I go to, like, the December meetings, half the place is like, oh, God, a reporter. Like, look at me. I'm literally shrinking as I'm talking.
Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I really am.
Son of a bitch.
It's going down, rap sheet.
This is so terrible.
You don't look small at all, though. Like, if you look.
No, let's
Am I now? I know this is your show. Am I allowed to stand up? Or are you the only-
Absolutely.
Really?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just stand there.
So much
See,
better.
look at that.
God. So I can also stay awake. Now we're no, I'm still short.
I mean, you're.
I mean, this
I mean,
might
it's
be
worse.
worse.
Right even.
Literally the same.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because you had an excuse with the chair before.
Right. Now it's like it is what
Now
it
you
is.
don't.
Lower third telling everybody.
I took a picture with DeAndre Hopkins because he was here for the flag football stuff, and all the responses like, "Wow, he's much taller than I realized." I'm like, yeah, that's me.
Well, D-Hop's a big son of a.
I mean, he's not like 9 feet tall. Why are we? No, come on, that's not cool.
We're all staying this last hour.
I kind of try and wake up a little.
This last hour.
This is what it's like. Late nights, early mornings. By this time, everyone's kind of like, ugh.
Slap happy? See, we're not miserable. We're slap happy. We got no sleep. We're on a plane last night. Did you see what The Rock did to Cody Rhodes last night? Oh,
dude, I'm going to WrestleMania. I need to start reading up on this stuff.
Yeah,
are you going? Did you get your tickets? Isn't it already? Did you already get tickets?
I've been told the tickets will be coming, but I have not received them in my inbox.
What do you have, an assistant? That is
I mean, I have people working for me.
Oh, okay, right.
Metaphorically, also
Not
actually.
including
Pelicero's getting your tickets for you?
Pelissero is not. He's at the pool right now waiting for me to.
Oh, okay. That's why you were.
Chicken fight, round 2.
Chicken fight.
All right, what's the news we should know about? What's the news we should know about coming out?
So you talk about like the sort of collecting news. So the Dak Prescott contract situation has always sort of been lingering. And I kind of thought in my head that maybe they're going to let him play it out like they're going to let McCarthy play it out. Talk to enough people here, you kind of do enough background work. And by the end of this, I was able to report that basically where they are is the Cowboys and Dak have an understanding that no offer is, or no contract extension is imminent. That basically he is set to play it out and play out the final year of his contract like McCarthy, which kind of paves the way for him to be a free agent next year, which is sort of high stakes and fascinating. And like it seemed to point in this direction because when they didn't get a deal done by free agency, you knew like, all right, that would have been the time. But that's one of the things I learned here, and I think it kind of sets up for like one of the most interesting Cowboys seasons we've seen in a while.
Hell yeah. A lot of dead cap we've heard. If they are to move on. $95 million allegedly.
I don't know the actual number, but I'm sure it's a lot because they kind of kicked it down the road. But like
kick can down the road.
But you know, there's ways you can pay it out kind of over the years. Now, I mean, obviously they would. Best case is he leads him to a Super Bowl. They do an extension after the year at some point. He gets an astronomical sum and everyone's happy. If it doesn't go like that, then it gets really, really interesting.
Oh, the Dallas Cowboys are always really interesting.
Oh, no.
Especially with what we're learning about inside the building. You know, they watch people in the weight room as if they're zoo animals.
That's right. Giving tours.
Is that true?
Well, that's what we were told, and then it was taken as the entire building is a zoo, and then we almost burned a bridge with a tight end for the Houston Texans.
Exactly.
Oh, this was the Schultz. Oh, yeah. I didn't think his comments were bad.
I mean, that's taken out of context, which some people do on the internet, making a career out of taking things out of context.
A lot of
actually.
that.
Yeah. Rest in piss, too, if anything. You know what I mean? Like those people.
Dude, it's worse than
ever. There's people making full careers out of it. But whenever you take that and then it just gets kind of bum, that just becomes the story of what was said. And it was like, he certainly said it was a zoo, but we were talking about the weight room at the exact time, not the entire building. But their entire culture did get called into question a lot during that entire thing. Jerry Jones, he's still very active. We saw the notes he was taking the other day.
Yeah, good notes. Yep.
Still very, very active in the entire
See
thing.
those?
How often is that conversation still had? Because I know publicly it's like Jerry Jones, as long as he's around, they're never going to win because of things like that. That's not how it is behind the scenes at these owners' meetings.
I don't.
Look at those notes, dude.
Oh, my God.
Great nails.
Yeah.
Got a manicure.
Very well manicured.
Very well manicured.
Oh, Matt.
Never know.
I mean,
right.
There's definitely a joke in there somewhere.
Yep. What?
I do appreciate the doodling. I'm a big doodler. I do bubble letters is like kind of my doodle.
Okay, I get you.
Yeah.
I do
I've
houses. I build houses.
Do you?
Yeah, but just
It's a good one.
Whenever you're on the show and you go to full screen on our show,
you're building
I'm
houses?
drawing houses, yeah. Just what is this?
I do 3D squares.
Yep, 3D cubes.
Yeah, cubes.
Yeah,
Stars in there.
Yeah, we actually owe you a lot of credit because when you're on, we find ourselves doing it the most. So we
See,
appreciate
I knew I was good for something.
Yeah, we
I wasn't sure
became
what,
great
but
doodlers.
yeah.
He's potentially trying to make me draw an entire book.
Yeah, we'll see. So, this guy's not saying shit. I can go ahead and just.
Yeah, this guy's not giving us any answers.
I will say this in all seriousness: if you came out with a doodle book, I would put it on my bookshelf.
Yes.
I wouldn't like read it or whatever.
Would
but
you
I
be able to
put
see it on
the bookshelf.
NFL Plus?
You sure would.
Who else?
Whoa!
The insiders?
Yep, sure would.
My gosh.
Sure would.
But Jerry Jones still a mover and shaker here.
So he is still very involved, but he hasn't he is the boss. Don't get me wrong, he is the boss. But day-to-day football decisions, it is Stephen Jones and it's Will McClay. And that's been like that for years. And so I know the Cowboys, this is for some reason frustrating me because I feel like people don't have a good understanding of how it actually is. The Cowboys franchise has had the stereotype or whatever of being like wild, big spending, crazy contracts. Like they draft well, they sign their own guys. Like this offseason, like they're going to try to get a CD extension. They may try to get a Micah Parsons extension. Like they're going to try to spend on their own guys. There's nothing wild or crazy about that. But it's not Jerry kind of just doing whatever. But I will say this, like what Dalton Schultz said about the culture, like people being around, just the amount of people who have access and are around, that is all true. So to be a member of the Cowboys, you have to be okay, or like to be head coach of the Cowboys. Jason Garrett was always very good at this. You have to be okay with
meet and greets happening potentially
a lot of
on the way
meet
to
and
an
greets.
office.
A lot of meet and greets.
So you got to be a Cowboy.
Yes.
But also they're dealing with distractions nobody else is dealing with.
No.
You know, so that's what could be considered a distraction, but also could be considered an asset, I guess, right?
Also, more publicity than if you are on the Cowboys, you become more famous than at any other point.
Agreed. You're going to be on national television because of the amount of say that we thought Jerry Jones had. But it may be Jerry Jones just the one that's eating all the bullets for his kid who's doing all these things.
Possible.
Well, yeah, it feels like that's probably the case. Conman's got a question for you, right?
Yeah, Schefter. Excuse me.
Oh, no.
What? I am so.
Oh!
I am so sorry.
You know what? You know what?
I didn't see that coming.
You know what? That's okay.
Oh shit.
I don't hold it against you. Or nothing against him. Don't hold it against you.
Sorry about that.
Is that a compliment?
Rap sheet?
It's a compliment.
I apologize.
I mean, he's done it
If we
very.
called Shefty Rappaport, he'd say thank you very much.
He's been doing it 35 years. How many years have you been doing it?
Not as many.
Okay.
All right.
Not insulted by. Not insulted by that.
It
But
was
it's
a
okay.
slip. I
Wow.
apologize.
Especially
you. That's what
shouldn't
you've
be.
been doing.
You shouldn't be. It was a compliment. You know. It's
Sure.
no ill intent. I apologize.
I'm not even joking. I actually, because it does happen, and I'm like, it's happened for years, and it's sort of like, whatever.
It is what it is.
That was so cool what you just did? That was so cool what you just did?
Feels like it's something.
Whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's why
That was true.
I got these cool shoes.
Yeah.
on. Can you kick one of those shoes up here?
Let's see. Do you want me to take it off? Or?
Yeah.
Take them both off.
No, just put your leg up.
No. Well, if you could you get your leg up? Look at these shoes.
Whoa.
Rap
Well,
sheet.
they say
says
rap
it.
sheet.
It says rap sheet.
Oh,
on
we got
it.
your kids on there too. That's pretty sweet.
Kids
Who
on
made
there.
it? Who did that?
We went to Venice, and they had an artist draw it on it.
In Italy?
Yeah.
Venice in
Not
Europe?
California,
Oh, the big Venice.
but the real actual Venice.
Italy?
Italy.
Are those waterproof?
Nope. Sure not.
Those are really nice.
Dennis has a lot of water.
Dog
So when you're
shit
walking
on the
around,
bottom of
people
those.
poop on there.
You got poop on the
You
bottom?
got, you got a little bit of poop on there. Rap.
Thanks for putting it on our desk.
That's fine.
Also bad luck.
It's fine. Nothing happened. It's fine.
You look really cool. Is that a big part of the job?
It's just natural for me. It's just been like that.
Last night I heard it was a big booze bag event. You hit home runs last night.
There was a lot. There was definitely some booze.
Oh yeah? What were you drinking last night?
What?
I was drinking light beer just for sustainability.
For a little bit.
In a glass, in a can?
Glass.
Oh yeah?
No, Pat.
Ice cold, need it.
You know what they do?
Frozen-
Bottle, only bottle, and then what they do
Put napkin
is they-
around it so it's fancy.
I will say no napkin,
You're
no
drinking
fruit,
glass
no
bottle.
napkin. Yes, glass bottle.
You're not drinking glass. Like
no,
The bottle.
It's very
No,
nice out of a glass if you've never done it.
it's the same. And
Well,
no, what
yeah,
about
but you can-
Are you a napkin
Pint
guy?
glass.
Don't tell me you're a napkin.
I'm not
around
a
the
napkin
beer
guy, but
like, I
will-
don't want my hand to get wet.
No,
like
if someone
God
offers
forbid.
me a glass, though, I will absolutely take it.
Frosty?
Frosty mug.
Absolutely.
So they didn't have those at the NFL party last night?
I decline. No frosty mugs.
Okay, so you had your beer bottles, and then you take a shot every once in a while with some
No,
person who tries to-
Bathrooms.
no shots. No shots.
No mixed drinks?
No mixed drinks.
What was the event that caused you to never be able to drink hard booze again?
Yeah, something happened.
What'd you do?
I
We'd like
do
to
drink
dig into
hard
that a little
booze
bit.
sometimes, but at work events, sometimes hard booze. I don't know if you guys know this, but you can drink more than maybe you want sometimes, and there's a reaction that's not exactly the professional thing. You
For
want to
some
show.
people, it is a hilarious reaction. You know, some people are allergic to hard booze, and what happens is they just become the most hysterical human on earth. For instance, for our drunk friend over here, Ty, that is the one of
Certainly
the,
not allergic to it.
Yeah, well,
Oh, no.
Ty has a couple drinks, it becomes
More of a PED.
It is, yeah, it is.
Yeah, I agree.
Anyways, you had a question for
Yeah.
Schefter?
Anyways, my question. So right now, McCarthy's the hot name. I mean, you got the top three guys. Daniels, Williams.
Oh, yeah.
And then
That
McCarthy's
McCarthy,
kind of,
yeah.
he's skyrocketing
Kind
up.
of feels like that, yeah.
Because of that, and maybe this is because of what happened last year, I am viewing McCarthy as like Will Levis in that the fact that everyone's talking about him, and last year Levis was that guy that everyone talked about. Like, I believe he went and became the favorite to be the number 4 overall pick to the Colts at one point. Because of that, our team's like more interested in Bo Nix and Michael Penix, and they're not talking about it? Or are there concerns with Bo Nix and Michael Penix because of the McCarthy skyrocket?
So, first of all, I would say I don't know where they're going to go, but the sense I get, is Penix probably before Nix. And I don't, like, generally the way it works in the quarterback world, besides Levis.
Journalism.
Show the camera.
Sorry about it. You did have a text open. I saw it.
I missed a call of something I'm waiting on.
Oh, shit.
Call. We'll mute the mics. We'll mute the mics. We'll mute the mics. We'll mute it. We'll mute the mics. We'll not to mute the mics.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, you got to stand right there and do
stand
it.
here. Hold on, I got
Get a
it.
sign for the meat shipment coming.
You see Schultz over there? Little lattes.
What?
Schultz not on the
Schultz.
fence. Schultz does not have this one. Schultz did have Ridley.
He did.
Yes, he did.
And the Snead
Yeah, the
contract.
Darius Snead.
Nice job, Schultz.
Everybody, Schultz!
Schultzy, no lie, you've been killing it.
We gotta hold on. He's breaking news right now.
Maybe.
Uh-oh.
No belt.
Oh, this guy sucks.
No news yet.
Yikes.
Are you kidding me? Why would
No
you?
news yet.
Is it because they
What
called
division?
someone else
What
when you didn't
division?
pick up?
No.
What division?
I'm
Say
not
it.
going to tell you.
What
What
conference?
conference?
I'm not going to tell you.
It was AFC North.
Oh, okay, nice.
Boom.
You shouldn't have shown me your phone.
What if I told you I knew the news?
Oh!
You probably do.
I think I do.
Well, then what the fuck are you here for? If
That's actually a great question. I was kind of wondering. I wandered in here. I thought this was the coffee room, and then I saw you guys were.
We're
like,
thankful you stopped by, Rap. This is good to see you. You're going to the pool right now?
I might get a Peloton and then pool.
Okay, we're going to have to do something. Is there like a diner in this hotel?
This is like I'm not going to make a joke about diners. Sorry. There
Go
are
ahead.
several.
No, what were you going to say about diners? What do you got to say about diners?
I
Don't do what you're about to do.
support diners.
However,
However, I mean it's ridiculous. The menu's like 9 pages long, and like how could every food be like fresh if there's so many pages?
Oh, so you hate Cheesecake
You got an
Factory?
issue with
Son
Cheesecake
of a
Factory, you're
bitch.
saying?
And the way
That menu is
Taffer over
ridiculous.
here.
Yeah, it is.
It's
Johnny
absurd.
Rockets?
The best.
Johnny Rockets.
whoa. What was that about?
What's your death row meal?
Yep. We just heard Kaboly's. It was a sausage pizza from Vinny's with ranch dressing.
I would say
Confetti
it would,
cake?
It would.
No, it was vanilla.
He said
That's more offensive than calling me
underrated. Confetti cake is underrated.
That was good pizza. No.
That is good
By the way,
pizza. What do
dessert would be carrot cake, not confetti.
Carrot cake's
Love
not
carrot
bad.
cake.
Right before you die, you might as well just kill yourself before the carrot cake.
If I'm going, I'm going. It's fine. Carrot cake.
Carrot cake's good.
Carrot cake is not your death row dessert.
That's the
It's
best
his.
dessert there is.
Look at this guy.
Best.
It's close.
Yeah, it's carrot cake's great.
Sure, you're not even having Pez? Just eating a bunch of Pez?
I could have Pez, actually.
Sprinkled on the carrot cake. Pez.
Maybe dressed up as a cheeseburger.
My
What's
kid-
the meal? Pizza?
I think gumbo or etouffee. Cajun.
What a bad pick.
Etouffee.
I'm support
Wait,
the
that's your
kid.
meal?
Yeah, that'd be like gumbo would probably be it.
Clean up the diarrhea around you after they electrocute you.
Oh, no.
Gotta be a messy cleanup.
What's
No,
etouffee? What is that?
It's another Cajun delicacy.
It's what they
Crawdad.
ate. It's what they ate at the Ides of March.
Love that.
Crawd?
Yeah, the crawfish.
The
Crawdad,
twist
isn't
suck
it?
the head?
Yep.
What are you drinking?
No. Ooh. Could be anything.
All of it?
Last drink you're ever gonna have.
Last drink ever. I would say, oh man, probably some Old Weller, something like
Yeah,
that.
me too.
We have etouffee.
No, that's lovely. Look at that.
That is pretty lovely.
I'd like white rice.
That's like an appetizer, right? That's an
No,
appetizer?
it's not an appetizer. I mean, that was a small portion. I would need a bigger portion, but
Of course you would. Yeah. Hey, tailored suit. That's why we don't have the belt on?
oh no, well, belt makes me look short, so I gotta.
Oh, it's the belt.
It's
The
the
belt.
belt.
Yep.
Okay, got it.
Allegedly.
Thanks for clearing that
Allegedly.
up. Any news coming soon? You said you're working on something. Obviously, something has to
Waiting
be
on
coming.
something.
What is it? Free agency? Draft move?
It's a free agent.
Ooh, there is one. Who's been talked about?
out there?
Odell Beckham.
Oh, he's there's a lot of being talked about him.
lot.
Yeah.
His genetics.
What's going on with Diddy?
Friends.
Whoa.
I don't know, but I got a couple texts this morning where I'm like, I need to look into the Diddy situation. I need more information.
No, you don't.
No, do I not?
No, I don't think so.
Stick to football.
You can.
Stick to football.
Feels like there's a
How could it
potential.
be that bad?
This is like a house of cards. Feels like what a lot of people are saying on the internet.
How
About
could it
Diddy?
be that bad? This is cool.
Yeah, just because the amount of potential connections and stuff that could come for this. The feds getting involved is wild. That was all kind of unfolding while Raw was taking place.
Yeah.
I looked at it on my phone, and I think it's like some McCockner celebrity account. Feds raiding Diddy's house. It's like, that's real deal.
Multiple houses.
That's, in L.A. and Miami.
Taking people out in
Taking
cuffs.
dudes out like this.
What?
Yeah, guys sitting on the ground in cuffs out of the house. And then obviously people are talking about how many trash cans he had in one particular house.
And his neighbors coming out of the driveway.
How many is too many trash cans?
He had 9 trash cans, 4 recycling bins.
Fine. He should just have a dumpster. But yeah.
Yeah, dumpster's the best move, I think, because I don't like living by their rules. I got to have it out by Monday morning. Well, what if I'm not ready Monday morning?
Exactly.
So dumpster's a good move if you can. Then allegedly his plane was trying to get. I mean, there's a lot going on with that. So if you could get to the bottom of it, that would be great. But Odell Beckham Jr. is a good conversation piece about the free agency and also safety.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Simmons.
Justin Simmons. He's a big one too. There's a couple of big name free agents.
Sort of get to the point now where it's like you get a little closer to the draft, and either teams will want to. There you go. Teams will want to like fill holes, and so they don't have to reach in the draft. So like usually deals don't get done now. Usually they get done closer to the draft when like there's sort of a point where they have to get done. But that's a pretty decent list right there.
Yeah. It's not your board, but it's our board.
It's a good board.
Yeah, it's a good board. A lot of good players on there. I assume
Kyle
so.
Van Noy, know the Ravens want to bring him back. Could see friend of the show, right?
Okay, Kyle Van Noy potentially going back to the Ravens. I think he reported that in a Q&A on the internet last night while waiting for a plane.
Okay.
Did he?
Michael Thomas.
Michael Thomas might take a minute.
No interest.
He called a reporter a garden tool on Twitter.
He called
A hoe.
Yeah, the garden tool.
No.
No,
Yes.
it wasn't a garden tool.
Different kind of hoe.
No, he said HOE. That's the garden tool.
Okay, so this is what you reporters are doing?
No, I'm
That's
saying
how
it's
you
like,
guys spin it. You
Well,
guys do
the
that.
other one is
What?
pretty offensive.
What was the other one?
How do you spell
Like
that?
Santa Claus says?
Well, wouldn't a garden tool, the hoe, be the worst one to be described as? Wouldn't you want to be like a shovel or something anyways? You kind of did take a garden tool shot
Yeah,
at
no, that's fair. I would agree with
Hose?
that. I mean, yeah. Shovel would be the
winner.
shovel would be what you want to be.
Yeah,
Like
so
a hatchet or an axe.
yeah, so if we're just talking about it being a garden tool, if that's how you guys are going to angle it, like still not a good garden tool to be.
I
Way
don't-
down.
You know
Definitely
what I mean?
agree with that.
Okay,
Shears would be the one.
But like for him,
oh,
Dynamic.
they are.
big
'Cause
shears
it's-
like Brutus beefcake shears.
Those aren't bad. Those are a lot of work.
I used to want those when
These
I was a
ones,
kid.
Handheld.
these
Yeah.
ones are a real weapon.
Bingo.
Pruning shears. Yep, pruning.
Pruning
Yes, you
shears.
can
There it is.
because you just go.
Use it to cut chicken too.
Give me a spade.
That
all
yes,
day long.
Yeah,
big
scissors.
big kitchen scissors guy.
Yes,
Me too.
It is a game
Yeah.
changer.
Changed my life.
It is the best thing of
Forever.
all time.
Yes.
People need to stop using knives.
Amen.
Start using scissors.
Knives are for stabbing. Scissors are for
We've
chicken.
been saying that for a long time. Yeah.
Is there going to be any of that in Diddy?
Knives are for stabbing.
What's the best meat to
So
smoke?
why doesn't that get?
Who is it?
Who is it? Is it Dahn?
No, that was Pelissero. I mean, you never know what text. That was Pelissero asking.
Hurry up, you're my raise!
He's asking if we should change our dinner reservation for tonight because we're off-site and he wants to be on-site.
Oh, so a diner on site.
Thought your pina colada
You
was
don't have to
melted.
drive.
You know,
do
can you
not
tell
mind that.
Tom Pelissero that everything that comes out of the NFL doesn't mean it's like the greatest thing of
Gospel.
all time?
Do you
Feel like
the new kickoff? You're good or not good?
I inevitably got sold on it because I was told that we kind of have to, or they're going to take the kick out.
That's probably right.
Yeah, which is I think all special teams people's feelings. Like, all right, we got to be on board because if not, it's going to be gone. I think them changing from 35 to 30 was a bad decision. We're just going to get touchbacks still.
You don't think that'll make a difference?
I don't think so. Darren Rizzy said he thinks 25, 50% more returns, which is another 800, 900 plays, which is A-okay.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so there's definitely improvements, I think, coming, but the tinkering of it for a year, I think it'll be good.
I kind of liked how they literally empowered the special teams coaches to be like, all right, like,
Figure it out.
figure this out. And that's, I mean, and they picked like two of the really
They were
good
all
ones.
pissed off about the fair catch thing, and Roger's like, all right, figure it out then. And then, they go to work, and I appreciate that as well.
I like that.
Who is that?
Oh, look, he didn't put it down. He needs to be
All right,
all
Rat.
back.
We'll see you. Let's get some food after this.
All right.
Because our plane is taking off a few hours.
Oh, is that the Delta or U.S. Airways or
Alaskan this time.
Alaska? Is that
Yeah, Bill.
JetBlue.
Oh, yeah.
Bill Airways.
Bill Air.
Yep.
Bill Air. He's got a Fu Manchu mustache.
Started on his own. Built his plane.
Maybe. Talking about building other planes.
It's going to be a rocky flight.
What does that mean?
Every flight.
Yeah.
I have not been on a plane in the last 3 months where I haven't been told, hey, going to be some shit.
Maybe a little turbulence. Like,
Yeah, but
thanks.
then there isn't. And it's like, I immediately go, hey, thank you. So, like, they're setting they're the only ones that know the information.
That's actually a great move.
Bingo.
Great move.
That's
Guys, unless I pull off something crazy,
Bingo.
it is going to be like this.
yeah, and I have no clue. I'm just like, yeah, thank you for getting us here because
no problem. I'm a great pilot.
every flight is pretty much good.
Yes.
But like going into it, it's like, hey, we're going to be about an hour into this, and it's going to feel like we're going to fall out of the sky.
Aggressive takeoff.
It's going to be like
We're taking this nose right to the moon, okay, whenever we get out of here because of the way the wind is. And then all of a sudden, it's like the smoothest takeoff. So I immediately, hey, that's good takeoff.
Are you guys, so they land and everyone claps, or you kind of like, you land, you're like,
I say-
all right, you did your job.
Every time I say great landing every single time. Even if it's not, which there have been some where it feels like they're trying to put the plane through the ground instead of landing on the ground. But the wind is the wind.
That's fair.
And it's better than walking. It's much better than whenever they're using a fucking horse and buggy back in the day.
Train?
Train seems like that could be pretty relaxing, but boy, when they started robbing those trains, that had to be very scary. You're just like a sitting
Unless
duck.
you're the robber, in which case you get all the money.
Well, it depends on how fast your horse is, if I do recall. You got to have a smart, fast horse to be able to rob a bank or a train back in the day.
One that can kind of be cool under pressure, too, because you got to get off that horse. That horse can't move when it's hearing gunshots.
No, that thing's got to keep running.
Yeah, I got to run with the train.
Oh, okay. I was
That thing's got to keep running.
thinking Operation Stop Train.
No, because shouldn't do it.
So you're riding next to you.
I can tell you.
I don't know this.
Oh, no. No.
I don't know this horse.
Oh, Jesus.
But you're riding, I think, alongside train.
Oh, my God.
And you jump off into train.
Right.
Horse has to run.
Then you give me your money.
Yep.
Horse, has to.
Keep
Exactly.
go.
And then
Just
you're
jump back on.
If he goes down, am I catching him, or what's the move?
Are you
Right.
catching me?
Do
You're
I let him-
115 pounds.
Jump.
Jump!
He's caving your head in.
He can get
This
you.
is what we'll see. This is what we'll see at
Rapsy, catch him.
WrestleMania.
Rapsy, catch him.
Oh my God, Rap.
Get ready, Rap.
You know, I would not catch him. I would take it. I would wear it.
There you go. Your brains would be painted.
I'd be the table. I'd be the table. I'd be the Spanish announcer.
I'd flat bump you. You'd have a nice smooth fall.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd smooth fall. I'd move.
would be
I'd
great.
probably do a
It would
little
be
swan ton
Yep.
right on you. My back would hit you right in the jaw.
Yep.
And then we would just go down on the ground together. And we call it a day, like we're about to do right now. You're the man, Rap. Thank you for everything.
Oh,
Jesus.
I don't feel bad anymore.
I don't shake hands with anyone.
Yeah.
Just leave it.
Walk off.
Just leave it, Rap.
That's all I got.
Watch my horse, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Ian Rappaport.
And then the rap sheet.
That was really good, Rap. All right. Last person before we leave.
This is why we came.
This is it.
Yeah.
This is what you play for.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen from Bleacher Report, the Schultz Report. He's on it.
He's got it.
Always.
He's on it. Some call him Little Latte because his relation to the Starbucks company, which Starbucks is very successful.
Yeah.
Love it.
Starbucks, like, I think either, because I think Subway had it for a while, and I think Starbucks passed them for most in the world.
Yep.
Yeah.
So worth a lot. Worth a lot. You're paying $9 for regular
small
ass coffee.
Right.
But people are doing it because it's cool. This guy directly benefited from that with his family.
Correct.
And instead of just kicking his feet up and sucking down $14 lattes while trying to build the Starbucks brand, he decided to become a fucking insider, which means you're on your phone all day, every day. You're missing everything. But you're also down at the annual league meetings. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor. Jordan Schultz.
Hey, Schultz! Baby Jordan. Hey, Jordan.
Oh, he's jogging. He's jogging. Big hugs. Big hugs. We hug here. We hug here. We did not know Schultz was here.
Thank God.
Thought we were potentially heading out of here, but we see Schultz. We got to talk
Yeah, you got
Schultz.
Schultz.
Yeah.
Schultz, I'm gonna be honest. I thought we were out of here, but then I see you over there.
I ruined your.
You did not ruin it. This is actually a good. This is a good piece of juice here to get out of here.
Yeah.
Perfection.
This could be the first time where you're going to be on camera where we're going to potentially be similar to the same amount of head.
Oh, because we do the camera thing. Yeah.
Well, you do.
I love the camera.
And then we do it.
Love the camera thing.
What are you doing? You're down here working, huh? Okay.
Yeah, but I did parlay it into a kids spring break Universal Studios. So we got a little ride yesterday, which was great. I was able to do both.
So you get like a day pass here at the annual league meeting?
I did a day at the meeting, half day with the Universal.
What are you doing? You're shaking hands right now? Because we see you on Fox, right? You're on Fox?
Yep. Yeah, I'll be on Coward next 4 days, first 4 days of next week, Monday through Thursday.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Same exact time as us. We appreciate you doing that.
Yeah, no, this is a real pleasure because I wanted to come into Indy. So this is a special honor. I'm going to stand up. What am I doing?
There you go, Schultz.
Well, you decided to do this to Rap Sheet because Rap Sheet look like a tiny little fella. But we know you're a basketball player. So we know you got a little size on you, little athleticism.
Very little athleticism.
You come down here, though, you shake hands, kiss babies. That's what you're trying to do. Because we saw Schefter, 35 years in. We see Rappaport, 20 years in, whatever it is.
2 years.
Then you're on 2 years. So now this is 3 different levels of trying to work the angles.
I look at it less like angles and more relationships like with you guys. But
friendships.
Yeah, because you never want anything to be transactional. You want it to be genuine so that most of the conversations are not about the actual football. But yeah. I got some top 30 visits from Malachi Corley.
Who?
The Western Kentucky kid, the receiver.
The receiver.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I did not know that's how you.
Interested?
Absolutely, yeah.
We got quite a few. Steelers, Cowboys, Browns, Ravens, Panthers, Bucks, Seattle, Niners.
Now we got it.
Ranking. This guy's going first round? This guy's going first round?
I don't know if I think he's right on that fringe between first and second, but everyone's calling him the Debo 2.0. He put on about 15 pounds of muscle. He looks like a beast.
Okay, so here's the thing. Nobody's covering the second round right now, which is why I'm pumped that we are.
All right, I got some
breaking. We just had some breaking right there. What's so funny, Gumps? This is good information.
I got
league meetings.
Yeah.
Yeah, league meetings. I got some other ones. I think Arizona, if you're looking for a sleeper team to move back, I think Arizona at 4 is going to move back. I think it's a really good chance.
So that could be where Minnesota Vikings.
They're not married to 4. I think Monty realizes that they have quite a few holes. They don't need a quarterback, obviously. They can move back and address some other positions.
Yeah.
Okay, Schultz.
What about Seattle? Is Seattle going to take Penix? A lot of people are thinking that they're going to take a QB of the future.
Not only that, but you have Ryan Grubb, who was his OC at Washington the last 2 years, who's now the OC in Seattle. I think Seattle's. I would say these 3 or 4 teams to watch out for Penix would be Seattle, Atlanta, potentially a sleeper would be the Rams.
Oh,
okay. Let me tell you about Penix.
What about Minnesota?
Minnesota's another one. They're in that mix as well.
Oh, sleeper. Okay.
Minshew's a stopgap, I think, respectfully. And then obviously they have Aiden O'Connell, who is a backup, respectfully. So I would say that with Penix, though, he measured 6'2" and change, also measured 6'9" wingspan.
Whoa!
Sheesh. And measured the biggest hand size of any non-lineman at the combine.
Okay.
I think it was 10 and a quarter, something.
Huge.
Yeah, massive.
That's huge.
Massive. Now that's not the prerequisite for success, but we've seen a lot of guys not have the
big gloves.
Big gloves.
Gotta play in the element.
Yeah, absolute monster hand-wise. And then you go back to what Kalen DeBoer told me, his head coach, who you know well.
Yes.
Talked to him yesterday. Said he's one of the single best leaders he's ever seen in his life, regardless of sport.
Well, he got that Washington team to the national championship.
Yeah.
2 years.
I mean, he turned it around.
Alabama.
I think he's doing great. He told me yesterday that they're finally settling in. But there's a lot of pressure. You go from Washington to Bama, that's tough.
Yeah,
after team leaves. Different standard.
After Saban. But I think he'll do well.
And your team's allowed to just get poached.
Yeah, they,
for like 14 days or something.
Proctor, though. Proctor's coming back. He saw the other side. He didn't like it.
Yeah. I'll tell you, too, that for what it's worth with Penix, I don't want to give you too much. I know you guys got to go. I don't want to.
Give us all you got.
Yeah.
John Beck, all you can eat right now.
John Beck, who is also coaching Daniels, has coached Stroud, I believe. Bryce Young told me that Penix reminds him a lot of Stafford with the arm slots and arm angles.
Okay.
And said that very few quarterbacks can play in that type of weather. And he pointed to me the Oregon State game, which was horrible weather in Corvallis.
Rain.
And
the guy was pissing at the table.
Yes. And Penix held up, and he said that's why teams are going to love him, because he can play in any environment, not just a dome guy. And then McCarthy, you said, has been rising a lot. The reason he's rising is really twofold. One is obviously the winning. He was 8-0 at IMG, won a national title won 2 state titles in high school before IMG, and then obviously he's the 3rd winningest quarterback in college football history. And his hockey background, the toughness, a couple teams have told me they love that. Was a big
hockey
time,
is awesome. This was a hockey player?
Big-time junior hockey player. Big time.
What are you talking about? We're talking
14, 15, 16, before he just went straight football. He was a big-time hockey player.
Oh, that's why the boys love him.
That changes a lot.
I did not know that we got...
McCarthy is a monster,
We got
man.
sticky mitts.
That changes everything.
I did not know we had dangles. So we heard a story from source says that when he was a freshman and they had a package for him and he'd come into the huddle or whatever, he was replacing Cade McNamara.
Yeah.
Cade McNamara obviously would take them to a playoff, and Cade McNamara was respected obviously amongst the... He's a freshman kid, obviously comes in national champion, IMG, highly hyped, and he's getting forced into a couple different spots there when they have their quarterback. A senior offensive lineman who is described as a human who hates everybody. There are offensive linemen that are like that.
Kind of like a Will Hernandez, just does not like other people. Yeah,
Sure.
in a good way.
Different Hernandez.
Different Hernandez. Yeah, Will Hernandez.
In a good way.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Nasty,
offensive
old school
linemen. There's a lot of
linemen.
offensive linemen that are just naturally miserable people and naturally just hate any change or anything. Could potentially, especially senior to a freshman. And I guess whenever this particular senior offensive lineman saw the way JJ carried himself in the huddle, in the locker room, and with Cade McNamara, with the whole situation going on, they're like, yeah, this is the one. I believe is what it was. And that I don't want to say change.
That was his true freshman year.
Yeah, I don't want to say it changed the perspective of a lot of people in the building, but a lot of people in the building were like, okay, even the people that don't like people like this guy when there's easy ways for it not to happen. So I think JJ's skyrocketing.
Yep.
But what does that ever mean during draft season?
Could be one.
Could be a forget.
I actually asked him about, I was talking to JJ and I said, this was before the combine, I said, I bet you
Text them, FaceTime?
We were just on the phone.
Oh, so you guys call each other.
Yeah, I wanted, because I want to get a sense of guys' personalities. And I said to him, what are you going to say when teams ask you about the 32 straight runs against Penn State? Teams might say, well, they didn't trust you. And he said, well, we got 2 of the best running backs in the country. We got a monster offensive line. And all I'm about is winning. And that's what I was just saying, going back to his high school. All the guy does is win. I love J.J. McCarthy. You mentioned Levis. That's a similar comp in terms of the size, the athleticism. I think McCarthy, though, his success is just literally unmatched. So I think he's gonna definitely have an opportunity to go inside the top 5, top 10.
We talked about that 32 straight runs against Penn State. The first game, Jim Harbaugh and Sherrone Moore found out before the game.
Right, that he was coaching.
Head coach.
Right.
JJ didn't bitch about it at all, about handing the ball off, at all. Didn't worry about the Heisman conversation at all. Just kept it's because he's a hockey player.
Yeah, exactly.
I had no idea he was an American hockey player.
What does that do for you guys when you hear that, though, as a quarterback?
I mean, as a
changes
Patriots
everything.
Fan, as a Patriots fan, I'm good with McCarthy.
Tough dude. Yeah.
I mean, he beat the shit out of Ohio State, too.
Remember that throwback in the Rose Bowl that he caught one-handed and turns and threw?
Gets killed,
just
too.
that play alone was, okay, here we go.
Hockey player.
Yeah.
Big-time amateur hockey player. Also, speaking of quarterbacks, go back to amateur.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Juniors. They call it juniors.
I'm going to start. No, amateur instead of amateur. I like it.
I asked Odunze and Polk about Penix.
Okay.
And I said, what does he do better than anyone? And they said, this dude's ball placement and back shoulder.
Accuracy.
World class. So, talk about accuracy, yeah.
We were talking to KOC earlier about accuracy being a big thing, and I said, so you like Penix?
Oh, I think Minnesota's firmly in that.
Froze up,
firmly.
Atlanta, Minnesota. Talked about the Rams as a sleeper.
Yeah.
Anything else coming out of league meetings here that we need to hit? You
Talked
think
about
in
Arizona.
Schultz's brain?
I could walk you through what happened with Ridley and maybe how that came to
Some of his girlfriend?
Tennessee. Well, his girlfriend or his wife, wanted to stay in the South.
Yeah.
Jacksonville thought they had him. And New England also was under the impression, as you know, that he's going back to Jacksonville. Yeah. And Jacksonville actually had an unbelievable offer at the end of the day. But Tennessee was able to sell him on, come here, you flanked by a Hall of Famer, and D-Hop, who you just talked about. And this is going to be phenomenal for your career. You can play X, Y, and Z for us. And then they really do believe in Levis. They think he's the real deal.
Tennessee, no state income taxes.
Yep.
Of course.
So I heard that Patriots were willing to make up for the state income tax.
New England's offer was generous. Jacksonville's offer was generous. Tennessee was able to, there you go, being in the South. So, yeah.
Did you talk to Robert Kraft about the documentary?
No, I didn't do that.
You should have.
You should bring it up.
I should.
Someone asked him,
Yeah, you should bring it up.
Yeah. What do you guys think of the quarterbacks, though? Other than the top three, I'm curious. Nix, Penix, McCarthy.
Sold on JJ.
Yeah, he's a hockey player.
Yeah,
I mean, literally, you just changed probably the entire draft order in our minds.
Yeah.
Because he's a hockey player.
It does feel like a lot of Pats fans want Daniels, or is that not?
I mean, to be completely honest, I just don't want to fucking suck anymore.
Yeah.
So I don't know. You asked about the quarterbacks. I don't know fucking shit about any of them.
They need to figure it out.
Whoever's doing it needs to figure it out, and they need to pick the right fucking guy.
All right. Well, Schultz, we appreciate you. Great seeing you.
Thank you, Schultz. Oh, we got Clowney too.
Where's he going?
Well, he had an awesome visit with the Jets. Yeah. Both sides want that to happen. That's my sense. And you heard Joe Douglas say I got to spend an hour with him. I think there's a real opportunity for him there. They lost Bryce Huff. That was a killer for them to Philadelphia. And I think Clowney not only would be a great fit, but it's my understanding that the Jets are highly motivated, was how it was described, to sign him. So there's still a couple other teams.
What kind of money is he getting? 1 year?
I think it'd be highly incentivized. He's 31 years old.
Still good money, though.
Yeah. And he had 9.5 sacks last year, was tied his career high. So a guy that usually signs late, I think could actually sign much earlier.
Jets D-line, too.
Yeah, and then we have the Snead. You want to get into that? Or
Yeah, sure. What's going on with Snead?
Well, I think with Snead,
he was a Colt.
Yeah.
I don't know how much.
Well, Destin said he was.
Just stop blaming just Destin.
Captain Colt.
Captain Colt.
There was a lot of Colts fans that were excited who cover the Colts every single day that we might have Snead.
And he would have tucked their tail.
He would have been a great. Obviously, they brought back Kenny Moore, and Julian Blackman's a free agent. They need secondary help, and Snead would have been a great fit. But he's also really expensive. And so what happened with that was, I think Kansas City was comfortable.
Okay.
We got to go.
No.
Look. Okay.
No.
Kansas City.
Your voice raised.
Yeah, my bad.
You got
I love all these.
You got excited. So
what's the story?
I had a 21-hour screen time day a couple days ago.
Everybody's talking about Schefter at 17 hours. You're like, wait a minute.
Now, to be fair, 2 hours at least were the white noise app. To be fair.
To be fair.
So that's fake. So you're pumping up the numbers.
19.
You're pumping up.
I'm inflating like an agent
2
with the
hours.
deal.
Yeah, but you're telling us 2 hours.
Yeah,
so that's probably 5.
No.
Yeah.
Schultz.
Let's
go.
Okay, little latte. Hey, man. Yeah.
Doppio macchiato, little espresso.
Yeah.
So long story short, Kansas City was more than, they were totally fine with him playing on the tag next year, getting a comp 3. And somebody asked me today, well, why would they make the move if they wanted a 2 and they only got a 3 back? The reason is because they wouldn't have got a pick until 26. So they get a pick now in 25, and now they can extend maybe a Joe Tooney, Creed Humphrey. They still have Trey Smith coming. They have Nick Bolton coming. So, and obviously they pay Chris Jones. But Snead had a great connection with Rand Carthon, both Florida guys, the GM of the Titans, and they really connected, I think. And I think Rand also really connected with, actually I say Snead's a Louisiana guy, but Southern guy. And then Rand really connected with Calvin Ridley, who is a Florida guy. They got on the phone and really were able to find some synergy, and I think that was a big part of it as well. So I love Ridley. I think that was the perfect fit, and I think Tennessee did a hell of a job. They got Cushenberry, they got Cheeto, they got Pollard. So I think that's going to be a real nice team.
Callahan is dad.
Callahan.
Callahan looks like Welker.
No, really?
Some people
Brian?
say
In photos.
Welker.
Oh, I've seen.
In photos, he does.
Do we have any like? I feel like you guys always want to ask me like the Starbucks stuff.
Yeah, what's going on?
No, you're always like, hey, look.
I've gotten into
Anyone
coffee.
gluing their head to the counter anymore?
Yeah, you guys remember that was a big thing. You guys had all your workers were like, we're not doing this.
No, not working.
Cutting
People
hands
coming
off.
in.
No, they're coming in. Yeah.
Oh, they're protesting you.
Well,
it was garbage.
yeah.
You son of a bitch.
You
don't know what they're protesting for.
I don't know what they're protesting.
Actually,
Said it was garbage.
the nickname Little Latte has grown on me. And I'll tell you this. This speaks to your guys' show and the reach you have. A GM today, about an hour and a half ago, I said, I might be going on with Pat today. And he goes, Little Latte. So who
was it?
Remains to me now. I'll tell you off.
Okay.
Yeah, it'd be nice to know who knows.
But he's a big fan of the show. And I said, you know what? Little Latte. That's it.
Yeah, I heard you dropped it there earlier. You were speaking in third person. So we're moving it. We're moving Little Latte.
No, I like Little Latte.
That's what I'm saying. We're moving.
I like it. I think it works.
Along with
Well, they
Little
used to
Latte.
call me the Frappuccino in high school. That was like the opposing fans would say Frappuccino when I go to the free throw line. Frappuccino.
So you're an Italian. It sounds like. You know how many Eno chants are in Pittsburgh?
Or when we traded Gary Payton.
Too many.
Gary Payton. That was tough. That was a tough one for me.
Yeah, I can
see that.
What were they calling
Why?
him?
How does that?
When we traded Gary Payton from the Sonics to
The gloves.
Dad owned the Sonics.
Dad owned the Sonics.
Yeah. A lot of people say it's his fault that the Sonics aren't staying.
So you're the reason Seattle doesn't have basketball.
I'm the reason. Yeah. No, I think even my.
I'm not saying. I'm just
no,
saying
I think my dad 15 years later would say that he made a lot of mistakes for sure.
Okay, good. That's humility. We like that.
As we all have.
To whom much is given, much is required, and obviously got to continue to learn in that whole thing. How is your dad still at Starbucks?
He left, but he's actually currently in Asia and Japan and China debuting the Oleato drink, the olive oil drink. So he's still involved, but he's not.
Are you guys allowed to call it that?
Oleato.
Are you allowed to say that?
How do you spell that?
It's an olive oil drink.
It basically means olive oil in Italian.
Who's drinking?
Olive oil infused coffee. Actually,
It's
it's actually quite great for your skin. You know, olive oil.
How many years in the making? Is that like a 10-year process?
It was about a 3-year process. They acquired an olive oil farm in Sicily called Partana, and then took that olive oil and put it in the Starbucks drink, which takes about a year to develop, make sure it tastes right. Because at first it was awful.
I mean, the Nick Kroll skit about olive oil, it is good for everything.
Very good for your skin, your hair. So he's 70 now, and I think at the end of the day, he still has to have that juice. You know, he's still up at 4:30 in the morning, reading his 3 papers, sending me texts at 7:30 my time. Good morning every morning, like clockwork.
That's awesome. Self-made?
Yeah, from the projects, Brooklyn, New York.
Really?
One shop, right?
Canarsie.
Started with one shop.
Again, at time, I want to be respectful of your guys' time. You interested?
We asked you the question.
Okay, so grew up in Canarsie, in Brooklyn. Got on a. You guys are going to love this.
So it's nothing but time, by the way, if you're going to tell an incredible American dream story here.
He had a full. I should start that over because it's important. He had a full football scholarship to play quarterback at Northern Michigan University. That's how he got out of Brooklyn.
Summertime
He gets
in Northern Michigan.
The U-Piece.
Beautiful.
It's Marquette, Michigan.
Okay.
So way up. He gets there, and who is he backing up? None other than Steve Mariucci. That's it. Mooch. And who's the point guard? All-American on the basketball team? Tom Izzo.
Yeah. Wow.
So my dad
January, February
goes way back 40+ years with Izzo and Mooch.
Nice.
And they actually won a Division II national championship, but my dad quit the team because he knew that Mooch was. He said, "I got there." And quitter. But ultimately, the long story, or the long story short is, he's on a trip working for another company in Milan. He's walking around every day. He's seeing the espresso cafes, and he says, "Okay, the same people are in this cafe every day. They're staying for 30 minutes an hour, and they're conversing. That's the third place. Home, work, third place." And then he tries the coffee, and this is 1980, and he says, "Okay, this is unlike anything I've ever had," because at that point, America really just had drip, or I should say instant, Folgers.
Still have drip.
Yeah.
The best part of
waking up is Folgers in your cup. So I used to augment that song and just say, "Is S-Bucks in your cup?"
Oh, for your dad,
Yeah, for my dad.
which we're hearing the story here.
that.
So he says the cafe seems like the third spot.
This is it. And then he says, "We got to get that, and we got to figure out these beans." And then he finds Starbucks. This is what people don't realize. He founded it, but he didn't start it.
Store, right?
They had one store. He's working as a barista. He needs to raise about $1.5 million. He has 3 months to do it, and at the final hour, he's out of time, and he's about $500,000 short. Was turned down by over 240 banks, and he gets a group together of local Seattle investors. Kenny G's uncle,
saxophone guy,
Scotty G.
So Kenny and Howard are really, they go way back. Bill Gates Sr. Bill Gates Sr. The father, big 6'7" mountain of a man. They get
Bill Gates Sr. 6'7".
Yeah.
Bill Gates' dad?
Mountain of a man. Yeah. 6'7".
Bigger than
We're not even
Palmer.
getting into Bill Gates' dad.
Sorry.
Bigger than Palmer. And then they get together. He sells it, and half of them, 3 or 4 of them, say we love it. The other half say we love the concept, but we don't need the kid. He's 26, I think, at the time. So Bill Gates Sr., Kenny G's uncle, a couple other guys say, "You can't steal this kid's dream," and they galvanize it. They give him the money, So that's Peter Baldwin on the right, I believe, who started Pete's afterward.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And 2 others. And then that's obviously the original store, which almost.
Which one's your dad?
He's not
there?
in that photo. No, he's not in that photo.
Oh no, this one they were trying to take it from the kid.
Yeah. But that's the original store, which is almost unchanged, Pike Place Market. And then ultimately, obviously, one cool thing, a little tidbit that nobody knows that I've never told on camera. When they go to Vancouver, their first time out of state, out of country, he has to smuggle basically illegal goods, coffee beans, over the border.
Keistered them
to Vancouver. In the back, and he says every single time, once a month, they bring the beans to the Starbucks in Vancouver, and he would say, "Can I swear? I can swear."
Yeah.
One of these fucking K9 dogs is gonna come in.
Yeah.
But fortunately for me and
the family,
nobody, the world. Depending on how you look at it, nobody ever did. Yeah.
There's some people.
Some people, fuck that guy.
That's your life, though. That's your life.
He changed the way we hang out then, because like now the coffee shop is like hey, I'm gonna go get some work done.
Wi-Fi needs to be there.
Yeah, before Starbucks, we didn't have that.
Right. I think regardless of there he is. Wow.
Look at this bag of beans.
Yeah, bag of beans. That's
So where do they
probably
get all the beans
John
from?
Barenthal.
Like, how do you get enough
That's
beans?
a
You guys
movie
have 5
star.
billion stores.
Well, they have different coffee farms all over the world. A lot of them are exclusive to Starbucks. Okay. All over South America, obviously Africa, Ethiopia,
So he had to go
Costa
find
Rica.
those places?
He would find these places and be like, and then they would try to empower the local communities to make it sustainable. But that photo, he's probably 27, 28 in that photo.
Schultz, we have some breaking news in the NFL. Cordero Patterson has signed with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Obviously, he became a weapon. Not that he wasn't beforehand with Arthur Smith down in Atlanta. We all got a chance to watch Cordero Patterson play every position, get the ball basically on every play there for an entire year. He was an all-pro returner.
He was.
Coming out of Tennessee, obviously a superstar. Then with Minnesota, he was a stud. In Atlanta, he refound an identity. Now he's going to Pittsburgh. Ton Diggs. How do we feel about Arthur Smith bringing Cordero Patterson?
I had a few hours to digest this. Little birdie might have told me this a couple hours ago. I feel really, really good about this. I mean, he is the Swiss Army knife that Arthur Smith needs to execute the offense. And if that's going to happen, also, he's a veteran leader that room's been missing for quite a long time.
Oh, you're talking about the wide receiver.
So Jalen Warren. Well, also he's kind of running his weapon.
Yeah,
Jalen Warren.
But Joker position last year.
He's not taking carries from
Starting
those two.
Joker.
Yeah, I just remember Chris Cooley. That was the.
Oh yeah,
that was my favorite. He was a beast.
The original H-back.
The original H-back.
What? Picture of his meat.
With the original H-back, Chris Cooley.
I was trying to think
With
what
the
it was.
playbook, right?
He was babysitting
Cooley
Dan
was cool.
Snyder's kid.
He was ahead of his time.
Yeah, we saw Cooley down in Atlanta. He was a cool guy.
awesome.
He was a very cool guy. All right.
I got a lot of love for you guys. I appreciate you having me on.
Thank you for telling your dad's story.
That
That was like motivating. Motivating as hell.
Really cool.
Hell yeah,
Love
dude.
you guys, man.
Schultz, we appreciate the hell out of you, buddy.
Say bye.
Schultz, we only talk shit, by the way, because we love you.
Yeah, exactly.
If we didn't like you, couldn't do it.
See you, buddy.
See ya.
See you, buddy. We'll see you in Indy.
Love
All
that.
about.
Fucking love it, man.
407.
How do you scale that? All of a sudden go from one store to 5 trillion.
Boy, is my tank.
Yeah. All right, Schultz. Appreciate you, Schultz. Have a good one, buddy. We'll see you in a little bit.
Safe travels, Jordan.
We'll see you in a little bit. There's 45,000 people still watching on YouTube. Why? That was a good story.
It was.
It was
Good
actually
day.
very cool.
It was a good day. You all right?
All right, we're done.
Yeah.
All right, Schultz. See you, buddy. What was that all about?
What do you mean?
This guy.
You're right in the middle of that thing.
Yeah.
Who?
You.
I just want to let you know, do not throw anything this way, because I got nothing.
Wait, what did he do?
I mean,
Son wrote on the back of that piece of paper.
Yeah.
Me and Schultz are sitting right next to each other.
Showed it to him and then did the little like rub it on your face.
and then left it up. I was like, turn that upside down.
I'm literally
Tone.
talking.
I missed all of that.
I'm talking to Schultz, and Tone's holding that thing up in the background.
I got
What does that
nothing.
mean?
I've got
Waving
nothing.
it like a
Shake 'em off
flag.
then or
He's like, do not fucking say my name here.
Oh my god.
Don't even think it. I got nothing.
I missed that.
I'm out. I'm out.
If you were to send I would be honest with you, I've got nothing.
There's no reason we should have been here all day.
I mean, he was our third insider. We've got all the inside info
You
we
don't have
need.
the just ask, hey, what's your favorite death row meal? If you don't have a question.
Hey, that's becoming our new thing. It seemed like today.
Kinda.
We didn't get Schultz doing Coleman.
Well, with Kaboly, we had to get to a meal.
Kaboly, yeah.
We had to get to a meal with Kaboly.
It came up
Right.
naturally with Kaboly.
All right, let's get out of here, boys.
Yeah.
How you doing back there, Fox? Are you okay? You went to sleep immediately on that little baby bear thing.
Yeah, no, I feel great.
Okay.
Good.
Sweet.
How about Matt Brown, Bruce Brown?
Bruce
Crushing it.
He was just in the living room when we showed up at the Airbnb. Popped straight up. Hey, boys. He been asleep for what, 2-3 hours?
Yeah.
He's
At least.
spry. This morning, Mike Foss is so jacked.
Oh my God, Fossil's looking
Better shape every week.
Triceps.
Gumpy normally sleeps an hour and a half a night. So
Got extra sleep last
What
night.
are you doing, Gump?
We were in the trenches last night.
we were.
Your
Last night
mic's-
was a long one. Your mic sucks. They don't want to talk. Big Kelton, he was, hey, a fan favorite. Right?
Legend.
Hi, baby. He drained a shot in Iowa, too. Clean jumper. Big shout out to everybody from ESPN that set this thing up down here. A lot of people. A lot of people. Very good people.
Yeah, we love him, but
Record breaking. A record breaking amount of credentials. That would never happen again.
Nope.
Yeah, did not know about that, but we are very thankful for everybody that puts forth the effort to make sure this thing can go in the manner that it can. This was just a basic-ass, empty-ass conference room. Obviously, with the display, the lights, the cameras, the ability to connect. And the first show that's ever been, just fully live from the league meetings. This is a cool thing. We're very thankful for everybody.
Excited to come back.
Yeah, excited to come back. 2 days. Well, we'll see. We'll see.
I think too.
I saw, who I
Feels
saw?
like two.
There's a lot of GMs and coaches that we not get to talk to.
I saw Brian McCarthy, who's NFL PR guy. He's the one that is, he's
He's the mover and shaker.
In the weeds.
he's up there. Yeah, he's heard me say Roger Goodell's scared to come on the program because he handles PR for Roger Goodell.
He's a what?
I don't think he's scared of nothing. But from what I've been told, but Brian came over to say hello. It was very kind of him. Thank you to the NFL for allowing us in here. Obviously, and congrats on saving some plays in football.
yeah.
Yeah. Connor, final thoughts from league meeting?
I was pumped to talk to all the coaches, GMs, owners as well with Kalen. We came here for Schultz, and we fucking got him.
Ty, you feel the same way?
Yeah, I think so. Slash Kaboly, and I mean, hits the nail on the head that his death row meal would just be a run-of-the-mill sausage pizza with plain white cake.
That's it.
That's Kaboly.
That's Kaboly football, baby.
Exactly.
How about him coming with a full ankle brace
Yep.
under his hokas? Compression sleeve as well. Kaboly really maybe stole the day. Tone, what are your thoughts on the day that was here?
We've always known that KOC is awesome. We've known that Beane's awesome because we've had him on before. But Raheem Morris coming on.
Raheem,
yes, because he is him. Was just for me, he stole my heart today.
He said I won 10 games. I'm him.
Yeah.
I am him. 32 years old. He was out as a head coach.
Yeah.
That's how well liked he is by everybody.
Yes. Still.
His energy was awesome.
Incredible. Falcons are going to be very good.
I feel like it'd have to be.
Yes.
Got Kirko.
Offense is sweet.
How about him saying, I've known Kirk since Washington.
Yeah.
I was in that. So people forget that we have been connected to this entire thing. AJ, your big takeaway from league meetings, you did a great job of that.
I mean, Kaboly, everything about him, I'm a fan. And I will be till the day I die. But we have this young new movement in the NFL with GMs, coaches, and I think it's mixed in with the old school football guys too. So I think we're in a weird, cool generation of the NFL that we're lucky to be here to watch.
I think so. And we're potentially considered, a part of that entire thing. Kaylin being here is cool.
Yeah, she was incredible. Her talking about how her and her sister understand that.
We get that we are.
Yeah, that was very, very cool.
I assume there's some real guilt.
Yeah. Exactly.
But
and
then also, what are we going to do about it? Yeah, what? So sorry.
She mentioned she wanted to go back to school, or she wants to go back to school because she feels like she needs to earn that. It's that is a very cool way to look at it because I doubt everybody looks at it that way.
It was a fun day. Fun day. Brandon Beane's calves.
Yeah.
He's the man.
Abnormally big.
Big calves.
Yeah.
Dinner plates.
Scratch golfer?
Yeah.
Yeah. On the hardest courses.
How, though?
Do he and Orlovsky play?
Orlovsky cheated.
That's
remember?
right. What happened to his scorecard?
Different course.
He did his math. He flubbed his math.
Yeah.
And it just so happened to be one stroke over.
Yeah.
And then Beane was the complete. He was
6 strokes.
2 under or something. So it was he gave us the wrong number.
Wrong index.
Which is why we can call him a sandbagger forever now. But he did make $250,000, I think, for some charity because he said it was 78.
Correct.
We're you're not going to shoot a fucking 78, dude, on a PGA course.
An Open Championship course?
Yeah. He shot a 76, I think.
He did.
He did.
He did.
Yes, he
Went
did.
to a good place, though. Heard the Bison are going to be good?
Yeah.
They are.
We'll see. We'll see. For sure.
Did we?
You didn't hear that?
You said the top of them are still 16 feet?
We don't know for sure.
You asked 16 feet, and he said, what, of snow?
So we
it
can't
proves
walk,
our point.
We cannot walk underneath it without hitting our head on the dong.
How tall are you?
Well, rap can. That's what we learned.
We did learn that.
Yeah.
That's just a thing.
Yeah. Well, he could walk under this desk with his head on the.
How cool would that be to be him just to waddle right underneath whatever?
Awesome.
You know, like everybody's like worried
Sure, he
about the
loves
dinner
it.
table. He can just right underneath. It's a tunnel to me.
Oh, you dropped something under the couch? 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
He's abnormally
I was thinking of
small.
like hamster tunnels.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. That's a benefit.
Yeah.
That's another thing we learned today.
Exactly.
Poles.
His shoes were done in
Poles is a big son of a bitch and feels like
Young.
he's very smart.
Young.
Yeah, young.
Looked cool.
Cerebral assassin, they say.
Yeah, very cerebral.
I mean, he told us he's drafting Caleb, so
Yeah.
give it away. Should have known he had picked 9 as well. That's not good journalism.
Yeah, that's the one. Better not mess that one up.
Probably trading back.
What's your problem? Why are you bringing negativity today?
No, just as if you're a Bears fan, you're thinking I'm good with 1. We got to hit a home run with 9. Otherwise, who knows?
Jim Harbaugh?
Awesome.
John Harbaugh?
Yeah.
Business card.
Awesome. Today's been a good day. All right, let's get out of here. Good work, team. Really good stuff. Be a friend. Tell a friend something nice that might change their life. That's for real. We're in this thing together. Let's never forget it. Team on me. Team on 3. 1, 2, 3. Team. Goodbye.